All right, let's call this special board meeting to order. It's May 18th at 6:01. Roll call, please.
Mr. Cummings,
Here.
Ms. McGuire,
Here.
Mr. Spencer,
Here.
Mr. Palmer,
Here.
Mr. Sutton here, Mr. Westerbarth,
Present.
Ms. Richards.
Here. Okay, next on the agenda, do we have any agenda additions or changes this evening? Okay, hearing none, we will go to public comments. Is there anybody in the public this evening that would like to make a comment before we get going on the audit presentation? If you could please use the raise hand feature. There is another public comment at the end as well. So if you don't have anything to say now, you can speak at the end. Okay, and everybody should be either raise hand or use I think it's *8 or *6 if you're on the phone. Okay, I don't see or hear anything. So we will move on to our business this evening, which is the 2020 audit presentation.
Anne, are you going to have me share my screen for the presentation for the PowerPoint?
It's up to you. I have the PowerPoint on here. I can put it on if you want.
Oh, that works too. And I'll just let you know when I'm ready for you to switch slides.
Yeah, just say
Okay.
next or however you want to do it.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds
All right.
good.
We'll see if I can do it. I mean, I kind of forgot about it until I just got here that I actually had it on because we delayed it from the last time.
Okay.
So let me just. But of course, the stupid, or maybe it's the user, but it's being difficult as to where my share screen thing went. So I'm
I
trying
can
to
see
find
it.
that. Huh?
I can see the PowerPoint.
Oh, you can?
Mhm.
Well, that's weird. Oh, maybe because it's just on that page. Okay, sorry, I have to talk through things. Okay, well, we'll just leave it at that then.
All
And
right.
then how do I change it?
Well, it looks like you might be in PDF, which might just mean you're going to have to go scroll page by page.
Like that?
Oh, there you go. Yep.
Okay, so you just
Okay.
tell me next or whatever.
Okay. Sounds good. You can stay right there.
Right here? Okay.
So, good evening, everybody. My name is Cindy Scott, and I'm a partner with Stevenson and Company. And I work out of the West Branch office, but I was the partner in charge of the Oscoda Township audit for this year. So this was year 2 of me being the partner in charge. We do have Nathan Miller on the line as well. Lucky for him, his camera or he doesn't have a camera on his computer, but he is on the line, so he'll be jumping in periodically. But Nathan is a manager out of our East Tawas office, and so he was the acting in charge in the field during the audit as well. So he'll have a lot of good information to be able to share. So with the PowerPoint, what I want to be able to do is go through the important pieces of the audit in a more user-friendly format than actually going page by page through this bound audit report that's so lengthy. So first off, what the slide you're looking at is really just the layout of what you have. So that way you can see which components we're going to talk through, and we're going to go through all of them. But first off is the opinion letter. The entire reason why we do what we do, the objective of all the time and hours put into this report and the testing is to issue an opinion on the financial statements. The opinion is not whether or not the township is in good financial standing or poor financial standing, but is the information accurate and free of material misstatement? And we were able to say, yes, it is, and issue what's called an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance. So we are saying that these final numbers are accurate and able to be relied upon. Then beginning on page 3 of that bound report is what's called the management's discussion and analysis. And that just recaps the year's activity for you more in layman's terms. So I do really encourage all of you, if you haven't already, to read through that management's discussion and analysis page by page. It's going to be a little bit easier to follow and understand what big fluctuations happen. But then we jump into the government-wide financial statements and fund financial statements, and I'll explain the difference to you in a moment. Then there's notes to the financial statements, which just gives you some more meat behind those numbers, some required information, other information, our management letter, which we're able to provide recommendations for improvements. And then you did have a single audit report this year, and we'll talk later about what triggered that and what that means. So let's go ahead and move on to the next slide if we can, Ann. So beginning on page 11 are your government-wide financial statements. And maybe this is just some repeat information for everybody, but just in case it's not, I want to explain to you what the government-wide financial statements are. So you have two sets of data in the bound report. You have what's called fund financial statements, which is what the board is going to be more familiar with looking at. It's what you budget in accordance with. The fund information breaks it down by fund, just like it says. You have a general fund, you have your Old Orchard Park fund. They have all these different funds. And then what happens with the government-wide activity is it combines all that information to give you one big financial statement where it combines all that fund information, but then it takes it a step further and it incorporates all the long-term activity that gets ignored in your fund financial statement. So for example, it has the fixed assets of the township, the land, the building, the equipment. It has debt, bonds, loans payable, things that aren't recorded in those fund financial statements. And it also incorporates the net pension liability, which is a huge liability. And the only other place you would see that would be in a business type fund. So if you had net pension liability in one of your business type funds, like a water fund, a sewer fund, the Old Orchard Park, it would show there. But in your governmental funds, anything that's long-term like that only shows up in these government-wide financial statements. So when you're looking at page 11, think of it as if you were a business, think of this as kind of showing you what your net worth is at the end of the day, everything you own less everything you owe, big picture. And that's what we have. So if we look at the ending net position, government-wide big picture, for the primary government, the ending net position was almost $31 million. And you can see that that was an increase from the prior year of $1.6 million. And then for the component unit ended the year at $349,840, which was an increase of almost $125,000. Now, because of that net pension liability that I mentioned, which for you was over $1.8 million, a lot of governments end up seeing themselves go into the red and they go into a deficit in this big picture view because that liability is so high. So the fact that you are still in the black in both your primary government and the component unit is very good. And that's a really good outcome for the township to have. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Ann, if you would. So thinking big picture, again, I mean, we're talking everything combined and we're incorporating all that long-term activity. I wanted to talk about some of the big changes from 2019. So one of the biggest changes is there was significant fixed asset activity. So for anyone who might not be familiar with that term, a fixed asset by definition is something that costs over a certain threshold, whatever threshold the township puts in there, and it has a useful life of more than 1 year. So this year, I've listed here for you, the governmental activities had fixed asset additions of over $1 million, and the business type activities had fixed asset additions of over $1.9 million. And we have everything listed there for you. Give you a second to look at that. And these are also listed out as well in the management's discussion and analysis of the report. So you have this information in the bound copy as well. Go to the next slide. Big changes on the revenue side. Big picture, total revenues increased about $2 million. And so I've broken out here for you what some of the big changes were. I mean, there's fluctuations all over the place, but the biggest fluctuations is one, the contract with the Oscoda Township increasing $115,000. I apologize, I didn't notice until I was just preparing a few minutes ago, but this says increased police contract. And what that is, it's not the police contract, it was the fire equipment that was purchased where Sowell Township paid their share of that revenue coming in. So that's actually what the increase is there. But there was also a new USDA grant for the water project of $1 million, a new wellhead protection grant of $750,000, increased sewer rates, increased your overall charges for services there of $137,000. And those were all then offset by decreased revenues at Old Orchard Park because of having to open late because of COVID. Overall revenues there decreased about $89,000. On the expense side, again, we're just looking big picture right now. The biggest changes we saw there is that you had water meter replacements of about $430,000. You had increased fees with the utility authority of $77,000. And then you had a full year of cost for the community economic director hired at the end of last year. So last year you only had a little bit of those costs, and this year you had a full year. So that was about $100,000 of an increase. If you were to compare side by side the 2019 financial statements with 2020, you would notice that last year there were also some special items. Special items are things that are not common. They're not typically recurring at the township, but they are somehow within the control of the township. So last year we did have to show the Artisan Hall impairment loss as a below the line expense to bring that value down to where it should have been. And we also had to show the dissolution of the DDA as a below the line item. So that's something you're going to see that's different this year as well. Any questions here before I move on? Next slide, Ann. So once you get past those government-wide statements, and I guess the way I'd look at it is think of that as just the disclosure to the state. The state wants to see that big picture piece of information with all that long-term activity. But once you get to page 15, now you're looking at the information that's really important to you as the township. This is what you're budgeting in accordance with. This is the actual day-to-day activity that you see going on. And so when we look at your fund financial statements, they're broken down a couple different ways. You have governmental funds, which is your general fund, your property operation and maintenance fund, your police fund, your fire fund, fire equipment fund. And then you have your enterprise funds. And what the definition of an enterprise fund is it's a fund that generates service fees of some sort to self-substantiate itself. So it's not relying solely or primarily on property tax dollars or grant dollars to survive. It's self-sufficient. And your major enterprise funds were the sewage disposal system fund, the water fund, and Old Orchard Park fund. Now there's also other smaller funds that aren't what we would consider major based on a formula of how much the assets are compared to the whole, or how much the revenues are in comparison to the whole for the township. And those get consolidated in the front statements and detailed in the back, but these are the major funds for 2020. Next slide. So looking at the ending fund balance. So we just talked about the ending net position for the township as a whole. Now, if we break it down and look at the ending fund balance by fund and realize we're excluding all that long-term activity, your general fund ended with just over 2.5 million, which is an increase of $242,000. Now, something that we always like to look at is what percentage of your unassigned fund balance, so the not spoken for fund balance, what percentage of that do you have of your current year expenditures? So I guess I said that backwards. What percentage of your current year expenditures do you have set aside as an unassigned fund balance? And you were sitting at 83.5% at December 31st, 2020. The rule of thumb, and it's really going to be an auditor judgment, but I like to see that number no lower than 15 to 20%. So that way, if revenues stop coming in for some reason, if the state has a shutdown and you don't have dollars coming in, if something happens and you lose a huge property taxpayer in your township, you're still able to continue to pay the bill. But what you don't want to do is look at that number and say, oh my goodness, we're at 83%, that's too high, there's a problem. Not necessarily at all. What you want to do is take a step back and look at a long-term plan. And I suggest documenting it, putting it in writing to say, what do we think our big projects are for the township for the next 5 years, 10 years, however far out you want to go, but look long-term to determine what big projects do we have that are going to come from this fund balance and how much is that going to cost us? Once you know that number, or have that idea, then you can say, okay, what percentage do we really have that's not spoken for with these future projects that we know we're going to have coming down the pipe? For the property operations and maintenance fund, 100% of those dollars are committed for that fund, and that ended at $2,683,189, a decrease of $167,000. The police fund is 100% non-spendable or committed. Non-spendable means you've already spent it. It could be inventory, it could be a prepaid asset, but you've already spent the dollars. So the police fund ended at just over $250,000, an increase of $52,000. The fire equipment fund is fully restricted. So restricted means by legislation or by grantor, those dollars must be used for that given purpose. And the fire equipment fund ended at $313,079, a decrease of just over $104,000. And then all of the other non-major governmental funds, which again are detailed in the back of the report, those ended at $462,524, and 100% of those are either non-spendable, restricted, or committed. That's a decrease of $125,000. Questions on fund balance in your governmental funds? Okay, next slide. So this is just a real quick, and we'll only be here for a second, just a quick view of just your general fund. You can see that your general fund balance has been able to increase each year. Last year, you had the bigger increase because of all of the activity going on with the DDA and with the community center. So that's why you had a big jump last year, and then it went up even more this year because of those additional revenues we talked about. But it's definitely going in the right direction. Next slide. So when we talk about our enterprise funds, which again, these are the funds that are self-substantiating. They don't need to rely on property taxes and grants to sustain themselves. We have our major funds here, the sewage disposal system fund, the water fund, and Old Orchard Park. For those, they're not broken down the same way that a governmental fund balances. You have invested in capital assets, which that's all the fixed assets in that fund, reduced by any related debt. So if you have a building, but then you owe a mortgage on it, you're going to reduce it by that debt. So you can see that all three of those funds have investments in capital assets. And then there's either restricted dollars by legislation or grantor, or unrestricted. So for the sewage fund, you ended the year at just over $3 million, with $1,392,000 in unrestricted. The water fund ended at over $11 million, with $5 million in unrestricted. And Old Orchard Park ended at $653,000, with $541,000 in unrestricted. Any questions on your business type, your enterprise fund net positions? Okay. So let's dig a little bit deeper into the general fund revenues and what fluctuated from last year. There's a lot of different things going on, but I like looking at it in this layout because it really gives you like that 3-year view broken down by category. So you can see your property taxes have had an uptick every year, and that's consistent with what we're seeing across all of our townships. So you had about a 3% increase in your tax revenue this year. Special assessments, you had a little bit of a uptick there, nothing too significant, but the federal grants, there were more grant dollars coming in. You're going to see that across the board. You had a lot of projects going on, different things that brought in dollars there. State revenue, didn't see much of a fluctuation there, but the charges for services here, you can see a drop. There was a drop in the some of the police contract shared costs with the Oscoda Township. That's where I was saying that front page was talking about the fire equipment going up. The police portion of it here went down a little bit. Other revenue and financing sources. We have that big jump in 2019. That's directly related to the community center sale, and then those dollars being transferred into the general fund because transfers would get counted for in that column. And then special items from last year, that's directly related to the contribution of the DDA assets when that dissolved. Any questions on revenue? So one other view, if you want to go to the next slide, just to give you a big picture view then of your general fund and seeing the percentage that different things make up. Your property taxes are almost half of your general fund revenues, 49.01%, followed by state grants and state shared revenue at 21%, followed by charges for services of over 16%, other revenue and financing sources just under 10%, special assessments 1.5%, federal grants 1%, fines and forfeitures just under 1%. So then when we move into the expenses, same way, let's look at, when we look at the expenses here, I'm going to show you, if you remember last year, I go through this twice. This is just your general fund. But if you notice, look at 2018, there's a lot of crazy fluctuations, but that's because the police activity had not been fully transferred out yet. So you're going to see these first two. I'm not going to focus too much on these. When we get 3 slides in, you're going to see that I went ahead and combined the police fund with the general fund for that 3-year comparison. So that way it's more consistent data, since you only have 2 years without the police data. Let's see here. So for that's the biggest piece on the payroll side, is the loss of the police payroll. On the purchase service side, you can see a little bit of an increase this year. That was just the timing of when some treatments were done at Van Ness and Lake. There was only 1 treatment in 2019 timing, where in 2020 there were 2. The capital outlay being so high in 2019 is directly related to those dissolved DDA assets. So when the DDA dissolved and gave all those assets to the general fund had to record the revenue for the donation, but they also had to record an expense for the capital outlay to capitalize them in the government-wide big picture view financials. So that's why you have an increase there. And then for operating transfers out, the reason they're so high in 19 and 20 is because of the police fund separating out and transferring the dollars over there, where you didn't have that in 2018. So let's go to the next slide, Anne. And again, this is just showing you how things are broken apart. But now, again, you got the police activity out of there, so it's not as accurate of a reading, because when you look at payroll and related expenses, it appears that it's only 33%, and it's typically higher than that. But again, it's because the operating transfers out are skewing that number at 34.5% because of all the money going to the police fund. Let's go to the next one, where it's going to include the general fund and the police fund. And now, again, the capital outlay is still higher because of the DDA, but you can see that the operating transfers have leveled themselves out more. The payroll expenses have leveled themselves out more. Purchase services still have that second treatment for Van Ness and Lake, which makes a difference there. Any questions on the expenses? So if we look at the pie chart for the expenses, when you include the general fund and the police fund, and we pull out those transfers, you can see now your payroll and related expenses are at 63.27%, which is much more in line with what we'll typically see. Operating transfers down to less than 0.5%, supplies at 6%, capital outlay at 6%, repairs, maintenance, and utilities at about 8%, and purchase services at 16%. Any questions on the numbers before we jump into the footnotes? All right, next slide. So beginning on page 24 of the bound report are the notes to the financial statements. A lot of really good information, a lot of pages here to sift through. I encourage you to, when you're bored, go through that. But I just want to touch on some of the big ones, some of the big changes. So one of the big things is we're just making you aware that you've got a new, pretty substantial GASB coming down the pipe. You've got some time, but this is coming down the pipe, I believe, in 1 more year, and it's GASB 87. What this is going to do is it redefines what a lease is. Currently, you have operating leases and capital leases. A capital lease is when it meets these different definitions and you have to create an asset, a fixed asset for that lease in a long-term debt. Or an operating lease is one where you might be committed to that lease for 5 years, but at the end of the 5 years, you're walking away with no opportunity to keep that asset. Well, what GASB 87 is going to do is it eliminates those different types of leases. And now anytime you enter into an agreement that's more than a year, you have a right to use asset and a right to use liability. So you are going to have an asset and a liability booked every time if the contract is for more than a year. So there'll be a lot of changes with this coming down the pipe, but what I want to encourage you to do is just start keeping track. As you enter into a new agreement, if you think, you know, this agreement's for more than a year, this could be something that Cindy was talking about, throw it in a folder. And that way, when we sit down and meet before the audit to start to worry about implementing it, you'll have all that documentation already set aside. So just something to keep on the back burner over the next year. Keep a folder, throw agreements in there that you think might qualify, and start thinking about current agreements that you have, because we do have to backdate the information. It's not just for new agreements, it's for any agreements that the township is in. On page 47 of the footnotes, we are required to disclose whenever there is pending litigation, but the outcome was not determinable. So it's vague language, but it is disclosed in the footnote. And then on page 48, there is a prior period adjustment that's being recorded for an overbilled customer for tap-in fees that the township actually found during the year last year. And so what we're doing is restating the beginning fund balance as if the revenues were not overstated previously. So the sewage disposal fund had a decrease in the beginning fund balance of $32,000, and the water fund had a decrease of $2,468. Next page. So two other areas that we're required to disclose is when the board makes a commitment, they approve a contract, they enter into an agreement before the end of your fiscal year. If that agreement hasn't been fully met, that's considered a commitment that we have to disclose. And so that's on page 49. There was construction you had a contract with Road Professional Services that was outstanding at the end of the year that wasn't complete, of $994,617. And then to take it a step further, if the board approves something after the end of the fiscal year, but before the issuance of our report, that's considered a subsequent event. And so we do have to disclose any significant subsequent events as well. And so we noted in the board minutes, the purchase of 2 police Tahoes, the SCADA integration services, accepting a purchase offer for the sale of the Artisan Hall, committing $200,000 in matching funds for phase 3 of the Iosco exploration trail, and then approving a purchase agreement of $145,000. So those were significant items noted in the subsequent board minutes, so the 2021 board minutes that we needed to disclose. Any questions on the footnote? Go to the next slide. So beginning on page 50 of the bond report is required supplementary information. And there's multiple pages of required information. I just want to touch on a couple things that I think are important. One is that net pension liability. So net pension liability is if you were to look at how much you're potentially going to have to pay for all current and past employees from the time they retire to the time that they die, that's your pension liability. And then you have all these dollars set aside in a trust at the state with MERS, and MERS then has to calculate of all this money you have set aside, how much are we going to earn as investment income and interest on these investments from now until that point, so that they can calculate what is the liability, what you owe versus what they're holding on to for you. So that is an estimate. I can't stress enough that it's an estimate and that it's going to fluctuate year by year based on what assumptions at the state level change. And so what we're reporting to you here is that as of December 31st, 2019, which is the measurement date for your pension liability, even though it's a 2020 fiscal year end, the measurement date of the liabilities was 2019, you were 63% funded. They believe that of everything you're going to have to pay out, 63% is sitting in a trust. A year ago, that was 62%. So it's a good thing to see it go the right direction, because we actually haven't seen that happen often recently. But it all just depends on where the market's at on the dates they do their measuring. Next slide. We're also required to look at the budget that gets approved. So when we look at your budgets, we're looking at what did the board originally approve? What was the final budget that was approved? And then where did you end up? How close were you to what you thought you were going to have? The budget is intended to be a management tool. So the state wants to know, are you using it as a management tool? So when we look at your revenues, you were within 1% of what you budgeted for, and that's excellent. So great job there. On the expense side, we were off 15.7%, which is higher than what the state likes to see. They want to see you stay around 5%. But the good news is you were under budget, you underspent. So you're going in the right direction. If you were 15% over budget, that would be a concern. Next slide. So then on page 56, you're going to have the combining fund information and the component unit information. So I had mentioned earlier that if it wasn't a major fund, it was all consolidated up front and then detailed in the back. So if you want to see that detailed information, you would go to page 56 in the bond report. Next slide. So this year we had to do a single audit for the township. Now what a single audit is when an entity expends more than $750,000 in federal awards. So you could be awarded $3 million, but if you don't actually spend $750,000 in the fiscal year, you don't have to have a single audit. Well, this year you did. Your expenditures for your federal awards was $1,064,074. So that triggered a second audit, what we call a single audit. So the major program, the grant essentially that we tested this year was the Water and Waste Disposal Systems for Rural Communities grant, CFDA number 10.760. And the expenses for that grant, the grant itself was actually $750,000 right on the nose. So we're required to test a certain percentage of those dollars. We met that requirement with that grant. And next slide, Ann, I'm excited to say that we did not have any findings, which means we're testing for compliance. Are you reporting correctly? Are you spending it correctly? Are you following the grant specific requirements as well as the federal requirements that are associated with that CFDA number? And we did not have any findings. Questions on the single audit?
Yes, I do.
Yes. What? Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, no trouble. When it says that there's no findings, are you referring to there's no financial findings?
So with a single audit, it's compliance based. So while there are finances included, there are what the government calls, what the feds call their pick six. So every year for all the different CFDA numbers, which would be the grants, the federal government will put out what 6 compliance attributes to that grant do you have to test. So there might be 12 different attributes that are applicable to a grant, but the federal government will pick 6 for you to go in and test. And Nathan, this might be a spot where I'll have you unmute yourself and open up that work paper if you want to tell which attributes we had to test this year. But it changes every year. So we could test this exact same grant next year and have 6 different components that we have to test.
And so for the lay people on the call, including ourselves, what kinds of components would they be? Would it include, for example, the written policies that you referred to later in your report?
Yes, and that's where I'm going to have Nathan jump in. And I guess, here, I see what you're asking there too. There's a difference between a single audit finding and when we find something that we want to recommend improvement on. So sometimes throughout the course of a single audit, we will find areas that we want to put in our management letter, but it's not a finding that meets the definition in the federal government's eyes that has to go into the single audit report. So there's 2 different ways you define them. And if it doesn't have a cost, an associated cost where you're going to lose dollars that you have to pay back to the federal government of over $25,000, or if it's not a material weakness in the actual internal control of that grant, then it does not become a single audit finding. It would just be a management comment in our letter.
Interesting. Okay.
Are you
Nathan.
able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So I did pull that work paper up, and those 6 areas for this year for the water and waste program are activities allowed or unallowed, allowable costs and cost principles, equipment, real property management, procurement, suspension and debarment, and reporting. Oh, and I missed matching, level of effort, earmarking as a category as well.
So those would be the components. And then within each component, there's multiple different steps and tests that have to be done to make sure that the township is meeting the requirements of that grant.
But if you don't mind me saying so, Cynthia, it sounds like we're picking and choosing about which requirements we're concerned about, since the list could change from year to year.
Right, no, I understand that, and I will absolutely agree. The federal government is picking and choosing. We have no say. So the federal
Okay.
government issues a compliance supplement every year for every single federal grant that is out there. And they tell you, these are the components you need to test and report on this year. Other questions on the single audit? All right, next slide. So then we get into the management letter. And with the management letter, there's 2 appendices to this. And the first appendix is the required communication. And we have to talk about if there's any significant estimates. And so this is where I want to point out again, the net pension liability is an estimate, and it can fluctuate from year to year. It will fluctuate from year to year based on the actuary's assumptions at the state level. It's nothing you have control over or we have control over, other than just presenting the information that they send to you. Any difficulties encountered? There were significant difficulties related to the fixed asset project, and we're going to talk about that when we look at Appendix 2. Corrected and uncorrected misstatements. So what happens here is throughout the audit, adjustments are found that need to be made to make the information accurate. Because remember, we can't issue an opinion on financial statements that aren't accurate, or if we do, it's not going to be a unmodified opinion, which would take away your qualifying status with the state and take away state aid and everything else. So we provide a listing of adjusting journal entries to management to review, approve, and post. So there's nothing remaining that did not get adjusted that's material to the financial statements. No
And
disagreement.
who has that listing in the,
I'm sorry.
who has that listing of adjustments in the
I
township?
believe Josh, Jamie, Ann, and Mitch should all have that.
That's one of my questions tonight, so thank you.
Let's see, management's representation. So on April 2nd, 2020, management signed a representation letter to us, which is where they state that they're not withholding any information. They've disclosed to us everything that they're aware of, that nothing is inaccurate to the best of their knowledge. We're not aware of you consulting with other auditors for different opinions, and there's no other issues or matters that aren't going to be disclosed in Appendix 2. Next slide, Anne. So for Appendix 2, this is where we're looking at what are we required to make you aware of? What do we want to make you aware of? And so there's 3 different levels of findings here. We have material weaknesses, which by definition, a material weakness is when there is an issue that we run into, and it has something to do with an area that is of significant financial aspect. So it has a significant financial piece in your numbers of the financial statements. And it's reasonably possible that something could go wrong. It doesn't mean anything is going wrong, but it's reasonably possible that something could go wrong, and that if it did go wrong, it could even be material, a large error. So if those definitions are met, we consider that to be a material weakness. In contrast to that, before I talk through what those are, if it's a significant aspect of your financial statement and it's reasonably possible something could go wrong, but it's not believed that if it did go wrong, it could be material, that would be a significant deficiency. The other areas are when there's other types of comments, recommendations, or findings that we have that would not materially affect a significant component of the financial statement itself. So first, talking about the material weaknesses, I know we had a lot of discussion on this last year, but because of the number of journal entries that are posted and the dollar value of those journal entries, we do report the financial statement preparation as a material weakness. When we upload your report to the state, they will say, were there any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies other than financial statement preparation? The state does not care, but it's important for us, and we are required by AICPA standards to disclose to those charged with governance when there are significant adjusting journal entries posted. Because what that means is that if we would have prepared the financial statements based off of the original trial balance that was provided to us at the beginning of the audit, the financial statements would have been materially misstated. So that is why it's a material weakness. But again, this is not something that the state looks at, but it is something we want to disclose to you. It's not uncommon. I think this comment is in probably 90% of our municipal audit reports, because most of the time you have elected officials that are not CPAs, but that's what that comment is indicating. The fixed asset and project tracking, and Nathan, just preparing you, I'll probably have you jump in here too. This is not new. This is something we discussed last year as well. But there are, as you know, the township has so much going on. You are constantly purchasing, selling, doing projects, having federal grants for those projects, and there's so much going on. And a year ago, if we think back, there was a lot of challenges that we encountered when we were trying to tie together the board minutes to the related grants, to the related expenses that went with those grants. And there was just so many moving targets. And there was, a year ago, there was no one-stop shop or even a good tracking mechanism to sift through and know what grant covered which project, where in the board minutes, and which expenses associated with it. So last year, I know Nathan had sat down with the former superintendent and spent some time and created a spreadsheet to do all the tracking. So we were anticipating being able to see that this year in action. And unfortunately, just, you know, in the changing of the guards, when you have transition, you've got to kind of regroup. So I think that unfortunately, the new superintendent came in very late in the fiscal year that we're auditing. And so that whole time frame in between, there was no tracking at all. So that's what that's related to. Nathan, do you want to add to any of that?
No, I think you covered it pretty well. For me, one of the biggest keys to this is when you have your board minutes to be able to say, here's something that may be fixed asset or project related or grant related, to have some support for that, whether it fell through or if it did happen, what's the support for that? That would be one of the biggest keys on my end.
So I think unfortunately for this year, what really caused the challenges is Mitch and Nathan, I think, spent, I don't even know how much time, over a week, I would guess, going through boxes of papers, trying to sort out what went with what project, because there was no tracking of any of this. So that really caused struggles this year. But just like last year, I don't know, Nathan, if you've already done it, but I think the game plan then was to be able to sit down with the current superintendent, just like we did a year ago, to say, okay, here's one way you could track it. And if it doesn't work for you, you find a way that does work for you, but we can give you ideas of how to make this better and make this much more smooth for next year.
Yeah, that hasn't taken place yet, but I think we want to get set up with the chart of accounts first, and then we're going to cross that bridge as well.
Questions on either of those two comments before we go into the other comments?
Yeah, Cynthia, this is Bill Palmer. Just one quick question. You mentioned the problem with the board minutes. Is that due to not having sufficient information in the minutes? Or I don't quite understand what that comment is.
Nathan, I'll let you jump in on that one, because I don't think it's not sufficient information other than not knowing when something not having the paperwork to track when something doesn't follow, when it falls through and it doesn't actually happen.
Right, and I think that's true. It's mainly the board minutes themselves, but they have the summary level information, and then the meeting packets a lot of times ended up having that important information I needed, but there was no, like Cindy said, the one-stop shop. I had to literally go and open up each meeting packet and scroll through and try to find, oh, this invoice or this grant agreement matches up with this summarized level information. Whereas if there was more of a summary of, hey, we had this motion and here's the related information that you need, that would really save a lot of time on our end.
You're talking about in the minutes themselves.
Well, not even necessarily in the minutes, but somewhere where you can say, here's this motion from this minute, and then here's the associated thing. I don't necessarily need it to be included in the actual minutes.
You could even potentially, Nathan, tell me if we're envisioning this at the same way, but I would even picture if you had like one of those big accordion files, and if you have 30 projects in the year and each project has its own file, and you put in there the minutes that are associated with that project, the grant information, copies of the invoices, just so that you can separate the projects to know which motion went with which grant, went with which expenses. Because right now there's no separation there.
Right. And I think a lot of that knowledge currently might lie with the engineer, but we don't have that at the township level.
Is there no way in the accounting software to notate these things so that when you're looking in the software package, it's actually got notes that would take care of having accordion files laying around the office?
Is that a general question?
Yes, I would. Yeah.
Just recently, after we went through this, trying to get the information, I was talking with Tammy and we were comparing some different things trying to put together what Nate was looking for from accounts payable, I would look at the bills and she would look at what minutes and different things she would have. We came across in the general ledger software that we have is called project tracking. I don't have access to it, but I think that would be something that would be working moving forward, that would be able to kind of put it in its own file and save everything that way. Definitely on the general ledger side.
And something else too, and I think this was part of the spreadsheet that Nathan had created last year for the former superintendent, because I agree, having like lots of paperwork everywhere makes it a challenge too. But even having that Excel spreadsheet that tells you where to go to find it. So that Excel spreadsheet that says, okay, here are the checks, the check numbers or the vendors and the dollar amounts that are associated with this grant, and this is the grant, and here's the date of the meeting minutes that associate or approve this project. You know, you could even do something in Excel that way to just help tie it together, and then we know where to go look.
Well, I appreciate that we're trying to, find some alternatives, but we're paying a pretty hefty sum of money to have a financial accounting software that's supposed to encompass all of the aspects of a township business, if you will. And I don't understand that if she found the project tracking package and module in there, why we're not using that.
I think she just found it.
Well, I don't have access to it, but I just, when Tammy and I were looking and I seen somebody talking about it on my listserv this year, I went out to try to find it, and between her and I, because she has access to things that I don't, that we looked at that and thought that it would be something we could use. That tracking software has always been there. It's not like it's anything new.
So we need to look into what it can and cannot do.
Right. Yes. I mean, somebody's going to, I can't get to it. I can get to the reports, but that's it.
Do you know who does have access to that, to those modules? Have we paid for them? Are they available to other members of the board?
I don't think other board members. I don't know because I'm not the administrator anymore. That would be a Tammy question.
Ms. Scott,
Board members. trustees don't have access to it, but I don't even know if the supervisor does, but frankly,
I
the
don't. No.
superintendent, treasurer, and clerk don't, or do. I should say they're the primary users. And their deputies.
I have access to manual journal entries and reporting, and that's all I have access to.
I'm not familiar with the module, but I agree that it makes sense that if you have the module, if you have access to it, that might definitely be a good place to start, to contact BSNA and have them show you what it can do and how it would work. Because by title, it sounds like it would be a good option.
Yeah.
Especially
Sounds
if
like
you
it.
can tie it right to your checks, because maybe
Right.
they talk to each other, and you can, when you're doing the check writing, select what project it relates to, and that'd be beautiful. Then the only piece you'd be having to somehow connect the dots with would be the board minutes. And that potentially could even be, Nathan, tell me if you agree or not, but that could potentially be with your master copy of those. It's not the meeting minutes, but it's the packet that goes with it. It could even be someone going through after the fact with a red pen and, somehow connecting which project it is, or it didn't happen or something like that.
Well, and I believe that we, during the audit process, had a conversation with with Rick Freeman, had the discussion about this year and having a little bit better summary of each project. So
Okay.
I know that they're on board as well.
Jamie, with what you heard on that project tracking, did they say anything about having the same ability we do when we do journal entries to attach documents, possibly?
I haven't really gotten into looking at it, honestly. I mean,
Sounds like we need to dive in, but that may be something that's available
I
too.
thought
So
that-
when,
yeah, something Mitch and Tammy were doing, but
yeah, that'd be nice just to have the auditors come in and be able to go into that log and pull all of that information and attachments. And I'm sure it would save us a lot of time and money.
I think Nathan would be thrilled.
Yes, he would.
It's always nice to see utilization of the software we're paying for as well.
Absolutely. Any other questions on those two areas?
One last question. The financial statement preparation is as a material weakness. You said you've seen that before. How many times have you seen that before at Oscoda Township?
Well, this is only my second year on the Oscoda Township audit. So I can't speak to previously, but I would assume it's probably been there for a long time. But I can say that, and I'm guessing, I'm ballparking, but I want to say probably 90% of our municipalities have that as either material weakness or a significant deficiency, because you have elected officials who aren't CPAs, and that's why the state is at the point of saying, we know you have to report it. We know it's part of your requirements as an auditor, but we don't care. I'm not saying that it's not something we need to work towards. I do think that training the people that are in the systems, I think that, us sitting down with Jamie and with Josh and being able to go through the type of journal entries that we're posting, going through them, what triggered it, where did the information come from, is something that we should be doing. I sat down with John, I think 3 times last year, and went through the journal entries one by one so that he'd be prepared this year with what to post. So that way it's not part of the audit. But obviously, again, and this is nothing to Josh, he's brand new. But when you have changing of the guards, now we need to do the same thing with Josh this year, so that way he can be prepared for next year. And I think the goal would be to reduce the number of journal entries every year. I don't foresee this comment going away in the near future by any means. I think just the type of activity you have going on, you're a township, you have so many projects. I think you're always going to have material adjusting journal entries as part of your audit. And it only takes one material adjusting journal entry for this to be a material weakness based on our standards of how we have to report. But if we can take the number of adjustments and reduce them every year by continuing to teach and train staff, so that way they can post a lot of it themselves, that's going to be a huge improvement.
I guess I can answer that question. It's been a deficiency since 2009. I have a
Okay.
spreadsheet that kind of calls it out. But doesn't it get back to your appendix 1 to the qualitative aspects of accounting practices? I think you called out that no new accounting policies were adopted, and application of existing policies was not changed during 2020. So could you further define that for the board here, what you're meaning there?
Well, in appendix 1, we're just saying that there's no new auditing or accounting standards that had to be implemented. So if you think back to 2019, you were required to implement GASB 84, which is where they redefined fiduciary funds, and you had to pull a bunch of funds into your governmental funds or eliminate them because you could only have certain fiduciary funds still defined that way. So last year you implemented GASB 84. This year there were no new accounting standards that were required to be implemented or reporting standards. So that's what that's referring to in appendix 1.
And then getting to the number of adjustments, what were the total number of adjustments needed, and what's the total dollar value for that?
Nathan, do you have that available?
I can look that up.
Okay. The number of adjustments will be easy to give you. The dollar values, that's a really tough thing to say because sometimes the adjustments are just going to be a reclassification for our financial statement purposes and not something that you would need to post in your system. So unless we actually go through every page and add up each individual number, I probably won't be able to give you that. Also, our adjustments on our end are going to include the government-wide adjustments to take you from your fund financial statements into those government-wide big picture financial statements. And those activities, those fixed assets, those long-term debts that are on the government-wide are not required to be recorded by municipalities per the state chart of accounts. So those numbers skew that dollar amount as well. And that's not actually a required component for you. So that's not something we look at when we're considering whether or not you have material journal entries.
And
I'm just looking at it in layman's terms because going back to last year, you know, basically on a $12 million budget, we adjusted $11 million worth of.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. That $11 million is not a fair number to use because that was including, and if I'm remembering correctly, that was incorporating all that long-term activity like recording fixed assets and recording debt. And those are not things that are required to be recorded on a township level. Those are only adjustments that come through at audit time. But Nathan, I'm thinking maybe the best option there is if you want to look at like the general fund, Nathan, and tell us how much the increase or decrease in fund balance changed, and then the number of journal entries in total.
Well, I can tell you the number of journal entries in total. There was 51 this year that we consider AJEs or regular journal entries,
Okay.
and then 14 of those government-wide type of entries that you were referring to.
That would, okay, so the 14 government-wide would be the ones that the township would not post, but the 51 are ones that the goal would be to reduce that number.
So can you walk us through two of those, to the top two, so we can identify the problem and we can put controls in to fix it so it doesn't happen next year? Or does the clerk, treasurer, and superintendent have those and they can walk us through those with the board? Because I'm trying to get to the root cause. What is driving these adjustments?
That's a big, I don't know that there's going to be one root cause. I think there's a lot going on.
I don't expect there to be one root cause, but you have to take them in each occurrence and drive them back.
Yep.
And then you can put a policy in place or a procedure, or refine a procedure so it doesn't happen again.
No, I agree.
It seems like we're not doing that. It just seems like we're not doing that.
I think that the former clerk was on the right track when I sat down with him 2 or 3 times because he wanted to fully understand the journal entries to post themselves so that he could post them himself and not have it be done through the audit. And then changing of the guard, Josh didn't get that opportunity. So as far as what to implement, I definitely think, Josh, you and I need to schedule a time to sit down and go through these. And anyone could be part of that wants to be part of it. It's just typically the clerk is who's making those adjustments. And so that's why it's important for him and I to go through line by line, entry by entry, so he understands where they're coming from. But I just pulled up some of the adjustments just for an example. And like one of the large dollar amounts I see is recording the receivable for state shared revenue. So recording, I would say, the accrual activity at the end of the year, booking, making sure all the payables are booked correctly, making sure all the receivables are booked correctly. With
And
So
did
in
we
that one,
can-
did we not book it? Did we not book it as revenue? Did we book it as something else? What specifically with that item?
It appears by looking at the journal entry, it appears that the dollars that didn't come in until after the end of the fiscal year were not booked as revenue or receivable.
So money came in and it just didn't get accounted for?
No, it didn't come until after the end of the year. So it came in after December 31st, 2020. So it was
So,
recorded.
but
as
it
if
wasn't
was
accrued for that it was coming.
correct.
I understand.
Some other large ones would be recording for revenue that comes in December for taxes. It's really 2021 revenue because it's for the next year levy, pulling it out of revenue and booking it as a deferred revenue, as a liability, because you haven't earned it yet. So that's one. And those are ones too. I mentioned, Jamie and I already talked about this, that I can sit down and show her how I'm coming up with those numbers and how we're posting them. So that way she can post that one on her own next year.
I did work with Allie in December when she was here, and we did work on one of them that I did get posted into the general ledger, but unfortunately I had COVID and tax season, and then Jane had COVID, so we didn't get many of them done.
I'm kind of scrolling through, just trying to find some of the big ticket ones. There's some reclassifications, reclassifying an expense from being one type of expense to another based on how it has to be reported. Booking prepayments. So for health insurance, when you pay for health insurance for the next fiscal year, but you pay for it in December, we have to pull that expense out because you haven't actually incurred it yet and book a prepayment. Booking an unemployment expense payable at the end of the year. So you didn't actually have to pay it till 21. So making sure that we captured that liability and expense at the end of the year. I see some more prepaid expenses. The prior period adjustments that we talked about for overcharging on some tap-in fees last year. Some receivables, and there were some receivables booked and some payables booked for, there was some rent that didn't come in time, like that hadn't come in. So we booked a receivable for that rent, and also some payables for where some things had been overbilled. CD interest, and this is one that I know John and I had talked a lot about a year ago, but making sure we get all that interest earned on those CDs booked at the end of the year so that your assets are where they're supposed to be for what you've already earned on all those CDs. In your business type funds, there's a lot of adjustments, significant adjustments on getting things capitalized the way they need to be capitalized. So I know I mentioned like the fixed assets and the long-term debt you don't record, but you do if it's in your water or sewer fund. If it's an enterprise fund, you do capitalize those items. So there are significant adjustments there for pulling things out of capital outlay expense and capitalizing it, and then the recording of the related depreciation. Nathan, are you seeing any other big ones that I'm missing? Oh, I can see here too, we recorded inventory or we adjusted inventory for water meter pits that were utilized. And then a lot of adjustments to fund balance between restricted, committed, unassigned based on whether or not dollars have been spent for their purposes.
Yeah, I think you hit pretty much all of them that I'm seeing. As
Does
far as
that-
the bigger ones.
Does that help answer your question? Kind of, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things there. There's a lot going on, but I think probably the accrual type of activity, prepaids, deferrals, receivables and payables, and then the fixed assets in your enterprise funds. That's probably the biggest ticket items we're seeing.
As well as just general funds.
I was not only speaking of general funds. I was talking about all funds.
Right, all funds is what I
Yep.
meant.
All funds, yep.
Thank you.
So jumping down to other comments. So these are areas where we found something that we wanted to recommend for improvement. Last year, we had a lot of talk about the cash reconciliations because there wasn't documentation on the reconciliation itself to support the timing of when it was done. So I did go back through this year, and from the time we presented last year through the full audit, I went through every single bank reconciliation to look at the date it was printed, the date it was signed off on and tied out, and significant improvement there. Unfortunately, again, changing of the guards, I don't want to pick on Josh tonight by any means, but just during that time frame of the transition, the bank recs did get behind. And so, you know, I just encourage him to keep working on that. I know he's looking at getting some training on the reconciliation system with BS&A. So everything was really good until that transition piece. And so I'm just going to encourage you to keep working towards that. For the campsite revenue tracking, we did not find any issues. I don't want anyone to be concerned there. We didn't find any concerns with the campsite revenue, but the township purchased a software for online reservations. And so it's a nice software that has really good capabilities that will allow for internal control oversight to make sure that all the dollars are making it to the bank. It's just the software was not being fully utilized to its capabilities. So one of our CPAs went out and met with the staff on site and talked through what they could do differently. And I believe Nathan's had some conversations with Al out there as well. So that next year we're going to test it again to see, are you utilizing the software fully so that it can really be a good internal control for you.
Cynthia, was it actually noted that the reservation system wasn't in use until the spring?
We knew that,
Accounting for why it wasn't
we knew
being
that it
used
came
in
into
the
play
fall,
late in the game. We just wanted to see if
Yeah.
the setup was a good setup and to do what it's designed to do or capable to do.
Very good, thank you.
So then the required written policies for the federal awards. This is an area that in the testing of the single audit, Nathan found that there weren't true, solid, documented policies for the federal grants. Nathan, jump in if I say anything wrong here, but it wasn't one of the pieces that we had to report on in the single audit.
You muted yourself.
Did we lose audio?
Yeah, I might have actually, yeah. I
Yeah,
don't
it said
think
the
it was me.
host muted me, so I thought Ann wanted me to.
Sorry,
report.
I was trying to let somebody in and the button slipped. Sorry.
Okay. This wasn't one of the areas that we had to report on with the PIC 6, but Nathan noted when he was doing the testing that the policies weren't there, and that would get you in trouble if they changed that up and we had to report on that next year. So we wanted to make you aware that that is required. Is that accurate, Nathan?
That is exactly accurate.
Question?
in trouble-
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, Cynthia, but in trouble, you mean just with regard to the audit here. In other words, you'd have to report on it if they were missing and to go into more, I don't know, more detail or something, just because it would come up on that 6-item hit list?
Right, if it came up on that PIC 6 list and we had to report it to the feds, it goes not only to the state, it goes to the federal government as a single audit finding, which could trigger an audit on their end, make them think you're not properly handling federal dollars. Where in this situation, we're able to just say, hey, you really need to take care of this so that it doesn't get you caught up in a federal grant audit.
But the agreement that we make when we take federal funds still requires us to have these policies and procedures. So whether it comes up on the single audit or not, it's still a violation.
Which
Right.
is why it's in our management letter.
Right. Thank you.
Cindy, is there like a template or something that we could use to build those policies?
Nathan, do you have access to some on a municipal level? I have several examples on a school district level, but that would be, I think, overkill for a township. Do you have some, Nathan?
Off the top of my head, I don't know for sure, but I can check. I can check here at the office and see if anyone else is aware of templates to be used. It seems like with how many templates there are, like in our schools, there has to be some out there somewhere. I just haven't seen them.
Okay.
Any other questions on these?
So I guess if the federal or state would walk in and want to audit our grants today, what kind of problems do we have?
This would be the
The way
only
that we
one that,
track them.
this would be the only one I believe that we came across, is just making sure you get those policies documented.
I guess I'm surprised we don't have them, especially when we rely on 20+% for funding.
And maybe it's one of those things where somewhere in someone's office, there's something that's been in existence for a long time, but no one was able to provide them to us. So we had to take the stance that if they couldn't provide them, then they'd probably not be able to provide them to the feds either if they came in and audited.
In the audit reports that I read over my 5 years as the trustee, that take me back to roughly 2003, give or take a year or two. I don't think we've ever had $750,000 or more of grant money in a year. So this is probably the reason why we don't have them. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't, but it's probably why we don't.
Mm-hmm. And maybe this didn't become a big issue. I'm not going to say it wasn't always required because I honestly don't recall exactly what the requirements were years ago. But when the uniform guidance requirements for audits, single audits came out, and that's relatively recent. When the uniform guidance requirements came out, that's when they really hit federal policies and procedures hard. And that's when the federal government started saying, nope, you have to put in writing what your policies are to get these dollars. And I would have to agree that chances are you have not had enough federal revenue to trigger a single audit since the uniform guidance came out. But Jamie, we will look into if we can find any samples for you and maybe even check with some of our other townships to see if they have some samples that you could use.
Right, that'd be something we want to get on right away with all the other things we have coming up.
Next slide, Anne. So just to follow up on the comments that we had last year, I mean, 3 of the 4 comments we just talked about. These were comments that we put in writing last year. The financial statement prep still exists. Cash reconciliation, again, there was a significant progress made. The procedure of how it's being handled now is a good procedure to document it well. We just need to get Josh fully up and running and trained on BS&A so that we can be doing it timely. And then the fixed assets, we already talked about that quite a bit. The thing on the board minutes, if you recall last year, there were several DDA board minutes that were missing and no one was able to locate them. So we had to document that as a compliance issue. So here we're showing it as situations still exist because I follow up on it for 1 year, but next year it's going to go away in our letter because you're going to be 2 years out on the DDA. So that doesn't mean stop looking, keep your eyes peeled for them, but it's not something we're going to continue to report on. Any questions for us? Well, I want to thank everybody for how hard they worked. I know it's when you have so many changing of the guards, especially right near the end of the fiscal year, it calls for a very challenging audit. And I think everyone worked very hard and was very pleasant to work with, even when it was challenging and going through boxes of paper. So I really do appreciate how hard everybody worked with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So the presentation, I'm going to close that out. Oops. And go back to the agenda, I guess. Can you see the agenda back up?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, that finishes the audit presentation. And we didn't have any questions. No questions for Cindy at all? From the board? No?
I think we asked numerous questions during the presentation.
Right, yes, we did. Yes, we did. So, well, good to be able to ask at the point that she's going over things, I think. So it went over well.
I'm just
Great.
curious, Ann, how soon she'd be able to come in and work with Josh to try and get him on track for the reconciliations and things. Will she be able to do that, soon, like within a week or so, or?
Can I respond to that?
You sure can.
I can definitely, Josh, I'm not in the office tomorrow, but I'll be in Thursday. If you want to call Thursday, we'll look at a calendar and get some time set up. I definitely think having Jamie and yourself, and then whomever else wants to be part of it to go through the journal entries, I think that's really valuable. So I think we should do that. And then at the same time, we can talk about what the best fit and timeline would be for some assistance with the bank recs.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
So it looks like the two big ones are on this audit were the one that's always there or has been for over a decade, and the policies for the federal grants. Are those pretty much the two areas?
I would probably even categorize the fixed asset issue right up there and say 3 areas that we want to
Okay.
jump on.
Yeah, and I
Alright.
would say that the fixed assets, we've definitely got to dive into. I mean, right now, if Tammy and Mitch are the only two that have access to that component, we need to have them dive into what that all entails. That I think you called it, Jamie, the project tracking function. And I'm
Yes.
assuming, like any other function that BS&A has, they probably have a narrative of what it involves, I would guess anyways.
Well, that's what they're
yeah.
supported for.
Right. So we need to find out what we can, what all that involves, whether it's meeting minutes, because then you could note what meeting it was discussed at. So then finding the meeting minutes would be a lot easier for the auditors, or we just make copies as follow-up after each meeting. Tammy's indicating in a text chat that we currently don't have that component. So we don't have that module.
We don't have it as we don't pay for licensing for it, or we don't have access to it.
I'm just reading what she indicated, so I don't know what the
okay.
answer to that is. Sorry, Jeremy. It
Within the
says,
general ledger, which we have, which is our major software.
so we'll have to look into it.
Yes.
And I just thought of a question for Cynthia, if it's not too late. She's still on the line.
She's still there. As long as she doesn't think it's too late, it's not too late. We haven't
Oh,
gone
no,
on.
I'm here.
Yep. Okay.
Hey, Cynthia, so, over the years, normally included in the audit report are the responses by the township's executive board, which is made up of the superintendent, the supervisor, the clerk, and the treasurer. This year, I don't see any of the responses in the report, and I wondered why that was.
Well, the response, and I'm trying to remember what the previous in charge in the field did. Let me grab your single audit real quick. The legal requirement to include responses is only if it's in a single audit, a material weakness or a significant deficiency. So if you were to look in your single audit, you would see the responses at the end. It's going to be actually the very last page of the single audit. I don't know if you can see very well, but it has what the corrective action is from management, who's taking responsibility and when the planned completion of that is. And so we do have the response for the financial statement preparation and the fixed asset issue on the last page of the single audit. But then the other comments, there's no requirement to disclose those. So I have never put them in my management letter. It's not wrong to include it.
Yeah, they've been there in the past. That's fine. Fair enough. And I just would look at the other. Thank you. That's fine.
Tim, I think one of the reasons, because I sent an email to Cindy today, usually we have an exit interview after the audit, and we didn't do that this year. So Cindy noted that in her response to me that she met individually with the people that for each one of the findings and talked to them about it.
Yeah, during the audit this year, well, and I think last year just because COVID was so insane and crazy with everything going on, but with this year too, you know, you guys all work your own hours and different times and people are busy at different times, that it just seemed with the level of findings, the types of things we were running into, it felt more valuable on my end to be able to sit down with each of you individually to say, okay, here's what the issue is. Here's what we're running into. This is going to be a written finding. After the audit, let's sit down and go over this, or let's set up this game plan. And so we tried to meet individually throughout the audit to discuss those things. But that, whether we would have met as a group or met individually, that's not what affected whether or not I put it in the management letter. That's just never how I've written a management letter. So I would say that's just auditor preference of how I write my letters. I'm not opposed. If that's something that the board would like me to do next year, that's just not something I've ever done.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Cindy? Otherwise, then I don't know. Again, the way the agenda flows, we have the presentation and then we jump to public comments. Do we have any discussion amongst the board, I guess, in regard to this presentation? Anything there? Or are we ready to move on to public comments?
Are we going to talk about how we're going to rectify these on the next meeting, or do you guys want to do it now?
I guess that's what I'm asking. What you guys want to do. And when you say
Well, it seems like
rectify, I guess
special
what do you?
Well, I guess maybe a big, not necessarily a complicated word, maybe is, Jeremy, because I think we're not rectifying. We're trying to figure out, or discuss whatever the points were that some of us might have concern about. But,
Right.
But you know, since this is the topic of the special meeting, I think we should have board discussion now and not try to push it to a Monday night meeting.
I guess I would just, I mean, if the financial statement preparation controls have been there for a decade, and I know they may or may not be a big deal with the state, and a whole bunch of other townships have them, and all that fun stuff, but that doesn't make it right. And I'd like it to be right. And I'd like to hear what we would plan on doing as a board to push those things forward and get them resolved. How about that?
Well, some of it wouldn't be able to be resolved unless we had a, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
Cindy, but that we had a CPA on staff. So.
Right, and that's one of the
Okay, so
options
that's
that we
for this.
have is to push this forward. I think that Mr. Sutton brought that up in the previous regular board meeting, that he was looking to have a financial advisor / CPA or someone with those credentials to come in and help at the township level.
The only way we're going to fix them is to understand every adjustment and back it up so we can understand what the issue is and address each one individually. So if we have that list of 51, we start there and we ask for action plans and definition of the problem from both the treasurer's office and the clerk's office. in combination with the superintendent.
Right. I mean, I think that sounds good, Steve, in the sense that with the 51 adjustments, I guess for clarification, Cindy, and I should have asked this when Nate spelled it out, there was 51 adjustments and 14 government-wide. So it's not 51 minus 14, it's 51 plus 14. Okay, all right. I just want to clarify that. Okay, so we have 51 adjustments. So we need to, like you just indicated, dive into each one of those, because depending on what they were, the hiring of a CPA might not actually correct that. They're just internal issues. So we have to quantify the cost of hiring a CPA versus, and the benefit of doing that versus maybe the fact that 20 of those or 15 or whatever it is, a CPA would only be able to do, I guess, is what I'm getting at. To
Right, but
quantify the difference.
Well, there probably needs to be some training too.
Well,
you know,
right, exactly. Yeah, there's some, there's a learning curve, obviously, as she just addressed, where, your elected officials, not necessarily CPA with, or even an accounting background for that matter. So I think we need to dive into those individual ones, those 51 adjustments, and get like a summary report on those, Jamie and Josh, maybe, and Mitch.
Yeah, I have
Is
that.
it- Okay, but I mean, is there, we have the 51, if we had those, you take those and I guess give a narrative, a summary of them, just layman's terms, kind of, maybe, I'm just throwing that out there, and then get those out to the board members. And then we can go from there. I mean, not instead of going through all 51 right now, I guess, or what is the thought process of the board?
Well, I can start with the next ones, like I started with Allie in December and work with Cindy and Allie or whoever from Stevenson to know where I need to pull that information from in order to do that and when I would do it. I think the majority of them should have been done at the end of the year. And I was sick. Jane put out the whole entire tax roll this year by herself, and then she was sick and I was alone. And so it just didn't work out that way this year for us. But this next year, maybe hopefully we'll be able to get some time in to be able to do that still and knock out some of those first taxes right off the top. The ones that she mentioned and that I've been kind of following along with, I already started a list of some of them that look like they are something that, like the stump tax one, it looks like we receipt it, but then they record it because it was a previous thing for us. And so maybe that's an easy one that we would be able to do moving forward too, and that would take care of one of those as well. So maybe a few of those going through the 51, we can pick those out and kind of pick those things first, because I know the fixed asset one is going to be huge, and some of the healthcare ones, that'll be a lot too. While we're on the topic, and I know cash reconciliations was another finding, I had recently sent out an email to all the board members requesting that I would like because it is a function of the treasurer's office, for the bank recs to come back to the treasurer's office immediately. And talking with Cindy before, she said that I know she wants to give Josh a chance to learn how to do it, but we're a few months behind, and as long as it's okay if somebody's doing them and somebody's reviewing them, which has been told to me in the past, then I would prefer that the treasurer's office do them and the clerk's office can review them and sign them, and then we will finalize them and file them for the audit.
Wasn't it set up the way it is now by the last board? Because having you do them is kind of the fox in the hen house?
Not really, because the auditor said as long as somebody's doing them and somebody's reviewing, it's not a problem.
I thought it was the auditor that called it out in 2016, and that's why the board took the action. But I've been reading Public Act 2 of 1968 that governs the treasurer, and I don't see it as you stated it, that it's a statutory duty of yourself, Jamie.
It is a
There's a
statutory
separate-
duty, and I sent you that information attached to the email.
Oh, no, I'm reading MCL. I'm reading MCL 141.421. So I guess we can have that discussion offline, but I'm not in favor of moving that back to the treasurer office. We need to find a different solution, so there's a check for the board. That's just my opinion.
We might want to ask the attorney.
That's fine, we can do that. I'd like to hear the other board members' opinion of that.
Opinion of
Well-
what?
Jamie's request, I think is what he's asking. But I
Of
have a
the
different
attorney to
question for just
review
a moment.
the treasurer, about the.
No,
the
of
question
moving,
regard to-
of moving the cash reconciliation back to the treasurer's office.
Yeah, so are we still employing the dual signature on checks between the clerk and the treasurer?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Basically,
So,
what
but am I
Jamie's
reading-
asking is she would do the reconciliations, and then where now I'm doing those and then taking them over and having her go through, check the reconciliations and sign off. We would reverse those. She would do them. I would go through and basically go back over her work, sign the reconciliation forms, and then those would be logged.
Right, and my question was meant to point out to the board that the dual signature on checks begins to offer a control point that addresses the separation of duties between the collection of funds, which is the treasurer's office, and the disbursement of funds, which is the clerk's office. So it helps to separate those, maintain that separation by having the two signatures. So, I mean, just pointing that out.
We do currently, we do the accounts payable portion that is a function of the clerk's office now. But I actually have an idea that I would like to present to the board and maybe just give you an idea to think about it. It's kind of along the lines of some of the things that Jeremy was talking about, and I think it would give a little more controls for the checks and balances, and maybe give a little more relief to some of the concerns like Steve is talking about. But my idea is to create a controller position, and then that person would be isolated from actually working with the cash. They would be just controlling the things. My idea is to do a controller / deputy treasurer's position, and that person would do the bank recs, and they would review the daily deposits, those sort of things. My idea actually was that that person would actually take over the project tracking and relieve the superintendent and the assistant to the superintendent of that duty, because we have new people in that position. That would kind of lessen that, and they would take over those things, which would be kind of a controller position. They would actually only write the checks and possibly have somebody else doing the actual entering of accounts payable, and kind of just oversee things in the process for Old Orchard Park payments. Just kind of an idea that I've been thinking about, because I know that we have to find a solution and not just sit around and say who's doing what or whatever. So I thought that was the biggest thing that I had.
Jamie, I have a question.
Sure.
So when you have you were saying that this controller position would actually be a deputy treasurer. So that would put the controller position back in the treasurer's office, which means there wouldn't be necessarily autonomy, there wouldn't be the separation of duties.
It kind of would, because it goes back to kind of back in 2004 and before me, when I was just part-time in the treasurer's office, the deputy treasurer actually did all of the general ledger, did the bank recs, did all of the accounts payable, or not the accounts payable because I entered that, but it was kind of the same thing. She overseen all of the stuff, but she actually didn't handle the cash. So she overseen everybody else doing some of the things, and she just took care of all the reconciliation and the general ledger on top of it.
But didn't the prior board try to hire a financial director to do that very fact, except for the collection of cash which stays with the treasurer's office? So
actually,
why was it a bad idea then? And it's, I mean, I'm all for it, but I want to have that person have the, other than the receipt of money, that person is responsible for everything. But
that's right. They would be eliminated from the receiving of money. Now, the only other caveat to that would be, this is the difference to me between a finance director, two things actually, the finance director and a controller person that you already have on, well, a couple good things too. Controller person and a deputy treasurer. is the controller, they are the deputy, so you're not taking any duties away from the treasurer's office or the clerk's office. It would still be state statute. They would be performing their duties. Like if I was to have surgery or something like that, then it would be also my opinion to have the part-time person brought back to the treasurer's office to do the cash receipting, and myself would do the cash receipting, and I would do all of the functions of the tax roll, where Jane would be out of that process too, because then she could oversee that as well. Another good thing about that is that it costs a lot less than a financial director. You wouldn't be paying anybody else any benefit package. And I've already took a look at the budget to see where we could make some of that work, because obviously it would be a pay increase for Jane and to bring back the part-time person that was approved, but I don't have a budget for it this year, unfortunately. So it was just a couple ideas, and I just wanted to throw it out there, and maybe a few of us can sit down and take a look at it to make sure with the auditor that we can make sure the checks and balances are being taken care of. Another thing that this would do is by taking a couple of things like that off of other people's plates, we can concentrate on these other findings that we have, that we can really dive into those and get those taken care of and get a lot of the concerns of the audit adjustments off of the table.
Well, I'm all for looking at it, but I think it needs to be under the superintendent's office, as other townships have done in the state, but we can talk about it.
Well, I
And I'd
won't.
like to.
Oh, go ahead.
Go, Jamie. No, please go ahead, Jamie.
I'm not for taking my statutory duties away from the treasurer's office.
So in our audit reports that I started looking here in 2007, in 2008, when our audits were being performed by Riemann, before Stevenson started doing our audits, we had already started collecting up loads of the segregation of incompatible duties and segregation of duties deficiencies. So in 7 and 8, we had a segregation of incompatible duties, and the conclusion was that the township had decided that the cost of implementing the segregation of duties, as you were describing earlier, Jamie, didn't warrant the benefit of lower risk. Now, that's because we were probably significantly smaller back at that time than we are now. But starting in 2009 and coming forward for 8 more years, every year segregation of duties was on our audit report. So I just kind of look at that and go, I think the discussion is worth having, but I think that there's been enough opportunity for us to try to figure out how we're going to segregate this and make it right.
Tim, to your point, I'd have to go back and look at the year, but I think during that time frame is when the utility billing clerk was actually in the treasurer's office also, on top of all those other duties. And so we had the utility billing collecting the money and doing the billing as well.
Right, exactly. But that's only making the point that the two wrongs don't make a right. I mean,
Oh,
because
absolutely.
you were getting hit with a segregation of duties issue.
Yeah.
So to go back to it doesn't mean that we're making progress.
Oh, understood. That's why I'm saying that the controller deputy treasurer position would not go to the counter or handle the cash from Old Orchard Park. It would be done by myself and a part-time person.
Okay. So I still go, yeah, right. There's a lot. I mean, that's
It's a lot.
Yeah, I guess I go back to the 51, Steve's original comment, and the 51 adjustments. I feel, I mean, again, we can't go over each one of them right now, or I don't think that we should. I think that we should take the 51, or that's my thought anyways. You guys speak up, please. I'm not trying to speak for everybody, but my thought is we take those 50, that report, every board member gets a copy of it, and then maybe send that out right away if they haven't already gotten it. And then from there, though, we take that report and break it down to those 51 and kind of give a little bit of a narrative. Some of it's going to maybe be obvious, but for some of us that don't, some people that don't handle, that stuff, maybe it won't be. But we can take those and dive down a little bit to see, if they were just something that's easily corrected with some training, or if it's more involved, i.e. a CPA that's going to have to do it. So I think, that would be the first step, in my opinion anyways. I don't know what everybody else thinks.
Do we need a
I think
motion to
that's
that
what Steve
effect?
was asking for.
Yeah, I think that's what Steve was asking for. Is that what you were asking for, Steve?
I was just making a comment that we have to understand all the adjustments before we're able to develop really an action plan or a course of work. So I would
Right.
guess I'd leave it to the treasurer, the clerk, and the superintendent to report back to us with a narrative of those adjustments. And if there's a couple that are similar, just combine them. And until we see that detail, I don't think there's a whole lot we can do.
Okay.
I'd
That
also
sounds
like
fair.
to see some kind of thoughts on the resolution moving forward on what the individual offices think can be done to make sure that these adjustments don't keep hitting us year after year after year.
Okay.
I would like the board to officially say on this meeting that I can take the bank recs back, or I can't take the bank recs back, with the clear understanding of what my email outlined. And there's more to that.
I'd like to defer that until we've had some more time to consider it. I'm not prepared to make that decision tonight.
I don't think that we need to spend money to have the bank recs fixed and done in a timely manner. We could probably get them done in probably less than a week or so. Jane and myself.
Wasn't there a problem with bank reconciliations in the past, though?
Yes.
That,
there were.
yes, but not from the
During
when
my
they were.
5 years.
Yeah, that was when the, I'd have to go back and look. But when Jane was doing them, they were being done, and they were being done by the 12th of the month. Of the following month, obviously, which was what the previous superintendent was set as a goal. And we got to that point, and then they changed it to the clerk's office was doing them, and then the treasurer's office was reviewing them.
What kind of time frame should we expect on the outline of the executive board for the 51 adjustments?
I guess I see that as two different issues personally.
You mean the 51 adjustments and going through and doing a narrative on each one of them, or combining the similar ones? I'm just, we were talking about,
Yes, I understand that, but I think the bank recs is a very larger issue at this point.
fair enough. Let me separate that out for the specific 51 audit adjustments and the narrative to go along with those. What kind of time frame are we looking at for turnaround here? Are we going to have it by the next regular meeting, which I doubt, which is Monday? Are we going to have it by the following one? Should we make a motion and set the time frame? What are we looking at here? Anybody?
If they're already identified, it shouldn't take too much to go through them in detail and provide a general narrative of what the issue is and how to correct it. So I don't know, a couple weeks. Just a suggestion. I haven't seen them, so other than they were verbalized today.
Actually, Steve, I sent them to you a while ago.
Is that the
So-
list,
Well,
Jamie, that we got from Cindy? Is
Yeah,
that what we're talking about, the AGs?
yes, correct.
Okay, well, today is May 18th, or no, May 19th. I don't know what day of the week it is. It's the 19th, right? What is today?
It's the 18th. You were right.
I was right to begin with, sorry. Okay, so it's the 18th. Our next scheduled meeting is 24th, and then the first weekend in, or the first meeting in June is the 14th. I mean, I would assume we could maybe reconvene on the subject at the meeting on the 14th, but I'm guessing that we could have the narrative out prior to that, so that can be on the agenda and then discussed. Would that be a good goal? I mean, I would think we should be able to come up with a summary by the end of this month, would be my thought process. Clerk and treasurer, do you agree with that? And superintendent? Summary of those 51? Yes, no, thumbs
Yes,
up,
I'm
thumbs
here.
down? Huh?
I'm here Monday through Friday.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay, the goal will be to complete that by the end of this month, to get that to you, so that you as in the fellow, everybody on the board, and that we will be then discussing it on the June 14th meeting. Okay, is the board good with that goal?
Yep.
Well,
Okay,
then I so move.
all right. Yeah, and then, okay, in regard to the other question that Jamie had, I think the concern in regard to the fact that we're 5 months behind on bank recs, is that it's then causing a problem with being able to move forward. So she's asking in regard to, I don't know what kind of training or additional help that we need for Josh to complete those before, or make the determination, I guess, your question was, in delegation of duties or separation of duties, Steve, on whether or not we should do that switch or not. Amy's
Well, in the
indicating that
last
it
meeting,
says,
Josh asked for help for bringing in a CPA to help him, and I would first want to do that. I'm not willing to give up a check and balance at this point in time.
It's not a giving up of a checks and balance, and it's my statutory duty to do the bank reconciliations.
Again, Jamie, we'll have that discussion, but that's my opinion, and I'm one person, so.
And getting back to the 51 items, I made a motion to have those 51 items in the narrative, therefore completed by the regular meeting of June 14th.
okay, is there a second on that?
I'll support
I'll
that.
second that.
Okay, so there's a motion by Mr. Spencer, a support by Mr. Westerbarth, to have the 51, the budget adjustments that were done, which was 51, narrative and so on, back to the board and ready for discussion by the June 14th meeting. In order to be placed on the June 14th meeting, I should say. All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes,
Ms. McGuire,
Yes,
Mr. Wurstabarth,
Yes,
Mr. Palmer,
Yes,
Mr. Sutton, yes, Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. And I apologize for not calling that to a motion, Jeremy.
It's all right. It's a flurry,
Okay,
a fluffy flurry.
right.
All right.
Steve, I just found it. It was attached to the the email that I sent out is MCL 41.65 and 41.78 that states the treasurer should reconcile the township's bank statements with his or her records, which would be the bank statement that would be with our stuff. Reconcile the bank account balances, and all the cash and investment balances should be reconciled to the general ledger balances maintained by the clerk. The clerk maintains the general ledger, which books that has all the things booked to it. I reconcile the cash to the general ledger, which is where your checks and balances come into. And again, and it's recommended these reconciliations be done on a monthly basis. It is a duty of the treasurer's office.
We determined we were going to have the legal or the attorney review that and give a determination.
I would like to see that turned around in 2 days.
and I have another policy, a Public Act 2 of 1968, MCL 141.421, that I would like him to review and get back to the board because it has internal control statement in there that should be separated. So
It is separated.
have him
He
address
takes
that.
care of the general ledger and I take care of the cash.
okay, so we will get Mr. Friel's opinion on this. And today is Tuesday, by the end of this week. I mean, we can't count today, so, and I have no idea what Mr. Friel's court schedule is, but the goal would be to have that back by Thursday. Friday morning at the latest.
oh, it's got it, Thursday, Friday. Got it.
Hmm?
Nope, I was just thinking out loud, sorry.
Oh, okay, is that good?
I'd like to
Yeah,
hear
that's
from
fine
the
by
other
me.
board members, how they feel about it.
I already mentioned earlier that I didn't want to vote on it right now or agree to it because I wasn't prepared to do so. I really have to understand this as well. So I'm going to need Mr. Friel's input. And I think also we might need to consider how we're going to actually make sure that the reconciliations are indeed being performed on a monthly basis, because we've been led to believe, even on the 5 years that I've been on this board, that they've been being performed in a regular, timely manner, and we find out that they're not. So
I'd be
I'm not
happy to
interested in
work
that.
on whatever.
Yeah, so I'd like to see something on that, but that's what I'm thinking of right now. And thanks, Jamie, for your point on cooperation.
So I guess the last thing on here is the policies for the or that we need to talk about is the policies for grant accounting, etc.
Well, before we move on to that, I guess, Mr. Palmer, did you have any comments in regard to, I haven't heard any comment at all in regard to bank reconciliation?
Well, I actually, I like the idea of the clerk doing that. Cindy brought up during her presentation that the previous clerk had some problems with that, and she came in, give him some training, and then he was catching up and getting that brought into line, and it made significant improvement in that. I don't see why we wouldn't give our current clerk that same opportunity. I would like to hear from the clerk because one thing, if he doesn't get the training, when you come into something new and you haven't been involved in those kinds of things, I can understand where it's a problem. You dive into the deep end of the pool and you're over your head before you even know what you're doing. So Cindy was willing to come in a relatively in a relatively short period of time and give our clerk some instruction and training on how to do that. Now, if we don't go that route and that function goes back to the treasurer's office, then my concern is if the clerk doesn't have the training on how this is supposed to be done, what good is his going over the records after the treasurer has done them? If he doesn't understand how that works and how that is supposed to be done, it would be like, someone without any training, who's not a CPA, trying to come in and do an audit. You don't understand what's involved. You couldn't do that function. So I would like to hear from our clerk and get his input on this, because he's the one that's supposed to be doing this, and where we're at. If he doesn't feel that he can do it, then it should go back to the treasurer's office. It needs to be done, and it needs to be done on a regular basis, and it needs to be done soon. So that's my thought on that.
So to answer that, Bill, yes, it does. It needs to be done. It needs to be done soon. I've worked through the reconciliations with Jane, Jamie. I've had some help from Allie, Cindy. The issue that I'm having is specifically just the common account. And it is because there is so much activity coming from so many directions, and with not, I guess, unlike John, I didn't work in the treasurer's office, and I also don't have the municipal degree for finances that he was utilizing to do that, which when they originally moved that was part of the reason why they were moving, is John had that working understanding. So when I'm working with Jamie and Jane, the issue is we have funds coming in from Old Orchard. We have funds coming in from every direction, including grant funding. And inside the common account, sometimes funds will drop before or after, like you heard Cindy mentioning, like if we pay a bill, those have to be manually moved to the next month or possibly move back to the month before. And that's really the issue for me, is I don't know where all these are coming from and where they're going. And that's been the challenge that we're going over it. And it's It's literally what takes me days can take Jane and Jamie a few minutes, because when they look at it, that's what they're looking at every day. They know those transactions. They know what that dollar amount is. I'm only checking them outside of reconciliation on our checks. So, I mean, even if you guys were fine with Jamie catching up the common account currently, so we are caught up on that. That's really the issue. Is when I came in, I was new, and that common account had, unfortunately, a lot of adjusted journal entries. As you see, we had, I believe, 51 reported on there. Those all had to be entered as well. So it wasn't just learning how to balance the transactions. It was also balancing, closing out the year end, putting in adjusted journal entries. And at this point, I can honestly admit to you that I don't know what I'm looking at in there. And that's why we are still at January on the common account, because there's a lot going on there. Now, I did put forward to hire a CPA because I really felt that was my only option at that point. Jamie has presented another option that would save us funds and possibly allow them to get it under. I still would want to have that training with Cindy, because you are right, Mr. Palmer, I would need to be able to go over that common account and review it on a monthly basis for the checks and balances. So I still expect to get training with her on that, as well as my BSNA training that I've been waiting on for training as to doing those reconciliations and working inside of the BSNA software with the general ledger. So I guess we're really just trying to find the best fit solution that's going to get us back on track as far as current reporting, which I have to say, Ms. McGuire saying they could have that common account back up and accounted for within 2 days sounds much more relieving to me than waiting a few more weeks. I did present that option kind of out of distress for our last meeting as to where we were at. And like I said, I'm not perfect. I don't, have any illusion that I would be. I have kind of run at that with everything I can. And unfortunately, with COVID and everything else going on, it's hard to have somebody in here. Even the BSNA training that previous employees received in person, I will be receiving virtually. Cindy and her group have been great, because that's been the only real face-to-face instruction I've been able to get outside of working with Jamie and the other people in the office here. All of our other training has been virtual. So it's not like having somebody there helping you go through it. It's more like watching it and then trying to replicate it. So it's just been timely for me to watch those videos, watch little clips, and then try to replicate and teach myself versus having somebody here going through it like everybody else did pre-COVID. So I guess our end is just more to get this caught up. We need to know where the finances are. Looking to do that as diligently as possible while not spending a ton of money. So that's why I said, even if you guys were comfortable while we're reviewing and doing this, for Jamie and Jane to be able to catch up at least our common fund. So we are up to date, and then whether you guys want to proceed with that being switch duty once we're caught up, whether that's going to be a CPA, a deputy treasurer, however we want to do that. The long short of it now is we do need to get that account caught up. That is where all of our money comes from for everything every month. I think you're muted, Tim.
I don't think so. Doesn't say it.
I see his lips moving, but no worries.
Sorry, my mistake.
There.
I was muted on my headset.
I was going to say, I didn't do anything.
Josh, yeah, you're fine now. So Josh, I wanted to say thanks for your comments, and I had a couple questions. The first was that you're saying that the only account that hasn't been reconciled is this one, the common account, which is this complicated and rather busy account. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, because it seemed maybe Cynthia, it sounded maybe the question earlier during your audit report, were you overstating the amount of accounts that were not being reconciled? I really walked away from your presentation with a much more grave sense of how many accounts or how much reconciliation had not been done and to date. And so is this one account that, why don't you take a moment and just try to characterize what you meant?
I'm opening up the work paper just so I can speak accurately. When I did the testing
Sure.
of the accounts to see where we were at, I was testing what was reconciled for January 2020 through December 2020. So John had done everything through October. And then for November and December was where there was a lag. And so everything was done timely. They were printed out of the system timely, and you could see the print date from the system as
Right.
well. You could see the sign off from being reviewed by the treasurer's office. But then once we hit the November and December, which would have been that transition period, they weren't reconciled until February, March timeframe. I did not
Right.
go in my testing past that. And what I think
Right.
I'm hearing is that maybe they've caught up the savings accounts, but the general, the common cash, the common checking, which is the big one, hasn't been touched. And so I think that's what I'm hearing.
Right. Yeah. that's what I
Yes,
thought I
yeah,
heard.
we've ran it that one. Well, I've ran it that one several times, and that really is the issue that I've talked to you before about, Cindy, is it's just, you have any chargebacks, any bounce checks. I mean, it's not an easy task. For any of you who know me and have worked with me, I go at things very hard, and I don't accept defeat well, but I've ran at this. I have talked with Cindy, I have talked with Jamie, talked with Mitch and Ann, and a few of you as well. And that's, I'm really looking for how we're going to solve this, get us caught up, and what is going to appease everybody, but what's going to be the best solution for us, because we need to get it caught up. And going forward, that's very important for a lot of the information we're looking for, is having that account caught up with the rest.
Right, and I guess I'll just chime in a little bit with what Bill said, because I was kind of thinking the same thing. I mean, I understand that it was done by the treasurer's office before. I know they'll be able to, they have, they're familiar with them, but then to have the checks and balance, if the clerk who's doing the checks doesn't have a clear understanding of what it is that he's supposed to be doing, it's kind of like, you're just saying, yep, that's good, without having that checks and balance. I mean, and I'm not implying, Josh, that you would do that. I'm just saying, I don't know if I'm assuming that Jamie, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, you're given, if somebody tells you, if John told you that it's balanced, you go in and you're going to look at certain things to indicate, well, how was it balanced? Was it balanced by clearing something out? Was it balanced, or how was it balanced? And you're going to sign off on that.
Correct.
So if the person doesn't know on what they're, signing off on, and they're just signing off, then in theory, the checks and balance, is an issue. So, I hear what you're saying, Bill. So, I guess we need to.
Yeah, and I think it's, I thought it was a good move to have the clerk have those duties as a separation of duties. I still think that's a good idea. I think, Cindy said she's willing to come in and work with Josh to get this up and going. I would like to, see that happen.
Josh, when we spoke a couple of weeks ago about this account, you indicated that there were some other reasons that might have been involved in making this account hard to reconcile. Are you finding that the transactions you need to reconcile have actually been entered in a timely manner?
Well, it's the understanding of when we receive some things get posted in different months. And that's really the struggle. I don't see all the deposits coming in like Jamie does. So when we receive grant funding, it might post inside of a month, but it's not accounted for in the system because of when we were supposed to receive it versus when they actually send it to us. So that's what I mean. It's overwhelming. And when we're talking about this kind of money, I don't want us to be sitting there with it just sitting because we don't know where it's at. So that's where I said it's frustrating, because I can walk over to Jamie's office and ask her a question, give her an amount, and she can literally turn around, grab the file and show me where it's at. and explain it. But for me, I haven't done this. I guess I don't understand why a municipality has money going in different directions. And that's something Cindy's worked with me on, as you hear her explain. Like if we end up paying a bill early inside of a month, that has to be managed to actually account inside of the month it's supposed to. And with our
Right.
common account, that's everything coming in and everything going out. And that's where it's been frustrating for me is that there's just a lot of variables. There's a lot there. And I mean, I hand it to Jamie because I call her and she can give me that with a line item number, but it's understanding the why, the why is it there where she gets that. And that's what makes it hard for me to track it down is we're receiving things pretty much, I would say sometimes in like a 90-day window. And you can even get chargebacks for somebody who paid their water bill, but then the check bounces inside the next month. So that's what I mean in that common account, you're accounting for all of those things as they're moving. If we took the $74, but a check bounced in the beginning of next month, when I'm going through my rec, when I go to the next month, there's going to be another minus amount as opposed to the positive amount we take out.
That's right.
So if you get what I'm saying, yeah, it's just
I do.
it's kind of falling all over, and I just, she knows where it is. Like I said, it's looking at that. She's shown me what she does for reconciling and where it's at. Because if she finds something wrong, you see it on the end reconcile report, shows us everything where to check over those total amounts that's presented back. Where on my end, I'm trying to present to her total amounts, and I'm just, I'm having trouble getting that total balanced amount out and walking over. And that's why I said we've worked on the other accounts. Our other accounts have interest, have stuff in and out, LDFA. It's basically our checks in and out. They're just strictly money going in and out in an organized way, where our common account is the dump all of dump all. And it is, it's intimidating for me because this is our government funds and it's what's paying all of the bills and everything else. And I'm also learning interfund transfers and other things, which is why I said this is just, it is like Bill said, you kind of get in and you're drowning. At first you're like, oh, this isn't too bad. But as you start running, there's a lot of duties. And this is one of them that just I've struggled with. And that's why Jamie had offered up her idea, as well as I had offered to you guys a CPA. And I mean, that's really just making sure the money is accounted for. So every month when we're spending, we're good. And then the superintendent's office knows where their money is for anything they need to do as well.
But I think that it's been said already on this call that, it's not, nobody in this township is expected to walk in and assume any of these positions off the street. Every single one of them is required training. And we were somewhat, I guess, lucky because John had that training from the treasurer's office. And so as the clerk, it made it his job a lot easier and made it possible for us to split those two roles. But I guess my point here, Josh, is that it's still the job, and I'd really like to see you learn the job. And even though it's been 6 months since you assumed the role, I'd really like to see you actually try to get your arms around it and not throw in the rag quite so quickly.
You
Right,
also
no,
need
and
that because
that's
if you don't understand it, it's not just about you in that office. It's about that office in the future as well. And if you don't understand it and we set up and we change the way this works, the next person might claim ignorance or even apathy. And if they don't know and they don't care, then how do we know that they're signing off, that they're actually even looking at it, which is the point of having the clerk's office do the reconciliation.
Understood. And the only reason I allowed it to go to the clerk's office is because of because John did have a degree in government accounting and because he did the bank recs previously. Otherwise, I would not have allowed it to go there. It is a duty of the treasurer's office. And like the auditors, I have the email, as long as somebody is doing the audit and then somebody's checking it, that's all, there's the checks and balances for that. I understand somebody needs to know what they're doing when they're checking it. I get that. But the actual bank rec is my responsibility to do.
Well, I'll make a motion that we postpone this pending clarification on the two MCLs that were stated today. And I think it's going to involve more of a conversation amongst the board for the long-term solution.
So the board is responsible, the entire board will be responsible for what happens with the bank recs, correct?
Well, as it's been going on for 6 months, I can't see another few days it's going to cause a major problem, Jamie.
Yeah,
It's been
thank
6
you, and I
months.
support the motion.
I'm sorry, I missed what the motion was.
Postpone this item until clarification of the 2 MCLs that were stated from the treasurer and Mr. Worcesterbarth. And it will involve a longer or a more in-depth conversation for a long-term fix for the township amongst the board.
Okay, and
Yeah,
that
I
was supported
supported
by
that.
Mr. Cummings. All right, so there was a motion by Mr. Westerbarth and support by Mr. Cummings. Are you ready, Josh?
Yep.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Westerbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
No,
Mr. Cummings,
Yes,
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
he's on mute.
Sorry, yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes,
Ms. Richards,
No, motion carried. Okay, are we done with the discussion then on the budget? I guess there was one more thing, Jeremy, you talked about the, sorry, I just lost it.
Oh, the
policies and
policies for-
procedures.
yes.
Yeah, so I think what, in my thought there is, I believe that, Cindy said that she had good examples of school, school type policies. And she thought that Nathan might have policies for government and he was going to look into that. My thought is we'll follow up with him on that. And then I'm assuming that there's, you know, some kind of examples out there. So we need to do a dive into that to see where we need to.
I'd say send over the school board examples as well.
Yeah,
I know Ms.
right.
Scott said that they're probably a little overbearing for a municipality, but it's
Mhm.
easier to cut stuff out than it is to add it, right?
Right, right. Yep. So we'll definitely dive into that. And I don't know, I mean, if you're,
Actually,
I was gonna say,
I
there,
was gonna say
there
you're
is,
gonna dive,
oh,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Tim.
No, go ahead, Mitch, you haven't spoken for a while.
There are very basic templates, and basically what these do, and you're gonna only set them once, because they're gonna apply to all federal grants. Okay, it's real basic stuff like, you know, post-award monitoring and what would be an unallowable cost, or how did you do the budget development for that grant project, things like that. They're real basic, and it's just a overview thing that you're saying, look, we're going to try to follow these things when we do a project that may involve federal grant funds, and you keep that kind of off to the side. And then if you get a federal grant, you apply for it and you get it, then you're just using that to just make sure that you do things kind of what the federal government wants you to do. If they say there's 3 steps, you make sure that you're going to do those 3 steps, and nothing really complicated. It's not complicated. I would say that this is just something that the township just have these. They should just sit off to the side, and when you get a federal grant, then you go, oh, we got to pull it out, dust it off a little bit, and go, okay, did we develop the grant the way it was supposed to? But that's, once you kind of get in that mode, you'll just stay in that mode.
okay, so it sounds like Mitch has some experience with that too, so.
Yeah,
we
it's
can-
not
pull
it's
those
not
out.
super complicated. I mean, we're talking about a document that might be 10 pages or less for all of it.
So who is it that's going to be responsible for putting these policies and procedures together?
Well, I'm kind of surprised that whenever the township first got its first federal grants, that wasn't a policy setting when you accepted the award of the grant. So I'm a little surprised there, but we'll grab.
It
I'll
is.
get
Your
something
point is well
together and put
taken.
it together. So
Your point is
I
very well
don't think
taken, Mitch.
I think it should only take us a meeting or two to formulate basically a boilerplate, this is how we're gonna use it for the township going forward.
Okay, so you made a very good point, Mitch, you know, that we do have had to
Yeah.
need it. I mean, it's part of our, a part of the criteria for asking for money and then receiving the federal funds, whether we receive $750,000 more than or less than. I mean, it was a requirement no matter what.
Well-
It's just that now that we've received more than 750K, it's come to light that we didn't
Yeah.
have these procedures in place. So, but I want to dissent with you on the topic or on the point that you just mentioned that it's only going to take a couple of meetings for us. Well, now that's where I really strongly have to say, I'm not interested in 7 people sitting with typewriters hoping to crank out some Shakespeare here.
Oh, no, no, no.
It shouldn't be that way. Yeah, what I'd
No,
like
no,
to do is ask my question again, Mitch.
Sure.
Who is it that's going to be responsible for actually writing these policies and procedures? And that means just a draft. I mean, I'd find if we have to review it as a board, but who's responsible for putting this together? Is it a matter of the
I'm not sure
treasurer?
I'm not sure there's I don't know who would be the responsible party, but I think it's something, I think honestly, between myself and the people that work here, we can generate that. And then I'm thinking if we generate it, we get it reviewed by the legal counsel. And then we just bring it to a meeting and we should be set. Unless there's some massive questions, it might be solved in one meeting. If there's lots of questions about it, then it may take 2 meetings.
What meeting are we referring to here, Mitch? I'm confused.
I'm saying bring it
meeting, a special
bring it
session,
bring it to a board meeting as an agenda item of here's a draft of a policy that will meet all the federal rewards going forward and for existing.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
then the board could say yes, no, or what about this? What about this? And then we can come back and, if there were questions, answer them, and maybe that would take another meeting to finally get it approved. But I don't see this as a huge drawn out process. And I definitely don't, I'll be honest, I don't think that this should be something that the board would formulate. I think, like I said, this stuff is kind of boilerplate. You just produce it. And I hate to say, and then the board, you're just going to look at it and go, okay, yep, it meets all that basic criteria. It's been reviewed by legal counsel, pass it.
Okay. Well, if we've got a little side chatter going on with, I'm sorry, Ms. McGuire, but you really shouldn't be commenting to the public in the chat while we're having a discussion here on the.
That in the
amongst
protocol?
board.
I guess I was answering a question.
We're not in public comment right now.
Okay.
Well, then the
So-
public shouldn't make comment. I mean, sadly enough, the public makes comment and is doing accusatory things, but in regard, either way, we should not be engaging. That's why when people ask me a question, I don't.
Okay.
Whether or not whatever they're throwing out there, I would. Yeah.
So I'm going back to where we are here with Mitch. So Mitch, my thought here would be that we as a board may not have knowledge, since we didn't already have these policies in place. Ms. McGuire didn't have them written, if it was indeed hers to write in the first place.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Well,
know. I'm just saying
okay.
we don't have them. That's what I'm
Wow,
saying. Our
okay.
supposition point.
Tim, okay, stop. I'm just going to say this. You just acknowledged that Ms. McGuire should not engage in a public comment and have comment, but yet you read the public comment and then are engaging
No, I didn't.
verbally in it.
No, I
because you
didn't.
just
I have
indicated, yes,
not.
you did, because
I have
you're
not
reading
opened my
something
public
about
comment
Ms.
whatsoever.
McGuire writing
No.
a policy,
No,
which is
I have
actually
not-
what Mr.
no.
Weed just pointed out in his comment. So
I did not
So-
see the comment. I have not opened my comments whatsoever. I am sitting here looking at my notes that I had prior to this meeting that I want to open up this topic about. So again, we're back to the question here with Mitch, and the question here is this. I don't feel that this board has the experience to review or to produce as a group what these policies and procedures are supposed to be. I don't know who is supposed to do it. I don't know, as I said, I don't know if it is Jamie who needs to do it, or if it is you, Mitch, or if it is the CPA. I don't know. But I am saying that I don't agree with Mitch's approach that we are supposed to be 7 people with typewriters writing out these policies and procedures. I don't think that is incumbent upon us. So I'm asking my question for the 4th or 5th time at this point. Who is going to be responsible for writing the policies and procedures? That's it. Give me that answer, and then I'd like to make a motion, but I want an answer to that question. Otherwise, we're getting nowhere. So who is actually going to be the person that will to be the control point for this?
I would think it would be the project tracking people, because that's what it's in regard to, along with the help of the policy committee. Personally, I mean, I don't outsource it or do whatever or get the things from Nate that he mentioned, but
I guess I can't speak to what it is that we're, who should be drafting it until I know what it is that is actually outlined in the policies and procedures that indicate, I believe that Cindy said they were outlined in the one grant.
Yeah, there's
were
some
they not?
information in the audit report. Well,
It's-
yeah, there's information in the audit report itself as to what these
Right, I
entail, but
understand. They have
again,
categories,
I don't think
right,
that's-
but no, right.
I don't think it's inclusive. That's or all inclusive is what I mean. So I'm saying I don't know what should be and what shouldn't be there.
Right.
So again, you know, I'm asking a hard question. Apparently, who is it that should be responsible for this? Because ultimately, without this, we stand to be in trouble for the money that we do currently have, that we receive from the federal government, from USDA at least, right? That's our primary source. And I don't want to get us into a situation where this audit report having already been reported to the state, that we get into trouble with the USDA or any other funder, and that we, you know, I don't want to have to give back our money because we violated an agreement. And I certainly don't want to get, and I don't want to get on a do not fund list because we don't have these policies and procedures in place. So what I'm trying to get at here is how can we get there as quickly as possible, and who is the person who's responsible for it? That's all I'm trying to get at here. So, so you know, is there a volunteer? Is there? I mean, I hear Jamie's point about the policy committee, but they're probably no more qualified to write it than I would be, because I don't know where I would begin on this one. So is it a control point, somebody who's maybe not writing it, but who can play a receipt point for information from Cynthia, from our project leaders, you know, like Roe, for example? I mean, is that how we're going to take this? Somebody compile this information?
I see several points here, Tim, to your points underneath the resolution for the superintendent that kind of speak to that. There's actually 4 or 5 that would probably fit that he would be overseeing something like this.
Okay.
I guess my thought would be that the superintendent, i.e. Mitch, will actually check into this for us, okay? To see what is all involved, to see if there's examples, to see if there's just formats. Maybe that's checking with Rick Freeman to see if, I'm assuming we're obviously not the only government entity that they do engineering for and do grant applications. Maybe they have another community that they already know that this policies and procedures is in place. So we consult with a few people and then come back to the board with the findings, and then go from there in regard to, is it something that we can internally draft, or is it something that we have to farm out? So I don't think it's in my opinion, isn't an answer a yes or no, or a set person is who's going to draft them. We need to find out a little bit more, I guess, and get back. But I would say that the lead would be Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, fair enough. So then I move that our superintendent develop, collect, or draft missing policies and procedures governing the handling of federal funds by Oscoda Township for review and possible adoption at the 6/14 regular board meeting of the Township Board.
Is there support for that motion?
Support.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Cummings and support by Ms. McGuire.
Mr. Cummings, could I have you repeat that motion one more time?
I'll put it right in the chat.
Thank you, sir.
Right, or we can go back and listen in the recording because it's recorded.
Very good.
So there's a motion by Mr. Cummings and support by Ms. McGuire in
Isn't
regard
that
to the
supposed to
policy.
say superintendent?
I'm sorry, I meant to say superintendent. I said treasurer. That's right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, are we ready for a roll call then?
Yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Wurstabarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes. Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Okay.
Good.
Are we done with the discussion on the audit presentation then? Are we ready for public comment? Anyone? Okay, I'm taking that we're ready for
Yep.
public comment. So with that, the public, if you have a comment to make, again, you should be able to unmute yourself. So either use the raise hand feature or just go ahead and unmute yourself to make public comment. Hello? Okay, not seeing anybody. I move that we adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's call this regular board meeting to order, May 24th at 7:02. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to
To
the
the
flag
Flag
To the flag
of
the United States
United
of America
States of America,
and to the republic
to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
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 under God,
under God,
indivisible,
visible,
with liberty
liberty
and
and
liberty
justice
and
for
justice
all.
for
all.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, let me just admit some more people that just came in, and then they're gonna really love the news I tell them. Okay, so first on our agenda is closed session. We are gonna go in, we're gonna need a motion to go into closed session. At that time, everybody that is here zoomed in will be put into the waiting room, okay?
Don't forget roll call.
Right,
You have to
but I'm
roll
kind of
call.
going over, okay, I guess, all right, I'll start with roll call, sorry, I apologize. Okay, roll call, please, sorry.
Mr. Cummings,
Here.
Ms. McGuire,
Here.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Here.
Mr. Sutton here, Mr. Wurstabarth,
Present.
Ms. Richards,
Here, sorry, I jumped the gun. Okay, now I'm talking about closed session. We have 47 participants. We obviously have 7 board members and a superintendent and an attorney on the line. All of those people will be going into closed session. Once we go into it, everybody else that's here, so roughly 39 people, will be going into the waiting room. So it's going to take me a couple minutes to do that, okay? So just so you know, public, we're going into closed session. I'm not sure how long that will be. Could be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, not sure. When we come out of closed session, I will bring everybody that is in the waiting room back into the meeting, and then we will carry on the meeting. There is no action that can be taken during a closed session. Any action would be taken when we come out of closed session. All right, but in that time period, I mean, you feel free, if you don't want to wait around in the waiting room, you can get off the line and dial back in, and I can then let you into the meeting then. I'm just giving you that information because I don't know how long you're going to be sitting there, and there's no way for me to be able to give you any updates, okay? So I just want to make sure I'm as clear as, hopefully not mud. So anyways, does that make sense to the board?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
So with that, can I please get a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make a motion to close session to discuss the superintendent evaluation and contract extension.
Support.
Support.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. McGuire and support by Mr. Sutton to go into closed session to discuss the superintendent evaluation and contract extension. Roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Wusterbarth,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Ms. Richards.
Yes, motion carried. Again, to the public, I am now going to be putting you into the waiting room. When we come out of closed session, I will bring you back into the meeting, or like I said, feel free to call back in if you get bored and don't want to wait. So that is what I'm doing now. So Township Board, just kind of hang on. And when we come out of closed session, there will be next on the agenda is agenda additions. After that is public comments. Okay, so. All right, everybody. Sorry for the delay. We were in closed session. We had a motion by Mr. Palmer, support by Ms. McGuire to come out of closed session. We are now back into open session. Bill, are you guys all, oh, you guys are probably all muted, aren't you? I'm gonna have to go through. Sorry. Okay. Where's everybody? All right, so I'm gonna have to go back through and unmute board members again. Jamie, Josh. All right. Again, apologize for keeping everybody in the waiting room. We're gonna get started here in just a minute. Jeremy, you're there. Bill, Jamie, Josh, I see. Where did Steve go?
Tim's still muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying. Oh, there goes Tim.
I'm back.
Okay, Tim, you should be good too.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Let me find Mitch. Okay, why can't I find Mitch? Okay, Mitch. Okay, did I get everybody then, board wise? Everybody on?
Yep.
Sorry. And is the share screen still the meeting?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So we've come out of closed session. We are now to the point of agenda additions. On Friday, we discussed a few things that needed to be changed. We did not amend the agenda at that time. We are going to do that now based on my notes from Friday. First of all, I'm going to start with adding under consent agenda, but it's an action, actually not part of consent agenda, just above subcommittee reports. I'd like to add action from closed session discussion. Then under superintendent's report, I would like to move meter pit purchase that was originally underneath other up to number 7. Then under other, under number 4, we would like to add bank statement reconciliation. That will then change the numbering. So then it would be under number 4, micromanagement. You'd then go bank statement reconciliation. That would make recommendation for hiring CPA number 6, Chamber of Commerce number 7, proposed board protocol change agenda number 8. Number 9 would then be website content review. We are going to remove, we'd like to remove zoning board of appeals appointment and planning commission appointment. Those items would be removed. That would make number 10 part-time clerical for treasurer's office request for appropriations. And then number 11 would be MTA dues subscription. Again, we moved meter pit up. So that would make number 12 violation of flag code complaint. Sorry, said it again. And then number 13, we'd like to add Skeel Avenue LOI. Is there a motion to approve those agenda additions?
I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda additions.
There's a motion by Ms. McGuire and support by Mr. Sutton to approve those agenda additions. As I just went through, roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Wurstabarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Ms. Richards.
Yes, motion carried. Next on the agenda is public comment. We do have 2 public comment periods. The first public comment period is for things that are specifically on this agenda. So it must be something that we plan on talking tonight. So if you'd like to talk about an agenda item this evening that is on the agenda, now would be the time to do that. So if you could please use the raised hand feature. And again, I apologize to the public, you know, there's about 50 people or so, along with some people that are here to present this evening and so on, that that we are so late getting back to the meeting. So I am sorry for that. Again, public comment at this point in time in the meeting is for something that is on the agenda. Please use your raised hand feature. I have not seen any so far. If you wish to speak on something that we might be acting on this evening, now is the time to do so. Okay, I had thought, I believe Belle, unless Belle is not on here, Belle had sent a text that indicated that she wanted to talk. Belle, if you're here to talk about something that we're acting on tonight, you're going to want to talk now and not at the end. So. Okay, I do see one raised hand. Find that. Okay, where's the raised hand? Oh, Anthony Mariani. Okay, Anthony, I'm clicking on. Okay, you should be able to speak now, Anthony.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
If you could state,
Yes.
obviously you just stated your name, but just your address.
5862 North Lake Road, Oscoda Township.
Okay. All right, you have 4 minutes.
Okay, just to be clear, I just jumped in, getting in here late from a meeting myself. We on the agenda tonight that I read, it is discussion about the Holiday Inn Express, correct?
Yes, we have received an LOI on that property.
Okay, great.
For that, yes.
Okay. I'll just start out real quick with the fact that I think it's wonderful that a Holiday Inn Express is interested in the area. I think that it would bring a lot to the township along with the rest of the resorts. My concerns would be the fact that the location. I don't think that the location would be an area for a 4-story building. And I definitely have to do some research tomorrow from what I found out, but I didn't know our ordinance would be approved or be already available for a 4-story building. We've attempted to do some buildings in the height of that, and the ordinance did not allow that. However, maybe there's overlooking for that or changes for that type of building. I think the area needs a Holiday Inn Express, and I think it's a wonderful thing for the area along with all the resorts, pillow tax revenue. But I think the township needs to consider the fact that we need things like this. We need growth. We need things, and I'm excited for something like this opportunity. But I think they need to consider that jumping on an opportunity with the Holiday Inn Express, the location is important. I don't think the area is fitting for it. However, I'll wait to hear how the meeting goes tonight, and we'll have another opportunity. But I support it. But I think in the group I sat with today and myself, it's just definitely not the location for it, especially the size and what the building will bring. But the Holiday Inn Express is great. So I appreciate the time. And I think it's wonderful you guys have an opportunity like that to bring to the township. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tony. All right, I see another raised hand, and actually Belle is not sure how to raise her hand. So once I do this next raised hand, I'll then go to Belle. Okay, so I have a 248-830-1575. I'm asking them to unmute. I don't know if there's a delay, but 248-830-1575. I have indicated.
Good evening, Ann. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rick Kowal, and I am the owner of Lake Street Cabins, which is right on Lake Street across from the Oscoda Beach Park, which is one of the greatest assets that this community has. I would like to read a brief statement and go from there. I know that Oscoda is trying to better the area, however, feel that the central hub is not a location for a hotel. It seems odd that for years and years, the city did not have an interest in acquiring the last remaining house. Finally, some brighter-minded people did just that. We were hopeful for a continuance of development. The park into event area was a long-term goal. The greatest asset Oscoda has is the beach. Once it's gone, it's gone. Of all areas to be used as a sacrificial lamb, that is not it. There are other locations that have strong possibilities for this type of venue. Some of them along 23. A hotel room with 90 rooms will change the landscape and block out views from surrounding properties, not to mention the vehicular traffic between vendors, guests, staffs. Calculating round trips and location of a 90-room hotel would probably result in over 240 vehicles added to an already tight area. This traffic is much better suited for US 23. There are other potential uses for that land in Oscoda. If the township is dead set on selling it off for development, the proposed building will most likely need to be multi-story, forever changing the skyline of that area. And what impact would they have on our residents, tourists, and local rental community that strive to survive in the area? They depend on the beach for the success of their business. I would think long and hard about the future of the area and forever negative impact this type of development could have. I applaud the board and all its members for moving forward and having forward thinking, but think hard and long. The history that is behind the township that has had stagnant growth cannot be made in one deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. I don't know if Josh did, but can you say your name again?
Yeah, my name is Rick Kowal, Kowall, 107 North Lake Street.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
All right. Yep, okay. Oops, sorry, I have to let somebody in. All right, Belle, let me just find you. Okay, Belle, I just hit ask to unmute. You should be getting some kind of a message.
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could, obviously I just stated your name, but if you could say your address, please.
Okay. Belle Flora, 5410 North US Highway 23, Oscoda.
Okay, thank you. And you do have 4 minutes to speak in regard to an agenda item this evening.
Certainly. I'm the treasurer of the CVB, and I've been in that organization for 25 years. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars marketing this community. What we market is Oscoda naturally, all the beauty, all the things we have to offer. One of our big assets is the Oscoda Beach Park. When I first heard about the Holiday Inn Express coming, I jumped up and down. One of our forefathers' mistakes was not allowing the Holiday Inn that's in Tawas to be part of Oscoda and Asable at the mouth of the river. And I think most of us in the lodging industry regretted that. Having a flagship motel would be awesome for this community, no doubt, hands down. However, at the sacrifice of one of our major attractions, the pier that you guys just put all that money into, and the beauty that we have downtown is going to change terribly. We're going to have huge amounts of people. I know what it's like here at when we had Lake Trail with the people on the beach. Our locals filled that beach. I don't know where the people from the motel would actually go. So I think it would be a grand idea if we could talk to the people and see if we could find a different location for them and still try to encourage them. I also applaud you guys for the job that you're doing. You're proactive, and we do need that. So don't think that we're against everything that you're doing. It's just that location needs to be preserved.
Thank you, Belle. All right, anybody else for public comment again on this? Sorry, let somebody else in. Just so we have a chat feature, but bottom line, I have a hard time managing a meeting along with people making comments in the chat. So if I don't, I don't necessarily respond to people. That's why. So that being said, if you have a comment, if you could use the raise hand feature, and then the phone, there's a bunch of phone calls. Guess I have to go through one at a time. I don't know how else to do it. Anybody have any suggestions?
It appears that Deborah Roush is trying to speak. It appears that Deborah Roush is trying to speak, but she's not sure how to indicate that.
Okay, is that like from the chat or something, or what?
Yes.
Okay, Deborah, what's your phone number?
And I think she's actually signed on to the meeting.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, I think it just buzzed by her. Okay, there she is. Deborah, I just hit the ask to unmute button.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
If you could
let me turn that down.
State your address, please.
I actually live in New York, but I have 2 homes in Oscoda.
Okay.
Do you want my home address in New York, or?
Just one of your property addresses here in Oscoda, that'd be great.
Okay, 513 Ogama.
Okay, All right, and you have 4
Okay.
minutes to speak on something in regard to an agenda item tonight.
Okay, well, obviously I don't live there full time, but I do vacation there and I have a lot of family there. And I was kind of shocked when I heard about this. It just seems like it just popped up last Friday on Facebook, and I'm not sure how long this has been talked about, but it just seems like it all of a sudden just came out of the blue that they're gonna build this big hotel right there, at the beach. And I know a lot of people online were kind of concerned about, putting it there, and that there's a lot better uses of that land for the township. And I grew up right across the street from that area, and I just can't imagine putting a 4-story building like that in that location. So I would just like to say, like I said, I don't live there, but I frequent there a lot. I bring my family there in the summertime, and I just think that it's a bad idea to put something like that there. Oscoda's a unique town, and I just don't think that we need a huge building like that right on our beach.
Okay, all right, thank you, Deborah. Sorry for the
Thank
technical challenges there. Okay, I do have another raised hand. Dirk. I'm gonna hit ask to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Dirk Thompson, Hunt, 6910 Knollwood Court, Oscoda. I just real quick wanted to, like one of the previous people said, that piece of land has been wonderful with the arts and the festivals there. I was so excited when the township was able to purchase that. However, a hotel like this, which we desperately need, like other callers, cannot argue with that. But to put it on that piece of land when our beaches already are full in the summertime, could you actually two? The fact that this company was only formed a few days ago has raised some questions with me. And also, and I forgot. So just, I do remember. My other concern is that over a period of time, and I've worked with projects like this, but over a period of time, more of the historical little cottages in the area will gradually be bought up. And as it is now, I really think such a building in that location would be an eyesore. And would just urge you to look at your hearts and remember what that area has meant to us for such a long time, and ask yourself if this is the right improvement. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I do not see any other raised hands. Oh, actually one just popped up as soon as I said that. Ed Smith. Just find you. All right. Just hit ask to unmute, Ed. Oh, sorry. I might have clicked it too quick. Wait, sorry, Ed. Oh, did I just unmute everybody? No? Okay. Well, something happened there. Bell just unmuted. All right, Ed, are you unmuted, I think?
I think so.
Okay, all right.
All right, I'd also like to talk about the motel.
Okay. Could you say your address, Ed?
218 Park Street.
Okay, thank you.
I am not really against the motel, but I don't like it in that area. And a few things that I was able to look up today, the Holiday Inn in Tawas City was opened in July of 1985. In July of 2004, they filed for bankruptcy. They defaulted on a mortgage of $2.56 million. They owed Iosco County $250,000 and 2 years of back taxes for $250,000. If a Holiday Inn in Tawas City cannot stay open, I don't see how we can expect one in Oscoda to stay open. I also have some other information that I really don't know if it's true or not, but if one of the persons who is involved in this is Assad Malik, I would like you people on the council to look at a free press article dated 11/27/20. And it's about a Sterling Heights hotel owner in dispute. I'm not going to say any more about it, but if this individual is involved in this, this is really not someone we want in our area. Okay, thank you. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, I now have a raised hand from Greg Schultz. I'm asking you to unmute, Greg. You should be able to speak. Greg?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Greg Schultz, 5009 Cedar Lake Road. I just want to say that the property on the near the beach there is really the prime, probably the most valuable property Oscoda Township owns. I don't think developing it is a bad idea, but in my opinion, that property is worth at least 10 times more than Fertile Field. And I think you want to be sure that you move cautiously into developing it. And make sure that we're doing the best thing for the town. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Greg. All right, anybody else? Not seeing anything. All right. Guess with that, we'll wrap up public comment for the beginning of the meeting. And go into, excuse me, the consent agenda. My allergies are killing me. I apologize. Much pollen in the air. So we now are to the consent agenda. Under consent agenda, we have approval of the minutes. We have a work session meeting minutes from May 7th. Any comments on those? We then have regular meeting minutes from May 10th. Any comments on those?
Yeah, Josh, I sent you an email. We forgot a motion and a vote regarding the investigation of workplace harassment. It should be right above the policy committee. That was secondary.
Okay, so I'm sorry, under May 10th.
Yeah, our last regular meeting should have been right above the policy committee. That was first.
It should have been where? I'm talking about the.
Hold on.
I'm gonna say there's discussion around social media policy and possible violation. And then next went
above that.
Replacement of CDM development fellow.
No, after that.
Oh, I thought you said above. Sorry.
I'm getting to the packet, sorry.
Okay, then the next one is asking the board's approval for township attorney to initiate an investigation of workplace harassment within the township.
Yes. The notes that I saw did not have that in there.
Yeah, I had it as empower Mr. Friel to work with our policy committee containing Mr. Wishbarth, Ms. McGuire, Mr. Palmer, and Mr. Mitchell, with the attorney reporting his time and effort to the policy committee.
Okay, but there was a separate vote, motion and vote above that. The topic was the workplace, have the attorney do an investigation work, and I sent you the verbiage, the same verbiage I sent Sunday night before the meeting. I resent it this afternoon, Josh.
Oh, just basically separating those two. I thought when we did it.
Yes, there were two separate, there were two separate motions and votes.
Gotcha. I will get that correct.
So do you want to not approve those meeting minutes tonight and have them back on the agenda next time? With that change, so everybody can review, or?
That'd probably be best.
Okay, so let's pull we'll pull the May 10th meeting minutes. Okay, are there any comments on the May 18th meeting minutes?
Real quick on the May 10th, if we're pulling it to make corrections.
Well, let's just get how about if we get the corrections and then just put it back on the agenda afterwards? I mean, at the next meeting. So you could get, if there's other changes, get those to Josh and we'll just bring the whole thing back.
Okay. It shall be done.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, so any comments on the May 10th? I'm sorry, May 18th. Everybody good there? All right, then we're going into payment of bills. For payment of bills, we are looking at a check run of May 18th in the amount of $43,279.04. Any comments there? Okay, and then we have a check run for May 25th and the amount of $82,308.82. Any comments or discussion?
She is. You're muted. You're still muted. There she is.
So where'd everybody go? Okay, so everybody's still there. I don't know what happened. I didn't touch anything. I was reading. So I don't know.
Technology.
Yeah. Okay. So where was I? Check run on May 25th, $82,308.82. Any questions there? Oh, Jamie's not in. What? Oh. Okay. Right. Jamie's still, all right. Sorry. And Jeremy, nothing against you, but you're giant in the middle of my screen. I don't know what happened. I've never had this view before. Now you're even worse. Don't do that.
I think it's because it sets it up so whoever's talking is actually what shows on the front of the screen for the recording, I think. So it might be when you reshare your screen, that hopefully that'll go away for you.
Oh, that I don't mind that. I just couldn't see everybody on the side. Okay, so
Right.
Steve, you're still there. For some reason, we lost internet here because I think it booted Mitch out and Jamie and me. So everybody else is still there, it looks like. The screen isn't shared. Yeah, I'll do that now. So it probably shut off. Okay, now can you see the screen? I'm assuming. Okay.
Yes.
All right, and sorry. Is Jamie back in yet? Where is she? There she is. And let me find Mitch.
Okay, that was weird.
We must have lost internet in the township building because you, me, Josh, and Mitch all got booted off and everybody else was on. So I don't know what happened. I don't know. It's one of those sphincter says what situations. which is a Wayne's World quote, sorry. All right, so we're on the check run, May 25th, because again, Jamie was out, 82,308.82. Any comments?
I think Josh is still muted, man.
Okay, let me find him. Thanks, Bill.
Yep.
I could hear him through the wall, so I guess it didn't hit me.
Oh.
And I'm back.
All right. Yeah, basically to the public again, something happened with the township's internet. Josh, Jamie, Ann, and Mitch are in the building, so we all got booted out of the meeting. So not sure what happened there, but unfortunately for you, we're back. So we just went through the consent agenda. We did decide we are pulling May 10th meeting minutes off. So with that, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll move to accept the consent agenda.
With that change. Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Spencer. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Spencer, support by Ms. McGuire to accept the consent agenda minus the May 10th meeting minutes. Roll call, please.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes. Mr. Wishbarth,
Oh, did I mute?
Yes.
No, he's there. Sorry. Okay.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings? There he
Should
is.
be. Yeah. Hmm?
You can't hear him.
He's not muted, so it must be something on his end.
No, he's normally dialed in, I think.
I mean, it says he's got voice. Is something with your headset, Tim? I can't see you. Where'd you go?
I see
Huh?
him shaking his head, mumbling irritations.
Well, you're not muted. I honestly, maybe I'll hit the mute button and then go back off again. I don't know what's going on. I just muted you and now I'm gonna unmute you to see if maybe that makes a difference. But you weren't muted, so I don't know what to say. So I just
Nope.
hit, huh?
I was reading his lips. He said, "Can you hear me now?" I said, "No."
Maybe have them log out, and log back in.
Are you in on the phone, Tim? Yeah.
Okay, so he's gonna log on and, okay. I mean, off and in. Can you, does he have to give can we just get through this motion at least? Can you give a verbal yes? Or I mean, a thumbs up on that or
No.
no? Well, hurry up and log out and back in then, because we can't go on until then.
Stuck in the vote.
Sorry, everybody. All right, logging in. Hopefully it's faster on the draw. Still loading your voice, Tim. So doesn't give me the option to unmute yet. All right, now I can. Oh, where'd he go?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wow,
Yes.
that was crazy. I
That
was not
was.
muted anywhere, but the audio had somehow just dropped or froze. I don't know what the problem
Yeah,
is. So
I don't, there was
rejoining.
nothing on my
But-
end, sorry.
No. I didn't think so. And it was clear I wasn't muted anywhere at all.
Okay.
Headset or phone. Heard you guys the whole time. My answer or my vote, Josh, is yes.
And Miss Richards?
Yes, motion carried on consent agenda. Moving on to the first agenda edition, we have action from closed session discussion. I make a motion to accept a resignation by the superintendent effective June 22nd. severance pay equal to 2 months compensation and accrued benefits in exchange of a full release. This will be formally memorialized by an agreement.
I'll support.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Richards, support by Mr. Palmer. Roll call, please.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Wishtabarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes, with regrets.
Before you move on, can you read the letter of resignation for the record? Pretty
Sure.
please.
I would. This is to Supervisor Richards and board members from Michael D. Mitchell, Superintendent, dated May 24th, regarding resignation. I hereby submit my resignation effective Tuesday, May 25th, 2021, with my last day to be Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021, as Superintendent of Oscoda Charter Township. Signed, Michael Mitchell. Okay, moving on then to subcommittee reports and project updates. We do have Mr. Friel, I believe, still here.
Mr. Friel.
Sorry, I don't know why I always say that. Yeah, Mr. Friel is here, but that's not who's going to give the update. It'd be Rick Freeman. Sorry, Rick. Similar names. Let me just find you.
Good evening, everybody.
Hey.
I'll briefly go through the report. If you have any questions on any particular item, feel free to ask. Water main phases, Phase A and Woodland. We are in the final stages of resecuring grant funding through USDA RD on that project. We're waiting to hear from Troy Shank, our representative that we worked with in the past. And once we get some confirmation from him, I'll be able to firm up the schedule, but every intent is to get Phase A and Woodland still out to bid and under construction yet this year. And I know there's been a few residents up there calling concerning that. So that is still the goal. Phase B, G, and the F41 portion of Phase H, from the bid opening we had on April 8th. As you're all well aware, the project has been tentatively awarded to Caterman Trucking, and we're going through the final stages of Eagle's process with a closing on that project in early June. I think the date might be tentatively set. I'm not sure, like June 7th, I'm not sure, but as soon as I have that date, obviously, well, Eagle will forward it on. And then we will authorize that for construction immediately upon closing. So that'll be underway. The remaining phases, first section of phase, we're still waiting on Eagle's decision on the C2R2 grant application, which would essentially take care of the rest of the phases. In the meantime, we're continuing to move forward with next year's phases, which would be C, D, and E. Again, if the grant funding doesn't come through, and later tonight under the resolution, the notice of intent, the initial process for those phases for next year will be taken care of by that resolution. And again, just a reminder, under all the DWRF project, all services are covered at no cost to the residents. The sanitary sewer improvements, if you recall, back on April 8th, we only received one bid, and due to the bidding climate, the equipment, the cost of controls, electronics and such, that project did come in over budget. Eagle, though, went through the process and determined that that they would take care of the project under the proposed funding mechanism. So that one is going to move forward. And that is actually the real reason tonight's notice of intent resolution is out there, because the combined bond resolution we did back in December, I think it was, obviously did not have enough money in there for that. So we're redoing that bond resolution, and that's where we're including the next phases of DWRF for last year. It's more of just a more the process of just getting that out there. So if there's any public comment to it, public comment, they have 45 days to do so. If everything goes according to plan, we would have a tentative recommendation to the board for awarding that project to RCL Contracting in one of possibly the June board meetings. And then that project closing would move from the third quarter to the fourth quarter, scheduled sometime probably in September. Due to the nature of that project with electronics, some interior work in the pump stations and stuff, that project will be able to continue on through the winter without much delay. So we won't lose really anything on the project being wrapped up in 2022, just for the delay of a couple of months in closing. Special funding opportunities. We're continuing to chase after everything that talking to you, the township, is what as far as pursuing. Unfortunately, the township was not eligible for the first round of federal stimulus through the MEDC, CBDG, WIR program. The reason is that does not support or is not supported for water main or utility extensions. It's for capacity issues and such like that. And similar to what we went through a year ago with CBDG, just that type of program isn't conducive for what we're doing in the township. We are still keeping an eye out there for any federal stimulus coming up, EDA funding. I have been talking to Lee Sheary, the local EDA individual, and we're looking at some opportunities there for township, and then also the airport infrastructure project that we're studying. Old Orchard Campground, as we know, that phase 2, the wood deck and stairway and final restoration, that'll be a spring 2022 project. And we'll work with the board and stuff to make sure that's in the budget for next year, coming this fall. Phase 3 trail, we are finally moving forward on that. We have a preliminary plan review with MDOT, which is called a grade inspection, scheduled for June 2nd. I believe there's a couple of board members that have said that they would like to attend that. And I believe I was successful in passing on the appointment. If not, let me know. I think that was Mr. Palmer and Josh and Mitch. Just let me know on that, and I will make sure you get that appointment sent your way. With that review meeting in June, that gets us on schedule for this project being advertised and awarded in the fall of this year, with tree removals starting over the winter and full-fledged construction on the trail next spring, as soon as the weather allows, with final restoration in the spring of 2023. Right now, with what we're hearing, some of the grant applications that we've put out there are starting to come in. The last big one was finally formally approved, was the $300,000 Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund grant that the governor announced a few weeks ago. So with that, right now, we are pursuing all the way to the campground entrance. We will have up to the final obligation to adjust that if funding comes short. But again, all indications are right now, everything is falling into place. Wordsmith Base infrastructure utility project, we are wrapping up our initial evaluation of the existing utilities out there, water, roadways, storm, sanitary sewer, private utilities, with a matrix being put together as far as what potential improvements would be needed. And then obviously then pursuing funding opportunities through there. And that's one we're starting right off with the EDA and discussions with Lee Shuri, and should have something to be a little more formally presented to both the Township Board and the Airport Authority in June. Ratliff Park, we're still waiting on the, basically everything is ready to go for construction, and we're just waiting for a decision on the passport grant, and with the idea that we would put that project into motion this fall, working with the Lake Association on lake levels this fall, possibly to get some of the components of the project that are currently underwater installed while the lake levels are down. So with that, everything else is either on hold or completed. And I guess with that, I'll open it up to anybody, if anybody has any questions.
Okay, any board members have any questions for Rick?
Yeah, Rick, this is Bill Palmer. Just two quick questions, or one comment on the bike path. You're probably aware we're having some problems with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as it relates to getting clearance for the Michigan Massasauga rattlesnake protection, and that is kind of holding things up a little bit. I don't know if the forest fire out there would take care of any part of that, or I don't know, but that seems to be a bit of a roadblock right now, and they want to have a determination of the entire path all the way from, well, the end of phase one at the school all the way out all the way to Hale, the entire path that is proposed. So that's a bit of a hold up there. The other question.
And just on that, Bill, we are working with MDOT on that too, to see what can be done to push that along. And you're right, they want to clear the entire route, not just our route. And I do believe they have now all the information that they were looking for. It's just a matter of getting through their process. And I know everybody and under the sun is working to pull any strings, push any buttons that can be done. So
yeah,
we will be keeping an eye on that, as you're well aware. So
yeah, and I'm sure we'll be talking about that tomorrow at our bike path meeting. The other question I have is it's on the projects on hold.
Yes.
There's the project for the water main extension and Sharkey's Supervisor Plat. That is a water main extension that's there behind the bowling alley. It would be connecting two dead end. I just wonder, there's a new house going up there. I believe that's the area that we're talking about. And the new property that's being built, they want to connect to the water main there. And I've been told by our water people, Doug Mullen especially, that it's to a benefit to the township to eliminate dead ends in our water mains. And we have two of them there. If we just connected those two, there's, I think, 3 or 4 additional lots where there's homes that are tentatively want to be built, but they're just holding off to get water there. So is there something we can do to move that along?
I have not heard anything on that project now for probably the better part of probably 6-7 months. The last discussion that I had with Doug Mullen, Mr. Schaefer, the former superintendent, Mr. Eppert, the former township attorney, was direction that the residents in there, the developer, I'm not exactly sure who was behind it. We passed, at least I passed along to that group the information that would be needed to be passed on to the property owners as far as how to proceed. And that was where things got, I think, got kind of bogged down, going through the township's planning and zoning process and all of that. But like I said, they have the information as far as roughly what size the water main, minimum size the water main should be. And they really, all they've got to do is, the understanding I had was to provide engineering plans for our review, township's review and approval for the construction of that to be done and connecting up those dead ends. But like I said, I have not heard anything on that for the better part of 6 to 7 months.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other
Rick,
questions?
this is Steve. I have one. Rick, this is Steve.
Yes.
I'd like to have kind of a separate discussion with you and Bill in the terms of water and sewer taps. So in the next couple of weeks, if we can just arrange a call, I'd appreciate it.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, send me some times that you guys would like to set that up, and we can we'll be available.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, anybody else for Rick? Okay, Rick, are you, I don't know if it's necessary. I think that resolution's coming up, so, well, I guess.
Yeah,
it's a little bit. Are you staying around for
Yeah,
that? Or?
I'll stay on through the resolution approval.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
And moving on to, where am I? Sorry, superintendent's report. Then we're at the first one on drop off contract revisited. Mitch?
Sure. The contract's been revised to reflect current conditions and dates. I would recommend the contract be approved with transportation, the amount of $3,250.
Any discussion, or is there a motion?
Well, I have a question on that, and that is that, we didn't get this contract until Friday, so we didn't have a chance to review it at our work session on Friday, but under the consideration at the very end, it has the amount $3,250 per year, unless otherwise mutually agreed. Now, that's one point. And my thought, I was under the impression we were going to do 2 of these this year. It seems it would be better if it were stated $3,250 per event per year. And then my other comment on here is that they're under the proposal, they have a dumpster for, and it says tires, but if you look at attachment A, it lists tires as being not accepted. So I'm not clear. I'm not sure on where we're at with this. And I know a lot of people like to get rid of their tires, so.
I don't think I thought they actually excluded those before. I thought there was a list in Jamie's office, isn't there? Jamie,
Yeah, up to 4 tires of
Or
20
up to
inches
4.
or less. Mhm.
Okay,
We do accept that.
But in attachment A, it says tires will not be accepted.
What's attachment A? What page is that, Bill?
It's page. Well,
I don't know on the board
45
packet as I.
45 of the board packet, but there's 7 of 7 pages in the contract, and it's right after that.
So strike the word tires.
Yeah, it is anticipated that appliances with Freon tires, glass, oil, paint, aerosol cans, and hazardous waste, among other things, will not be accepted.
I don't think we've ever changed our flyer since we've been sending it out, and we have had Travis in the past. So maybe that's something we can do as a clarification, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to Travis. They, we had them once before, a couple years ago, and they did a fine job. I mean, the lineup for the parking there along Kings Corner Road is a little precarious, but other than that, they do a nice job of get people in and out of there. It's just the contract itself is not clear on, are we having two? And it's for a 3-year contract, but the contract language only says the price per year. So is that going to cover 2? Because what they're listing for containers would only be for one event.
My suggestion would be to do it worded as each event, like billed per event, because some years we've only done one, some years we're going to do 2. Like this year, we're planning on doing 2. That would be my suggestion.
So it would be therefore the total contract, well, is it 3,200 per?
It's $3,250 per year.
And it's that's per event actually.
So it's per event. So actually it would be 6,500
For this year.
Yep.
For this
That's
year.
not what the contract says.
I understand
Right.
that.
No, I know. I'm just saying, right.
It needs to be corrected.
Yeah, if we change it to that amount per event per year, then that would be fine.
Okay.
And then if the item about tires and the attachment they were taken out, it would be fine.
Okay.
So we need just clarification on that.
All right. So does you want to make a motion then maybe to approve it with clarification that it's
Sure.
that amount is okay.
I will make a motion to approve the contract with Travis Sanitation conditioned on changing the cost from $3,250 per year to $3,250 per event per year, and removing from attachment A tires as not acceptable.
I'll support.
Okay. All right. There's a motion by Mr. Palmer and support by Mr. Spencer. Roll call, please.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Okay. Next on is Great Lakes Fireworks Agreement.
And contract calls for 10,500 for a show to be performed on July 4th. And so I would recommend that you approve that contract. If you wish to add, as we talked about, the work session, you may wish to do so.
This is where you recommended adding 1,500 to bring the total contract amount to $12,000, which would include additional shells, a larger display, and also kind of help alleviate the stress of going for a show that is perceived as smaller than other options from the fireworks people. I would move that the Charter Township accept the Great Lakes Fireworks proposal with an additional $1,500, bringing the total to $12,000 for the fireworks display on the 4th of July, 2021.
Okay, and that includes the $500 specifically for setup, correct?
If the $500 is part of their contract amount of $10,500, then adding 1,500, then yes, it would be including that.
All right, so motion by Mr. Spencer, support by Mr. Cummings, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question first before we have a vote here?
Sure.
Will we get a clarification for them for which of the ordinance they will be adding to the list? They haven't broke down the 3-inch, 4-inch, 5-inch, 6-inch.
Oh yeah. Do we want more sparklers or more mortars?
I mean, we have to. I mean, there should be some way of verifying that we're getting an extra $1,500 worth of display.
Okay. Sure, we can ask.
I would actually like to see us to go to 15,000 and then ask Oscoda Township to contribute a little bit more. We haven't changed the amount of fireworks that we've done in, I can't tell you how long.
2017.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we have a motion and support. on that motion, excuse me. Are we still ready to move forward with that to a vote? Or do we want to change that motion?
Well, I guess that would merit some discussion. What is the rest of the board amenable to adding or bumping the contract from 10,500 to 15,000, including the $500 setup fee, and including a list of, you know, what new fireworks we get for that price? Or do we want to? What do you guys think? What do you want to do?
And I get, yeah, and what if Oscoda Township doesn't have additional money to, you know, are we willing to do the full fifth, you know, the addition?
Oh, good point. Good point.
Or, like I mentioned before, you know, there's other groups in town that might participate, but. we can't
Yeah,
really put
Friends
them
of
on
the
spot.
Fireworks disappeared.
Yeah, well,
And I can't believe with all the commotion on the fireworks years ago that we had that public comment and nobody said anything about the fireworks. It's surprising. I mean, I'd be okay with bumping it to 15 if Oscoda wants to kick in, what, 3,500 to cover the difference? Or what it would be, I guess it would be 4,500, wouldn't it? Yeah. But
Well,
if we agree to it, no, go ahead.
I really don't want to make a motion and agree to it based on what Oscoda might do. I would
right.
prefer to move
Well,
forward with your original motion. And you have to remember that, you know, they've done an excellent job for us over the years, but they're the ones that bring the contract to us with a price, and we just agree to it. So, I mean, if we tell them we want to increase that next year, that's fine. And if we want to increase it somewhat this year, that's fine. I think increasing it to 12,000 will give that indication to them that we're willing to pay more to get a bigger show. So
maybe kick it around with Oscoda for next year.
Yeah, that would be my idea. Work out something with Oscoda for next year to bump it up to 15 or maybe even more. I don't know.
All right. Well, then I call the question.
Okay. So the original motion stands by Mr. Spencer and support by Mr. Cummings in the amount of $12,000. Roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. I guess my thought would be is, I mean, we have this amount, we're approved it. Maybe we can see if we can bump it up. I'm sure they can always add if we do it ahead of time. So, you know, if we can get somebody to come up with some more money, great for this year. If not, then we'll focus on next year. All right, moving on then.
Also, I think we need a motion. I think we need a motion to extend the meeting.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Was that you moving, Steve?
I'd make a motion. We extend the meeting to conclude the business on tonight's agenda.
Support.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Westerbarth, and I'm sorry, I missed who the support was.
Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer, to extend the meeting to conclude business. Roll call, please.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next on is the Oscoda VA Clinic janitorial and maintenance contract. Mitch?
Yep. So some time ago, our cleaning contract person quit cleaning the facility without notice, and we were able to secure Alpina Mark LLC to do it, at least in the interim. So this contract would kind of make this more formal. It's kind of highly specified work by the VA in terms of the process and the cleaning methods, supplies, and their parameters. We would recommend that the board would approve this contract, and it is at an amount, I'm looking for it, $3,433 a month.
How much were we being charged previously, just out of curiosity?
Probably about half of that.
Ooh.
No, it's almost 3,000 a month.
Yeah. So it wasn't, but this company does have
They do clean and service 9 other VA facilities at this time.
$2,780 a month is what we were being charged before by Alert Janitor.
So quite a bit less, or were.
Are they licensed and bonded and insured and all that fun stuff?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I would
Like I
imagine
said,
so.
they do 9 other VA facilities currently.
They actually have to meet pretty strict. They have to have background checks and stuff too via the VA.
And I know
Specifications, so.
there was another issue in their proposal, and that is that they offer a full maintenance schedule. They charge a 9% management fee on all costs associated with maintenance, and there's no markups on materials or labor costs. So they would take over complete maintenance of the facility. I don't know if that would be something we want to look into that with them. I guess we could do that at a later date.
Yeah, I would say we should probably look at that.
That might be worth looking into.
Is there a reason we didn't do an RFP for cleaning services?
Well, I'm just trying to keep that, at least that facility going, at least in the interim.
Right.
Until we decide our long-term, obviously disposition now. Well, maybe not long-term. And then depending on how fast that is, whether we can, create an RFP and have somebody bid on it, how long would that contract be for?
Right.
So that's a discussion that probably we should be having with later on Ferguson in the mix.
Great, I make a motion, we accept the proposal presented by Alpina Mark LLC.
Support.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Richards, support by Mr. Sutton. Roll call, please.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Is there a clause in there where we can get out if without payment, like a 30-day notice type of thing?
Hey, I didn't see a time frame on here now that you mention it.
Yeah.
It's forever and ever. So I
Yeah.
guess we could probably terminate it whenever we want, couldn't we?
We are.
There's no end date.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next on is the MOU, Sedum and Oscoda Township.
If you've read through this would negate their current agreement with us and establish a different agreement with us in relation to actually another MOU coming. So the recommendation is to approve this.
Is there any discussion?
This is the one to replace the Sedum fellow because Ryan's leaving early because he had other
Right.
stuff. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, are we ready? Has anybody got a motion?
Well, I think the biggest thing that we were talking about in the work session is the Sedum group. And so this document is the contract that replaces it for the rest of the period, right? Everybody's happy with the contract here?
Yeah.
I move to accept the MOU for the Sedum fellow. I guess is that word correctly?
Between Sedum and the township.
Okay, I move to accept the MOU between Sedum and the township as presented.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Spencer, support by Ms. McGuire. Roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion, excuse me, motion carried. Next is the MOU with Black Swamp Services. We had some discussion on Friday in regard to payment, and that was changed by Mr. Dickerson and updated and sent to the board and uploaded in the packet. So that document has been changed. Any further discussion, or is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding with Black Swamp.
Support.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. McGuire, support by Mr. Palmer. Roll call, please.
Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next on is demolition of 643 Bisnet Road. Mitch?
Yeah, so I sent the board a memo today. I looked up the minutes from January 25th regarding that. But there was discussion in the work session regarding the creation of an RFP or a scope of work. But the motion was basically just get more information from the Bowden Company. And there's talks about discussion as to removal of debris and verification, is it being properly disposed of? Do they have excavation insurance? When and what restoration will be done? So obviously our work session discussion was not going in that line. So there was a discussion about competitive bidding and a quote system. So I'm going to withdraw my request for any action on this item and ask the board affirm that an RFP document would be desired by the board for demolition. And I did send you an RFP that I got from Three Rivers as a sample, if that's what you're so desiring.
Mitch, I appreciate that. I'm in support of developing an RFP, so we have a standard work process and things can be quoted that are uniform, and also we can obtain competitive quotes, because this will be a cost that will be borne by the township until that property is resold and that lien is taken care of. So,
yeah, I agree, Steve.
Until the property is sold? Has it been closed on?
Well, if nothing gets rebuilt on it and the owner doesn't do anything, this money just goes against the property as a township lien.
Yes.
Correct.
So
Well, he would have to
if
pay
they
it.
choose not to, right? But they
would
don't
go on
have to
the
do anything.
It would go on the tax
Right.
rolls, and then when I turn over the delinquent taxes, then that gets paid to us, gets made whole. And then the county tries to collect the money.
And if they don't, then the property goes up for auction, correct?
Correct.
And we're gonna have a lien on that property. So unless it brings that price, or it ends up going to the state, I think the state would ask us to take care of that lien or take the property. So my intent is, it's probably on a couple of these, it's gonna come back to us.
So I guess I'm
And that's why I
confused
want
now.
the competitive process.
I'm good with the competitive process. I'm happy with that. But Ms. McGuire said that if we report it as a delinquent tax, that the county will pay us. So if we pay $10,000, correct me if I'm wrong, if we pay $10,000 to demolish that property and the property owner fails to pay it, and that property is taken from the owner and put onto the county tax rolls, then the county is going to give us $10,000 and then they deal with it. Is that how I'm understanding this?
When it gets turned over delinquent to the county, they collect
So,
delinquent taxes.
right, and they pay
But
us
the county, no, they won't. The county will offer us the property first before it goes to the state.
So the county does not pay us the $10,000. We turn it over to them, and if they collect it, then we get it later, or
There's always a possibility you may not get it.
Correct.
I'm just trying. I'm just trying to get the process down, and it just seems, but it's. I guess we can work on that later. So yes, RFP.
Any other discussion?
Do we need to make a motion on that?
No, I have the affirmation, I guess, right here in the discussion, so thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, excuse me, moving on then to meter pit purchase.
This is to replenish our supply of water meter pits, as we now only have one inch meter pit in stock at this moment. We have a proposal from Ferguson Waterworks to purchase 12 1-inch meter pits and accessories that accompany those meter pits. So I would recommend the board approve a proposal from Ferguson Waterworks in the amount of $11,046.72. Be coming from 591-000-974 or 974.000 capital improvement outlay.
Okay, any further discussion or is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of 12 1-inch meter pits from Ferguson Waterworks in the amount of $11,046.72 to be paid from Fund 591-000-574-000.
Okay, is there support? Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Palmer and support by Mr. Cummings. Roll call, please.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Moving on to resolutions in the agenda. The first one is resolution number 2021-15, notice of intent, capital improvement bonds. I would note again that Rick Freeman is on the line if we have any questions. Discussion on Friday, we did make one change because we had indicated the meeting was being held in the library when in fact it's a Zoom meeting. So that was changed and emailed out to the board. Otherwise, does anybody have any questions for Rick or discussion?
There is just one item, and if I might point out, it's on page 74 of the packet. It's the last page. It's page 9 of 9, and it has John Nordine as the clerk. We need to make that change to our current clerk.
Yep, that would be correct. All right. Anything else?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-15 for notice of intent for capital improvement bonds conditioned on corrections to wording of place of meeting and page 9 of 9, changing from John Nordine to Josh Sutton.
Okay, is there support?
Support.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Palmer, support by Mr. Sutton. Roll call, please.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Rick, you can stay on for the meeting if you'd like, or take off. I'm guessing.
He's giving us the wave. Deuces.
Yeah, see you later.
Have a good evening.
Run while you can. Okay, next on is resolution number 2021-16. That is to adopt procedures for the granting and removal of real property tax exemptions. Any questions or is there a motion?
I move to adopt resolution 2021-16 to adopt procedures for granting and removal of real property tax exemptions.
Support.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Spencer, support by Mr. Cummings. Roll call, please.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next on is resolution number 2021-17. This is for the waiver of penalty and interest for untimely filed property transfer affidavits. Again, Nancy had provided quite a bit of information for us. We did ask her some questions on Friday's work session. I'm not sure if she's still on or not, but if anybody has any questions, I can see if she is. Otherwise, if there's a motion,
I'll move to adopt resolution number 2021-17 for waiver of penalty and interest for untimely filed property transfer affidavits.
Support.
there's a motion by Mr. Spencer and support by Mr. Palmer. Roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes. Excuse me, motion carried. Next on, we're moving on to other. First on is Lake Street Property LOI. We were provided this information from Mr. Dickerson. I believe everybody probably got Mr. Dickerson's email that he is not going to be in attendance this evening for any questions. He did indicate that Mr. Steve Aldridge from Econo, he said from Econo Lodge, would be on the video, and I did think I saw him earlier if we had questions, but as the board is aware, we took action a couple, was that one meeting ago? Two
Yep.
meetings ago, one meeting ago, I guess, to identified 3 properties that we would consider for disposition. This property recently just secured was one of them. And that is the property between River Road, Lake, and Michigan. Does not include any of the parking lot at the beach park or the beach whatsoever. So we have received an LOI, letter of interest for that. Are there any questions for the developer that's on the phone?
Is the building that you're proposing, is that a static building? I mean, are you willing to make alterations to it to accommodate some additional requests from the township citizenry?
Okay, Mr. Aldridge. For some reason, unless he called, maybe he's calling in. I don't have an option of unmuting him.
It looks like it's unmuted.
Huh?
It looks
Yeah,
like he's
he's
unmuted
unmuted.
according to what we're looking at.
Well, it just shows a video.
Yeah. But the little mute icon isn't in the bottom left-hand corner, so.
Yeah, I don't see anything. So I don't.
Wave. Oh, well, now I'm not even sure if he can hear us. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whew.
Right.
Well, should we have him call in real quick? Does he have a conference phone
Well,
there,
there's
or-
just, I was just gonna say, there's nothing.
Oh, they
there's
already
nothing-
all, it looks like they already did call in. We probably need to unmute one of the phone numbers.
Okay, what's the
and-
phone? I don't know what the phone number is. I don't have a phone number.
You could type it in the chat.
Yeah, if you want to type it, can you type it in the chat? Do you have do you have a laptop at all, Steve, that you can type in the, or write it on a piece of paper and hold it up or something? I don't know. but-
Old school.
Yeah.
That's right.
You can raise their hand by hitting, thanks, Larry, 248 area code. Let me see what options I have.
I saw that one.
I have a couple 248s. So I have a 248-601-2500.
That's
It's the
it.
26 that's the first one there.
Okay. 2500, is that the one?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just hit ask to unmute.
Yep, we are, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, we're on our conference speaker phone here, so thank you very much for being patient with us. Yeah, my name is Steve Aldridge, and with me on the video that you can see is Assad Malik, and we can answer that question here.
So as it relates to your question, we have some leeway as it relates to modification of the building to accommodate to the community as well. So we have done that. We have a Holiday Inn Express in Alpena And that one we did do some modification. Normally you have an EFS exterior there. We made it a brick exterior to fit in with the downtown atmosphere. We've done that down in Bay City as well. In downtown Bay City, we have a courtyard by Marriott. We fit into the downtown atmosphere there as well. So we do have some leeway as it relates to some of the exterior.
Right on. Well, a bunch of the citizens were asking, well, we were real excited to get a hotel, and it's a name brand chain, and we're super happy about that. But boy, howdy, everybody wants a restaurant on the beach. Would you build us a restaurant in your hotel on the beach? Pretty please.
So, the model, we'd love to. I mean, that's something that we can work with the city on. But the model with the Holiday Inn Express concept is that our intention is really to help the city. We want to help the other businesses in the city. So it's drawing the customer base there, and then letting them come in and dine within the atmosphere of the city and the township. We have built one in downtown Port Huron in the Port Holiday Inn Express. We bought the old marina, the city marina. The same thing. We felt also in Gaylord downtown. We've done the same thing. Built the hotel. It's really brought in the guests, and it's actually really helping the businesses. And if you call the city of Alpena or city of Gaylord, they'll tell you that it has made a tremendous impact positively on the city for the small businesses that are there. The guests are coming in. They just have breakfast in the morning at the hotel, and they're out and about shopping, having lunch and dinner within the atmosphere around it. And I think that's the best feel. And that's one of the reasons, Intercontinental wanted us to build a hotel. They actually want us to build it in Tawas. We actually requested them to build it in Oscoda. We felt that it's better we wanted to invest, our company's perspective is investing within the cities and really helping cities in northern Michigan expand. And we really felt that Oscoda was a better fit. The community setting, the environment that's there, we think it would be a better fit for this hotel there.
So the answer is no, you're not going to build a restaurant in your hotel?
No, if we change the brand, we could work on it. But if it's a full service Holiday Inn, which one of the comments beforehand in Tawas was, one of the struggles is it doesn't really financially work out. The model is very hard, and you really want a good facility that's going to last long and be a part of the community going forward. And we feel that the Holiday Inn Express model is a better model than a Holiday Inn, and we did that up in Alpena as well. We replaced the Holiday Inn with the Holiday Inn Express, and you can tell by far it is the better feel. It helps economically the city and the community.
Well, I appreciate you two joining today, Mr. Malik and Mr. Aldridge, but what is the difference between the brands? I mean, what would it take to do a full boat Holiday Inn here? What's the difference for you, and then also down the road for payback?
So part of the Holiday Inn is a larger building facility. It takes away from, the comments that people had made earlier in your comment section about having a big facility on the beach. That would really be a big facility. You're talking 100, and we've built in Mount Pleasant, we built a 130-room Holiday Inn. It has a conference center space in it as well, or a meeting space for banquets, and we don't feel that would be the right thing to do in a location like this. The reason we picked this location, it is zoned a CL based from your 2019 plans, and it is the right fit for a facility like that. I think it would take away, having a full service hotel would take away from that small town feel, to be honest with you, which is what you want to keep, and keep for the environment, for the community, for the local community that's there as well. But it would be a 130-room facility. It'd have a conference center, and you'd have a restaurant in there as well. But that would take away from that feel.
Can you
and it's something that we would look at if the community is willing to do it. Sorry, Supervisor.
Oh, that's okay. I just had a question. You indicated that you have the property in the city of Alpena. Can you tell me what is that size of that lot that that property sits on?
That's about a 2-acre lot.
Okay. And that, how many rooms is that property?
That's a 90-room facility as well.
Okay.
That would be the same concept that we would build here in Oscoda.
Correct, but we're at about, how many, what is our size of that lot? 1.5 acres? Is it?
No,
Or-
it's actually,
2.5.
Hmm? No, it's
Little over
1.8
2.
acres.
1.8 acres,
Yeah.
according
I
to
think it's
the.
1.87.
Almost
Yep.
1.9,
Yeah.
my understanding.
Right, right. Okay. And your placement, I mean, obviously, I know this is all concept and so on. You've spent some time on here, but your placement of the hotel, your thought process is obviously to put it towards the east side of the property. So the rooms are, you know, facing the beach, I guess, with not looking over the parking lot of your Holiday Inn anyways, but it would be a over the parking lot of the township public parking area. So so that is kind of wed that I guess you're the location or placement of the hotel and parking, you're pretty, that's pretty firm on that property.
No, Supervisor Richards, we would be, you know, we thought that would be the best feel for it. But that can be adjusted to work with the city and what you feel would be great. We just felt that if you had more rooms facing the water, that's what folks would want to come up to see. That's the beauty of Oscoda. That's the beauty that you want to show to the guests that are coming into town.
Right, and it's 90 rooms and you're proposing in this 1.5 acres, how many parking spots?
It's a little under 1.9. It would be a little over 80 parking spots. And this was the concept design that we originally did. We'd modify it and work with the city on, or the township on what we need to accommodate there.
Okay, because if we're at 80 parking spots, that's not necessarily enough room for them. I mean, I'm not saying that you're always going to be full. Obviously, you would hope that you are, and probably in certain months, but then you also have staff. I know you indicated 25 employees. I'm guessing not all 25 would be there at once, but you know,
Correct.
roughly then you have employees that are going to need parking as well.
That's correct. We would work with you on accommodating that parking requirement.
Are there balconies on the back side of the hotel so people can exit their room and or suite and stand outside for a view of the lake, or is it just windows?
Just windows.
Would you be willing to change that and add you know, some nice balconies for the suites on the top floor at least?
We can talk to the brand and work with you on it. We just didn't think it would be, you know, from a noise perspective, and you don't want to interfere with the beach at all and the atmosphere there. But that's something, if that's what the township is looking for, we would definitely work with you on it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these issues would be worked out on a site plan through the planning commission. If it gets to that point, there would be conditions that would have to be met when you bring your proposal to the planning commission for a site plan. And we would have to verify the parking spaces and the, you know, handicap spaces and all those other things are part of a site plan approval for any project like that.
Right, and I understand that, Bill, but in the same sense, if there's only so many space, there's only so many space. And if you have 90 rooms and logistically there's only spots for 80, you know, then I'm just asking the question. I understand that it would all be review, but just trying to get a layout here.
Yeah, our ordinance specifies the number of parks, so they would have to meet that
right
requirement.
Yeah,
correct.
But I see you're planning an indoor pool in the facility.
Yes, we are.
That would help facilitate for year-round lodging for, you know, snowmobilers and hunters and fishermen and that sort of thing. Would be a benefit. And also see you're having a 1,100 square foot meeting space to accommodate up to 80 people. We have hosted training sessions here in Oscoda, and unfortunately, it's been difficult to get people to come from out of town because we just don't have this kind of facility where people could spend the night. So this might help where Matt is willing to come here to put on training sessions, and that might work out well for something like that. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but
right.
It does bring in groups. I mean, I was talking to Senator Gary Peters. His staff has come up for a retreat with the senator to our Alpena site. The governor has come up also to our Alpena site. Congressman Bergman has brought his staff regularly to our Alpena site. So this is an opportunity to bring in other groups to the facility. If you can host, folks, 30 to 40, 50 people at a time.
There were a couple of citizen comments at the beginning of the meeting during our first public comment period, and one of them had to do with the Holiday Inn that closed in Tawas. I was under the impression that that Holiday Inn was a franchise store and that the owners did go belly up, and it was a rough spot for them. I thought, from what I understand, perhaps one of the partners died. I don't know the whole story. Are you a franchise, or is this going to be a corporate hotel?
No, so we're a franchisee. We're the largest franchisee for Intercontinental in the Midwest, one of the largest 3 in the country. And so we would be a franchisee.
So do we have, what happens if you guys dissolve or something happens at your partnership level? Is the hotel just going to be chained closed, or do you have a contingency plan for that eventuality?
So most of ours are built within our own, the entire group. So we have that would mean our entire portfolio would belly up, which would, I think we've gone through the worst through the pandemic. I think we were stronger than anybody, and I think Intercontinental will tell you that we were the strongest group for them, and our occupancy levels were pretty reasonable, even though our governor shut pretty much the state down for a long time. Didn't really help our industry at all, and but we did survive. We did well. We're expanding. I don't think you'll see another group coming out to you right now at this time after the pandemic telling you we'd like to build and invest in the cities, in the municipalities. And, we're working on not only Oscoda, we're working with putting a Holiday Inn Express in Traverse City as well, and in Muskegon. So we have 3 projects that we are proposing to move forward with, and also in Benton Harbor, so 4. So we really want to expand. I think it just shows our strength as a company that we are looking at expanding at this time, even after the pandemic.
Awesome. The other question was about a specific article in the Detroit Free Press that was published on November 27th of 2020. And something about Sterling Heights. Can you address that article? And one of the citizens had said something about that, and I'd like to hear your take on it.
No, I would be glad to. So we is one of the only that we actually purchased. It's an old hotel in the city of Sterling Heights. We have multiple hotels, and that hotel, our leadership team there, general manager, as well as our sales team, had signed a contract with the Catholic Charities and the Lutheran Charities, and they housed some guests. We found out afterwards, and I was aware after the fact, that they were refugees that were coming in from Syria with the Catholic Charities and the Lutheran Charities. Our contract was with the charities, and they were housing them there for 7 days as they came into Metro Detroit. And then Catholic Charities would, and the Lutheran Charities would then put them into housing, I guess, in Metro Detroit. The city didn't feel, 2 members of the city didn't feel that was appropriate. They felt they were terrorists. that were being housed at the hotel and created a lot of problems within the hotel, and were pretty much targeted our hotel. Steve's my witness. I have a pretty much 11-member executive team. I am very active politically within the community. I was born and raised in Metro Detroit and very much active across the country. Doesn't matter if you want me to Mitch McConnell or if you want to go to Nancy Pelosi. I'm very active, and I want to be low key. I did not want to bring any issues up. My team got very frustrated. I had a 9-member executive team at the time. Now it's 11, but I was the only one. I was outvoted 8-1. They got engaged with a couple of attorneys who helped address some of the issues that were being attacked at us. Our attorneys, after 2 years, got frustrated, and we have 3 law firms, and all 3 said, Assad, you're being attacked. Your team is telling you you're getting attacked. You need to press this issue a little further. And I did agree to filing a case. City immediately has reached back out and wants to settle. I am good friends with the city manager. So we are in discussion with the city manager to resolve the issues. And he is addressing those issues within his department.
Thank you.
Yeah. How many hotels do you currently operate in, and in how many states?
We're 36, and we're in Indiana, Ohio, and Michigan. We have 1 in Ohio, and predominantly most of our hotels are here in Michigan.
And Mr. Malik, how long has your company been in business?
We have been in business for about 13 years.
Thank you.
Did you form a new company for this endeavor? It was mentioned earlier that in passing that someone thought that the company hadn't been around very long and that you guys had formed a new company just for this purpose. I don't know what I just popped into my brain, so I'm asking.
Yeah, so each of our hotels have a separate LLC. So our main organization is called the Mirror Lodge Group, and that's the one you would Google and you'll see. But every LLC is a separate entity, and we normally create the entity for that specific community.
Okay.
So that entity probably was formed recently as we put the LOI request in.
Okay. Can you give us some more detail as to why you'd like to build in Oscoda as opposed to Tawas, and where in Tawas you were planning on building, if you don't, if you can divulge that?
So in Tawas, we don't have a specific. They had just given us this, asked us to build in Tawas. I think they really wanted us to replace the old Holiday Inn that had gone away. They looked at more from a business perspective. Tawas being a little bigger and having a little bigger hospital and other facilities that can draw in business during the year. So that was kind of the reason why IHG was focused on Tawas. We have members of our team that are from Oscoda or have family members in Oscoda, really pushed us within the Oscoda community. As we went through the market and we traveled to Alpena, we're actually in the process of working with the city of Alpena to build a second hotel in downtown. We want to really help them continue to revitalize the downtown. And while we were in that process, we had multiple visits both to Tawas and Oscoda on our way. And we just felt that there's a great opportunity to really help Oscoda, I think better than, to be honest with you, better than Tawas City. Our intention is really to help grow Northern Michigan, show the beauty of Northern Michigan, and to build facilities in Northern Michigan that can attract people from out of town to see Michigan as a whole.
Speaking of attracting people, do you have a specific demographic that your Holiday Inn Express and Suites caters to?
So we, the Holiday Inn Express brand. So there's the three major brands are Hilton, Marriott, and Intercontinental. So Marriott and Hilton tend to be business clientele. Intercontinental, which is the brand, parent of Holiday Inn Express, tend to have leisure travel. They have 50-50, but a little more leisure travel. and loyal leisure travel. So our clientele that's actually coming to Alpena are folks that actually they're going to Traverse City, and they wanted to try out the other side of the state. And they have, we have seen over the last 2.5, 3 years since we've built the hotel, that people have consistently actually are flocking to the east side of the state as they want to try something different, because it's gotten so congested in Traverse City, and it's brought people into Alpena, and we feel that's the same type of folks and individuals and families that we're going to attract to Oscoda.
Thank you.
I guess I have a question. If you've listened to the first public comment, I think everybody's excited about the possibility of having this type of chain here, but not too excited about the location. Would you be willing to look at alternative sites in the downtown area, even though some of them might be private? I mean, the old school comes to mind. Would that be a possibility of a discussion?
Yeah, no, I mean, we would. I mean, we were attracted to this because this was already pre-zoned and pre-designed from your own master plan to be a lodging site. So that's why we were kind of focused and geared to it. We thought it positioned very well. I understand the concerns of people being out near the beach, but that's part of the reason of being there. It's also near the downtown area where you have an opportunity to expand your downtown area and the businesses there as well. So we thought this would be a win-win for the city, the township, to help support those businesses as well. So it could be a walking distance into that area as well. And it attract other businesses and potentially restaurants to come into that area. So that was our intention. But I mean, if there's other opportunities in other locations, we would definitely explore looking at them. It's not like we would turn anything down. Our intention, once again, is to help the community.
I very much appreciate those comments. Thank you very much.
As do I.
Thank you. I get this Ann Richards again, the supervisor. I actually reached out to Tim Kellstrom today, who is the current, and I don't remember if it's president or chairman of CVB, so I apologize. I'm not sure exactly which term that is. But they threw together, they called a meeting. I gave them the proposal, because I want to get their thought process on it. They had a meeting with a few members, via telephone or Zoom. I'm not sure how they did it. Overall, I was told that everybody was extremely supportive in regard to the Holiday Inn Express coming to Oscoda. There was no concern in regard to a big chain or a chain hurting any of the mom and pops from the majority of the people. I'm not going to say that nobody had that concern because, they didn't talk to all their lodgers, but they think that we definitely need more beds to support the amount of people. Their concern though was the location, and the location being right now, the Oscoda Beach Park has always been the jewel of Oscoda, and how would a 4-story hotel change that potentially when you are looking at 4 stories, parking, garbage dumpsters, the whole flow of how that works with a public access point surrounded by businesses. So I think there was just kind of concern in that way, not by any stretch of the imagination saying that they did not want a Holiday Inn Express. So very supportive of that and excited, obviously, the increased pillow tax for them and revenue and all of that. So all pluses there, but just some concerns in regard to how that would change, like you indicated, the look and feel of the quaint downtown that we have, understanding that we need economic growth at the same time. I guess my one question is, we have in my opinion, you have an extremely aggressive response by time for a public body to basically make a determination. You presented us, or we were presented with information on Thursday night. We're now talking about it on May 24th, and this offer expires on May 26th. I personally would like to see more time. in order to dive into this a little bit more. Would you be willing to extend that?
Oh, yeah, that was
Okay. I guess, and I'm just going to back up a little bit in regard to the fact that a week, or not a week ago, but our meeting at May 10th, we made a determination, sorry, I just had to look at the calendar, but May 10th, we made a determination to take 3 properties and identify them as possible properties that we would consider for disposition. We, as a board, have not sat down. I mean, I understand that we have a master plan. I understand that, you know, there's been discussion and so on, but we as a board have not sat down and made a want list of what we want to see at that property. I know, Mr. Spencer, you were like, you know, hey, would you consider a restaurant? Because some people want this. Would you consider shops? Blah, blah, blah. My thought was, is we were going to sit down and kind of make a checklist of what our goals were to get on that property, and maybe do an RFP with a month or 2 months for a turnaround time to see what proposals came in. That's kind of how I anticipated us looking at this. We've spent decades, actually, not this board, all boards before us, decades trying to secure this property, the entire block. So I just really don't want to, you know, I'm not saying that your proposal isn't great. I'm not saying I'm not so appreciative of you wanting to invest in our community. I can't say enough on how important that is. But I don't like to, I don't think we should be pushed. And I don't mean that you're pushing us, but I feel rushed into trying to make a determination. So I would respectfully like more time. But I am one person.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Supervisor Richards, we're okay with providing time. And I apologize. We were just following your guidelines from your district business district plans from 2019. I think if you guys were looking at revisiting that and want to put a different plan together, you know, no problem. I mean, we could, you know, we're there to. You know, we're here to, our goal and intention is to support a community. So, you know, you need to take appropriate time, how long it takes to develop your master plan and what you want to have the community look like. So we're okay with that.
Well, I'm not saying that we're going to
Yeah.
revise our whole master plan. I'm just indicating that I feel that we need more time to more than just discussing this at this meeting and making a determination to try to make your you know, the deadline of May 26th, when this proposal becomes null and void. So.
No, and like I said, we're here to work with you. I think you know, 2 month time frame is a pretty long time period. But I mean, if you're looking us for another month to wait for a response, we're fine with that. Our intention, we do move quickly, to be honest with you.
I see that by your goal, yeah. Yeah, I see that.
So, you know, our intention is if we're going to make a commitment to the community, we want to get it done. We're not here to drag our feet.
Right, I appreciate that.
We're committed, so.
I guess, Mr. Malik, Mr. Aldridge, I'd just like to throw this out and to the board. You know, we did put the property out as disposal. We've got interest. They're first in, so they come first to the township. You know, I'd say they're interested in looking at other locations. They're interested in, you know, kind of community involvement of what they'd like to see. So why not enter into a memorandum of understanding with caveats that we will look at alternative situations, but work with you through our EIC and this board in the next 30 days to see if we can come up with a solution for everybody.
My biggest concern is, and I know I've heard the beach being mentioned a couple times about being the jewel, but we haven't talked about the fact of how a 90-room hotel is going to affect the public beach and the maintenance of it and the bathhouse and those type of things. Those are good things that if we have to worry about more people being down there, I understand that, but that comes at a cost. And that's a perpetual cost for the bathhouse and different things. And we already have a problem with parking down there in the summertime, let alone at 4th of July, when that's when the fireworks are going off and other events. So I just, I'm concerned about that. to put that on everybody's lists as well.
You're concerned about the public beach being utilized?
I'm concerned about the maintenance cost of, we would have to knock down that bathhouse and redo it. We've had nothing but problems with the plumbing there for decades. I'm not, don't hear me wrong. I'm having too many was a good thing. I get that. And I'm not opposed to that, but it's going to come at an expense to Oscoda Township forever. So when, so we need to think about those things as well, of the impact on the beach and the parking and everything else down there.
If you don't mind, just one question is, if you have guests that are coming in, they're staying at their own hotel, they're taking showers, they're going to the restroom in their own rooms, they're parking at a new site, a parking lot that's for the hotel. I don't think they should have any impact on the beach other than accommodating, going to the beach. But you're adding additional parking for them that will alleviate the parking that they would have utilized on the streets.
Correct. Yes, I agree.
I have to disagree. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to go all the way back to my 4th floor room with my 5-year-old kid to take him to the bathroom.
But he's addressing parking.
Right. Well,
yeah, I mean, she was kind of combining. I mean, bottom line, if you're staying at the lake trail or you're staying at any of the, and it's not called the lake trail anymore, I'm sorry, but each beach, Barefoot Beach, any of those places, they're located directly on the beach. So they're utilizing the property right in front of them. Obviously, if we have a 90-unit hotel, and again, I'm not saying, that I'm just saying it logistically indicates that those 90 rooms, I'm sure, are going to be full in the summer, and those people are all going to be coming to the beach. And chances are you come to Oscoda because you have family here, and then people are coming there and joining. So again, indicating that our infrastructure isn't going to be drastically impacted is, I think, naive, I guess, in a nutshell, because you're the whole reason why the whole reason I would think you like that location is, bam, you got beautiful. It's actually probably the best piece of property in Oscoda, really, because unless you bulldozed a bunch of people's houses, but you have 11,000 feet of beach frontage that Oscoda Township is going to be maintaining for all the guests. And so it's just, there's no way it's not going to impact. And I'm not saying it's all negative, it's positive as well.
Right.
But right now our beaches are at max capacity with the parking lots the way they're configured. We have to reconfigure them, and it's not things that can't be corrected or dealt with, but they're all question marks, I guess. So, again, I'm not trying to be a wet blanket. I really and truly am not trying to be a wet blanket. I'm trying to be a realist.
Me either.
So
I like that their site plan, or at least the drawing here, preliminary site plan, does propose 80 to 90 additional parking spaces. So that does give people who do stay at the hotel a place to stay. They wouldn't be parking in the already congested parking lot that's just in front of it between them and the beach. And as far as the bathhouse goes, I don't see our plumbing problems at the bathhouse as a limiting factor for what should limit our growth here in Oscoda or in downtown. Whether it needs to be repaired, whether it can be repaired, whether your suggestion that it be torn down and possibly replaced, that's something that's on us no matter what, because it's been a problem for years. It doesn't seem like it would be something that we're creating by looking at this forward opportunity.
Okay, I was going to go back to Steve. What were you suggesting? I guess not entering into this LOI, but
my suggestion would we enter into they've come to the board, they followed our process.
Correct.
And
yep.
we've just been stagnant as a community for a long time. I think we all want a hotel, and I appreciate them coming to town. I think, you know, there's some issues about location, size, parking, all that. If we have an alternate location, we just simply enter into a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, and we spell out some conditions that they're first in line, and we're going to see if we can work a solution for the community and them, either there or in an alternate location. And if we can't, 45 days from now, we clap, you know, basically shake hands and say no. But 45 days, if we can come to a solution, it gets us working towards something that we all need. I think it's a good thing to do, a good thing to do, and we can have the EIC board run point on this.
Yeah, I concur.
Okay, so what is your, so we would not do anything with the LOI this evening. Will we ask them to extend it by a month until we can draft up an MOU to address those things?
I'd say the LOI stays tabled, and we just draft an MOU, and we list some conditions that we're looking for, and we see if we can come to some solutions over the next 45 days. Okay. Timing is everything in real estate. I get that. I just don't want us sit here 60, 90 days and we come back talking about the same thing.
Oh, you know, obviously they wanted to break ground in July. So I understand, you know, they don't want to build it. Yeah, I get that. But
so is that something that would be agreeable to Mr. Malik and Mr. Aldrich to work with us on an MOU?
Yeah, we would agree with that. 45-day MOU.
To talk about locations, etc., and all of that would come back to the board.
Yes.
Well,
and we'd
it would
have the
actually involve
EIC.
EIC. Yes, thank you.
Well, the EIC, yeah, well, the
point on
EIC would draft it, but the EIC can't make a decision on our behalf. So
And anything that the EIC would draft, we would have to approve the MOU as it's being, once it's drafted.
Okay, so before it's actually entered in, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So do we need a motion to draft the MOU?
I would say yes.
I would make a motion that we draft a joint MOU with conditions agreeable to both parties to be worked out between the EIC and Mr. Malik and Mr. Aldrich.
Support.
Okay. That would come back to the township board.
It has to eventually.
Any contract, yeah, it has to come back to the board.
Yep.
Okay, so there's a motion by Mr. Westerbar, support by Mr. Cummings. Again, we are not talking about the LOI that was presented. We're talking about drafting an MOU, which is a memo of understanding.
Who's going to draft that? Going to have Mr. Friel do that, or?
I thought you indicated that the EIC was going to draft it. Who are you proposing draft that, Steve?
Did he disappear?
I don't think so. Shows him there anyways.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit mute.
Okay.
I said I would expect that would come through the EIC. I'd be glad to support that, but I think Bill is on that. Bill and Josh are on that, so you know, may support from them as well as our township attorney.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Westbarth and support by Mr. You still support that, Mr. Cummings?
I do very much.
Okay, all right. Roll call, please, or any further discussion, I guess. Roll call, please.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes. Mr. Wusterbarth,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Great, thank you very much to both of you for being so patient. I apologize again for having you to wait so long to make this presentation. Thank you for submitting the LOI and meeting our criteria, and we look forward to further discussions.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're more than welcome to stay on, but totally understand if you zoom out. Okay, so moving on the agenda, we have the Friedman listing agreement. Mitch.
Basically, this is back on the agenda by the request of the Economic Improvement Director. And it was reviewed by White Woja before their end of their term working for us.
Great. So my thought would be that I know that White and Moja reviewed it. I think I'd like Mr. Friel to take a glance at it before, I mean, we can make a motion to enter into it, but I would like him to review it before us entering, if that's what the board wants to do.
Well, I would move to accept it based on Mr. Friel's recommendation.
Okay. Is there support?
Or
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Spencer, support by Ms. McGuire. Roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
yes.
Mr. Wurstabarth,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next on is the possible social media policy violation. Steve?
Oh, yes, I'd like to move that we send that to the policy committee for review and report back to the board. Therefore, that's my motion.
Okay, is there support?
I'll support that.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Westerbarth, support by Mr. Spencer to send that to the policy committee for review. Roll call, please.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Wurstabarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes. Motion passed. Next on is micromanagement issue. Mr. Westerbarth?
Same situation. I'd like to move that issue be moved to the policy committee for review and report back to the board.
Support.
Therefore, my motion.
Okay, it's a motion by Mr. Westerbarth, support by Mr. Spencer. Roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Wurstabarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next on is the agenda addition of bank statement reconciliation. We had discussion about this during the budget. I'm sorry, not the budget, the audit presentation in regard to switching it from the treasurer, or I'm sorry, from the clerk's office to the treasurer. We asked for legal, Mr. Friel to give his opinion. We received that opinion. And there was further question, I guess, as to what we should do. So I believe, Mr. Westerbarth, that you indicated that you wanted Tim to chime in on this subject tonight. Was my understanding.
Yes, I think there was an email from Mr. Palmer that he sent out with a clarification of clerk and treasurer duties that I'd like his opinion on the way Bill wrote that up.
Excuse me.
All right.
Great. I guess before Tim jumps in, I know that Mr. Palmer sent that email and Ms. McGuire responded to that email as well. And I believe you were copied on that, Tim, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I got the thread. I think Mitch sent it to me.
Okay, all right. So I guess in a nutshell, we're asking you if you stand behind your recommendation or support that it could go back or should go back to the treasurer's office.
Yeah, I do, and I understand Bill's, how he's reading, what provisions he's reading, but, and it is a close call. It's a gray area in the sense that, again, these statutes were enacted a long time ago, and even just banking policies themselves were different. And in a lot of municipalities, incorporated, city municipalities, you see the clerk and the treasurer being combined functions. So, but my main concern, I could see, no matter what, the main thing is as long as there's a checks and balances type of thing, because you have the custodial elements generally that are being handled by the clerk. You have the actual financial substantive elements that are the primary statutory responsibilities of the treasurer. That's where I erred. Either way, both offices are going to have to be looking over these things, hopefully as expeditiously, as efficiently as possible. But my main concern was really, as a practical matter, from an internal control / auditing standpoint, and that's where I'd ask for our auditor to chime in, and she appeared to agree with that as well, being more concerned with the internal mechanisms and so forth, and making sure that things are done timely, accurately, and all that. So, in a nutshell, I still say the primary responsibility, it is a substantive financial one. It should lie with the treasurer. There is necessarily going to be the clerk's weigh in oversight, just if nothing else from a custodial standpoint. And so, yeah, I do stick by that one.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any discussion by the board? Or
Well, and I've already, stated my comment in Mr. Friel's email back to us. In his original comment was that, he stated what the statute stated for the treasurer's responsibilities. He didn't have in there what the township clerk's responsibility is, and that was where I sent the email, and I copied directly from the statute, section 41.65. And my concern, and I guess this is more up to Josh than me. It says the township clerk shall be responsible for the detailed accounting records of the township, utilizing the uniform chart of accounts prescribed by the state treasurer, and the township clerk shall prepare and maintain the journals and ledgers necessary to reflect the assets, liabilities, fund equities, revenues, and expenditures for each fund of the township. Now, if Josh is willing to turn his responsibility over to the treasurer's office, I guess I shouldn't have a concern with that. But that is my concern.
That's my point, Bill. It's not, and that's if that's a custodial measure, it's about the books versus the actual reconciliation. And if this is where it becomes it can appear at least to become a blended exercise, but that does not, it's not mutually exclusive. What that statute describes is yes, and again, keep in mind, this is a long time ago. This language was legislated, but that doesn't change anything about either my opinion or what Josh would do relative to this process and what Jamie would do relative to the process. The substantive act of reconciliation is one thing. This is an abstraction. The actual maintenance of the record of that happening is another. And it is somewhat analogous to when a check is issued and the treasurer issues the check for his or her purpose, and then the clerk endorses the check and maintains a record of that for his or her purpose. And unfortunately, I mean, you have two different people and they're both elected officials, where oftentimes, again, they're combined, they happen contemporaneously. But what the statute you cite, again, it's kind of my job to interpret them, but it still goes to more of the custodial, keeping the books, keeping the records, maintaining all that in a centralized location. It doesn't exclude the treasurer from being able to keep her own, or the supervisor from keeping her own, or the clerk from keeping his. But just so that's clear, I didn't have a chance to respond to that comment specifically so much, but I did want to make that clear. I don't think it's exclusive still of the opinion I reached.
okay, thank you, Tim. Any other questions for Tim or?
Yeah, grill me. I really do rely though on to me, it's a practical thing. At the end of the day, it's a real practical thing, and that's why I asked for Cindy Scott's input, independent of, because I wasn't at the meeting when you guys talked about this on the 18th, but and she did say that, but then she said, yeah, the treasurer usually does this, but, and then she's focusing on the internal mechanisms and control mechanisms. I agree with that. I agree with that. But accuracy and timeliness, ultimately.
Okay, any further discussion, or is there a motion?
There's the only thing I wanted to bring up here from the work session was the idea that maybe we could include handling for the aspect of the reconciliation that's plagued us for a while, which is the timeliness of reconciliations. Is it possible that maybe we could get a report, or a validation is simply an acknowledgement at the beginning of each month that the previous month's accounts have been reconciled completely, or some discuss, or maybe it's 2 months after or something. I guess that's up to you, Jamie. What do you think would be reasonable to you as to?
I think that
we could
Jane and
report on it?
I think we could give you a report. We'd be happy to, and I think we could have it done by the 15th of the month at the very latest, if not sooner.
So for the previous month.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, but we have to wait. Yeah. Actually, we could probably have it done by the 10th, to be honest. Of each.
I think the 15th is what's referenced in
Yeah.
the state statute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately that just means it would be presented at the second board meeting. So that would be.
Do you want
Thank
it at a board meeting, or would you like us to just email out documentation for you to have, so you have it sooner than the second meeting? Because we'd be happy to do that.
What does the board prefer? Formalize it in the board packet, or just a report that we're emailed?
Seems like you could almost do both, where it's emailed out, so the board's got that certification in an earlier time time line that makes you feel comfortable, and then we formalize it by putting it on the agenda, in a formal,
Yeah, we could do it informational at that point.
yeah, like an informational, just so kind of
That
a
way it's there for
double,
the, yep.
if that's good with the board.
For what it's worth, I mean, usually monthly tasks like this aren't, occupying time on your meeting agendas.
Right.
They're usually periodic reports where these are addressed, much less the annual audit. You guys need less, not more on your agenda.
Yeah,
I would
It
vote
is
for
a
that,
fair
yes.
point.
Yeah, as
It is a
it's
fair point.
10:51, yes,
Sorry.
and we still have 6 items left.
No, I'm just.
Tim, it is a fair point you're making, but the difference is that, like I said earlier, it's a problem that's plagued us for years. And sometimes, it's gotten so bad that really the reconciliations didn't happen for the majority of the year. So we just don't want the problem to resurrect itself. So I'm not suggesting that we do anything other than just do this for a while. I mean, it doesn't even have to have an end date to it, but it's just like, let's just make sure that we can get this moving. And we do have 3.5 more years ahead of us here. And, at some point we can call for it to no longer be on the agenda. If that's
And that makes
what it
sense.
feels like.
I was just saying, it's like, geez, you guys put this on as a regular agenda item. And then also there's this thing called the treasury report that would ultimately, hopefully, and regularly address this successfully as well. So.
Okay, so with that discussion, I'd like to, is somebody willing to make a motion then that bank reconciliation goes back to the treasurer's office?
Make a motion that bank reconciliation, or the bank statement reconciliations are moved back to the treasurer's office to be completed and then checked by the clerk.
Yeah.
And with the report?
With the monthly report.
And the report to be emailed as well as under informational on our agenda.
Hope that the board will give me a little latitude. Jane's on vacation this week and I'm all by myself, so it might take me a little while to get all those months caught up right away.
Oh, geez, you just said you'd have them done by the 10th. Geez.
Well, I think that's going to be, actually, I'm going to try to have the other ones done before that, but.
I know. I'm sure you'll work on it post haste.
Okay, so there's a motion. The motion by Mr. Sutton was our support.
I support it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Then next on is recommendation of hiring a CPA. That's you, Josh. Is that still gonna stay on or? I believe we were putting that on in regard to whether or not,
For training for the general ledger, I thought.
right, so for training for general ledger.
Yeah, and then when we do that, just making sure that I know how to, I guess, on the check end of the reconcile, because
Yeah.
that's
So
gonna switch
some
now.
training for that.
Yeah.
Okay. So would you like to make a motion in that effect?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to hire the CPA for the general ledger training and bank statement reconciliation checkoff on the monthly balance and closeout.
A CPA through our current audit firm,
We can't do that.
accounting firm? I mean, we're looking
No,
at.
we would have to get them from a separate one.
Okay.
Can't be the same firm as the audit.
Right, I mean, not the same, but I thought we were talking about bringing somebody else within
Training, you can do the same
training.
person, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Doesn't say
I'd
it's
rather stay
training,
away
not
from
bank.
I'd rather stay away from, let's just clear cut. It'll be a separate company.
Could we bring the Woodhill group back in? They worked with us for a while. They're a little bit familiar with our system. If they'd be willing to come back, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on what we want to do, because the general ledger, like I said, we're going to be going over it with Cindy on the AGEs. General ledger, I just need to finish up on moving those funds and then complete the BS&A training. And I mean, it may be something that Cindy could literally send somebody over in one day. So, I mean, do you guys want to go out for some prices to get some information? I mean, I want to do what's best by the township too. I don't, with this changing over, we're not looking at like what we were looking at with the bank recs. I'm looking for the general ledger money moves, the auditor things that'll be presented, which I think we could get away with our auditor. But we could definitely go out for prices if you gentlemen would like to. What is the consensus of the board?
The state of Michigan also provides training for helpful people.
Yep. So would we like to explore all those options?
Yes.
And go out?
Sounds good to me.
All right. So we will. Would that be more going out for a for an RFP, Mr. Palmer? Kind of getting a report on that service?
It's not necessarily I mean, is it a formal?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm looking at. What would we call
Price
it?
quotes, yeah.
Get quotes, obtain
Seems
quotes.
to
for
me it would
CPA?
be, yeah, checking with MTA, I mean, and getting some hourly rates.
MGOFA too.
Hold on a second. So I'd make a motion that we approve. What would that be? Soliciting information and prices or what?
Cost proposals for
Proposals.
assistance and training. Would be my thought, I guess.
Proposals for CPA. And training. So I'll make a motion to approve soliciting proposals for CPA services and training through all agencies.
Okay, is there support?
I'll support that motion.
There's a motion by Mr. Sutton, support by Mr. Spencer. Roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Wishtabarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next on is Chamber of Commerce, 4th of July parade request.
I move that we approve the Oscoda Chamber of Commerce request for a parade.
All right. Support? Did you say support, Jamie?
I did.
Okay.
She says it so fast.
Yeah, there's a motion by Mr. Spencer, support by Ms. McGuire on the 4th of July parade. Roll call, please.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Wishtabarth,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next on is proposed board protocol change agenda.
I ask that that topic be added to the June 11th work session for discussion.
Okay,
Since it's an agenda item, do we need to postpone it to then?
Yes.
I would so move.
Support.
Support.
okay, there's a motion by Mr. Spencer to postpone that item on the agenda to June 11th meeting, and support by Ms. McGuire. Roll call, please.
And Steve
Yes.
lost his connection.
Huh?
Steve lost his connection. I don't know if
Okay.
you can let me back in. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's okay.
is
Did
this
it say-
for the Chamber of Commerce? No.
Huh?
Oh, board protocol change agenda.
Yeah,
That's
Is he-
getting postponed until,
postponed until June 11th. So he lost his connection. So is he coming back on or just lost the volume? Oh, there he is. Maybe he's calling in.
9400.
Okay. I got it. Or I mean, I just let him in and know. 94, now where'd it go? Okay, there it is, sorry. Steve, I did hit ask to unmute. I'll hit it again, hopefully. Okay, I think it's working.
Can you hear me now?
Yep,
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. My phone quit. For some reason.
that's okay. Okay, so we have, we have a motion and support to postpone that agenda item to June 11th. Did we start roll call yet? I'm sorry, don't remember.
Which agenda item was that at?
That was for the proposed board protocol change, which is
Okay.
basically talking about the agenda itself format.
Got it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Wishtabarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes, motion carried.
Who was the support on that?
Ms. McGuire,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Next on is website content discussion review.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, we had at the last meeting or at the work session, Mr. Schultz indicated that migrating all the documents on demand might be an exceedingly high expense. I don't disagree with that, and we should definitely look at, what they're offering before we obviously pull the trigger. I have a meeting with them on Wednesday, and Tammy and I, and we'll be sitting down to discuss our move forward. So I guess I'm looking for direction from the board on what we would like to see on the website so that we can call it complete enough to cut it over and make it live.
Well, we talked a little bit about this on the Friday work session, and my concern was that I didn't want us to leave to the web developers writing narrative that might sound great, but doesn't accurately describe either the departments or whatever the topic is that page represents. You know, I realize that our current topic, our current content is dated, and it was my understanding that there was supposed to be an initiative to get that in progress so that we wouldn't be at this position right now today. Clearly that didn't occur. So, I mean, I just say that we need to get something nice in place there. I mean, I like the basic language in some of these places, but you can see that it's probably just somebody came up with some nice creative writing, and we need something that's going to actually be useful, you know, and descriptive, and with, you know, it needs to be information packed and useful, you know, so somebody coming here that wants to do something can find it, you know, get the information they need.
I guess I had a question in regard to the website development. I know Ryan was obviously key in that process. Was Todd also involved in that process? Is he taking over for Ryan, or what's going on there?
As far as I know, he is taking over in the interim until his new fellow, quote unquote fellow, can be put in place and run with us on that show. I don't know. I haven't actually discussed it with him in great detail on what his thoughts are on whether or not he wants to be in charge of that product or process. That's why one of the things I was going to ask is, does the board want to form some kind of committee, or are we going to ask all the department heads to provide narratives? How are we going to get the content to put up there? And I mean, we've got all kinds of options. I just, you know, we just need a way forward so that we can figure out a timeline so that we've got something to tell the developer on when we're going to start putting content up there and when we're going to do the cutover.
Well, who owns the project? I mean, who is
right
actually
now
the person running this? Yeah, I mean, well, who
from
has
Revise or
maybe
from
there's Ryan, but no, on our side. I mean, our contact is Ryan, you say.
Yep.
So, but so I guess then let's appoint somebody who picks it up, and then we don't have to worry about trying to get committees and a bunch of people, you know, involved. I don't want to resolve into the idea of, you know, 7 monkeys or something sitting down and trying to type out, you know, verbiage that's supposed to be exactly what we want. It's like it just isn't going to work that way. I think somebody should take the bull by the horns and just done and present it back.
Yeah, I guess I think it'd be difficult to ask people to come in at the end of the hour after somebody's designed it.
Well, I'm not saying we're redesigning. We're talking about content. We're talking about the language. Yeah. So,
right,
Jeremy, what role have you had in this? Have you been working with Tammy on any of this, or is this something you can do, want to do?
You asking me?
Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I've been working with Tammy on it. I mean, can I write the content? Probably. Is it going to be as good as it could be? Maybe. I just don't have all the technical information to really, you know, I mean, there's so much information out there that I just don't know needs to be on there. You know, I mean, I would have to go through and contact a bunch of different departments, and I mean, if that's why I'm asking if there should be a committee where we can say, okay, this committee is in charge of this stuff, get it done, go, be gone with ye. And, you know, if you want me on that committee, I'd be happy to help. Do I want to take on the entire responsibility of writing all the content for the Oscoda Township MI.gov website? Oh boy, that's an undertaking right there.
Well, I don't think you should. Yeah, I don't think you should be.
No, I don't think you should. No, I agree. Tammy has been updating the website for some years now.
Yes.
As things change or need to be added, whether it be the main page or the one of the department pages. I think she's probably pretty well aware of what's important and what isn't. So she should be a part of whatever that committee or group or whatever the term is you want to call it.
Right, and that's part of the issue is that Tammy is she's getting pounded pretty hard as far as other duties to perform, and this one just it just doesn't take the top of the priority list anytime
Well,
soon for her, in my opinion. I could be wrong. She may be.
Right, no, but it takes the priority list and the fact that I believe it's the last big component for RRC.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so it is, and I guess my thought is, and obviously I wasn't here when that all occurred, but we got a fellow. I mean, I know that Todd was instrumental in bringing that person here to assist with the process. And I'm thinking that he kind of led the charge with Ryan. I would think because his main charge is RRC certification. So I feel that it should fall under him. And now he's working with, hiring a new person to complete that process. And I'm sure that Ryan will, give notes. I mean, they must have talked about content in some way, shape, or form. You can't have a website without content. So I guess I'm obviously.
Well, you can, but.
Well, I'm not a website developer.
I know.
I would think that this has been discussed. You just don't, have a bunch of pages without anything on it.
So basically, I think that, after talking about it right now, we should probably do precisely that. Put Tammy and Mr. Dickerson in charge of migration of that content, and I'd be happy to help them if they need it. And I'm sure they
provide the resources Tammy needs. I'm not trying to hang her out to dry. She's got 9 million other things to do. I'm not saying that.
Tammy just texted me and said she can handle it.
Okay, well, good.
With Todd.
All right, so those two can, and one of the things that would probably make it quick for them would be to take the current content that's on the site for that page, refresh the language like Mr. Cummings was suggesting, and then migrate it over, and then we can start poking around at it when they near completion, and then we can determine a cutover date.
Sounds good. That would have been my plan.
Yeah, and in all honesty, some of the pages are very well written. I don't want to make it sound like this is not
right.
It's all empty, but I know that there's some detail in some of the departments that needs to be added, and I can see that it's missing. But what's there is actually good. Just I think a double check comparison.
Yep. And then the only other things that I'll be working with Tammy on Wednesday, I'll have a couple questions for the developer as far as time frame and stuff like that, but I want to look at their alternative to the documents on demand service. And I am so irritated that you have to prepend file names with special codes to get them to be put into place that I am willing to donate my time to migrate those documents into a new platform if the new platform will suffice and work in a more user-friendly manner than the documents on demand misery.
Okay. So do we need any action on this, or I think we just gave some direction? I don't think we need formal action.
I think direction's been provided, and they've already, Tammy and I'm sure Mr. Dickerson will hop on board with that. And if they have any questions or concerns, I'm sure that we'll hear of them.
Right, and we're here to support them for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Then moving on to number 10, part-time clerical for treasurer's office. Request for appropriations. Jamie?
Oh,
Mitch?
so
Not sure.
probably both of us.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned Friday, I sent this stuff out back in July 13th of last year. The seasonal employee for the treasurer's office was approved. However, when the 2021 budget came out, there was no money that was budgeted for it. And like I said, I'm sure it was just an oversight. So I was just looking for board approval for money to be appropriated for that position moving forward.
And how was it going to be seasonal, full year, part-time, full year? What was it you were actually looking for?
It was actually a seasonal part-time person at this point.
Okay. Does that translate to X number of months, or does that translate to a longer stretch of period that's just
It's
part-time? I don't know how to equate it.
What it usually is just for Tim is like for our peak periods for treasury from when the taxes go out. There's a few now that we have 2 tax seasons a year, it's for preparation of the taxes and collecting them and getting them mailed out and helping with the end of the year thing. So it fluctuates between there's some months they don't work at all. And then there's some months where they work full time for those times. And so there's been a special position that was in for seasonal part-time is actually the only position like that in the whole building, because I don't really need somebody completely part-time. There's just not that much for them to do just during tax season, vacation, sick time and stuff like that.
And that's the 880 hours of part-time position.
Correct.
Are you allowed to work them 40 hours in a week and still call them part-time?
Yes, we have been in the past.
Well, in the past isn't that, sorry, that doesn't answer my question. In the past doesn't make it right. What, I know, I'm sorry, I'm the stickler tonight.
Yes, that would be a question for the clerk's office or for the superintendent's office for the cap, the hard cap that we have for employees.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't get ourselves into any trouble there.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you betcha.
I don't want to be in trouble either.
Is that on the seasonal?
Yes, seasonal.
Seasonal, the wage doesn't change. We've never changed it.
I'm not talking about the wages.
He's
I'm talking about
hourly. I mean,
I'm
40
talking about
hours.
state and federal law when it comes to what can be considered part-time, what can be considered full-time, and how many hours that they can get before we are required by law to provide them benefits.
It's worth 30 or more hours for benefits and full-time is what we run here. So our part-time employees inside the township generally work 29 or less hours.
That's for a regular part-time person.
Right. Not
Are you looking for less than that or more than that?
Well, she stated that some weeks they go up to 40 hours a week.
Right.
Well, seasonal part-time people like the people that do the watering and all that work 40 hours a week.
Yeah, we do it under seasonal. Is that what you were saying, Jamie?
Yes.
Yes.
Gotcha.
That's right.
Okay. Cool.
Well, that was you can go to 40. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there a motion or further discussion?
Well, I think the board has already moved on it based on the documentation that Ms. McGuire provided. I think we just need
the appropriation.
Right.
Yeah, we need the appropriation.
Okay.
Do we know where it needs to come from?
That
is not a question for me.
No, it's not. No. I'm asking because it's on the agenda. So do we have that? Do we have that account in mind or that line item in mind, which we can allocate from?
Yes, I believe Jamie sent that out to us.
Okay. Excuse me.
I don't think I did.
I don't think
a copy of
I'm
last
pretty
year's
sure I
report.
said.
She indicated where the part-time, she gave a report of where it was before, i.e. where it was budgeted from, but it wasn't budgeted. So we need to take money from someplace to put it there. So where is it being allocated from?
Right.
So I guess we'll have to get back on that.
That would be a Mitch thing.
Right. So we'll have to come back to the board on that location that the funds are going to come from.
So we need a motion to postpone this until the next regularly scheduled meeting since it's on the agenda?
Yeah.
Yes.
I so move.
Supported by?
Me. Support.
Or I should say, is there support? Sorry, getting tired. And there's a motion by Mr. Spencer, support by Ms. McGuire. Roll call, please.
Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Wishbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Ms. Richards,
Yes, motion carried. Next.
Thank you to everybody.
You betcha.
Yeah, I'm
You're
sorry we
welcome.
couldn't resolve this once and for all tonight.
Next meeting, I have faith.
All right, next on is MTA dues subscription. Josh?
yes. So I sent out for everybody to look at, and we discussed this at the work session.
We have the MTA dues due in the amount of $6,229.65. Also looking to get approval for the premium pass for the MTA online learning subscription. As I stated and talked with Mr. Palmer, we do spend a considerable amount of money. Just the class that he went to, if all of us would have been attended, just for that benefit would have put us well over that 1,900. That 1,900 will allow us to pay just that set rate for our township officials, employees, and volunteers in the community on other boards as well to utilize that training under that price as a whole entity for the township.
I move that we accept the Mr. Sutton's recommendation to pay the MTA dues and $8,129.65 for the regular dues notice as well as the premium pass of $1,900.
I would like to know which, what fund that's going to come out of.
GL 10. Oh, sorry.
That's right. No, it's correct. It's right in the board pack on page 1858.
And how did you come up with that 101, 101, 712?
That is the education.
No, that's the fees and per diem for the township board. That is the salary for the township trustees.
I think it's the 960, isn't it?
It's
the one right above that.
That's right.
Yeah, 101, 101, 960, 000. It's education training, and then other dues to be paid from the 712 for under.
Is the fees for the thing.
No, that's fees that and per diem. That's the township board trustees' salary and FICA.
Yeah, you can't pull from that.
Those are the dues.
If I could make a suggestion,
Yes.
You could take that from the unallocated 101-299-882.000 dues, which is budgeted $8,000.
Okay,
Can you say that one more time, Bill?
Yeah,
Sorry,
please.
101-299.
101-299-882.00.
And do
Thank you, Bill.
It's allocated as dues.
And Mr. Sutton, do you have a split on which would come out of which account?
The first one's fine. The online learning for the 960, that's fine.
Right, but how much of that $8,000 is going to be put into or come from that account? As if it's all of it, then we do.
Yeah, that's going to be the $6,229.65 in dues.
And then the 1,900 you want to come out of 101-299-882.000.
That's budgeted at 2,000.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
All right, well, then I will amend my motion to include $6,229.65 come from GL 101-101-960-000. And the remainder $1,900 be taken from GL 101-299-882.000 dues.
That should, no, that last one should be the 6,229.
So I flipped them?
I think so.
So the 1,900 needs to come out of 101-101-960, and the $6,229.65 needs to come out of 101-299-882.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. I still support that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cummings?
Graffiti motions here.
All right, so there's
Sorry.
a motion by Mr. Spencer, support by Mr. Cummings. Roll call, please.
Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Ms. McGuire?
Yes.
Mr. Spencer?
Yes.
Mr. Palmer?
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes. Mr. Worcester?
Yes.
Ms. Richards?
Yes, motion carried. Next on is violation of flag code complaint.
Did you guys get my email to or Miss Richards and Mr. Mitchell? I think I didn't. I don't think I sent it to everybody. I just sent it to the.
You know what I did? And I meant to tell you the link wasn't active. When I went to click on it, it didn't have like an actual, I couldn't click on it.
If you go to flagsusa.com, they have all kinds of flags out there. You can have custom flags, but basically They have it's a black flag with a blue line in the middle. Still shows support for the police department while it's not using the background of the American flag, which a citizen has complained about. So I think that we can still show our support with a different flag. So I suppose that I would move to purchase a thin blue line flag with no American flag background and replace the one on the pole with the new one that does not have the American flag background.
But I'm not sure I understand that. If you don't, sorry,
Sure.
so I want to discuss further.
Sure.
Because I went to take a look at the flag myself.
Mhm.
And aside from the fact, I mean, there are stripes, but the stripes don't look red, white, and blue. They're not white and red and white. You know, it's. I don't understand what the problem is specifically here.
Well, it's basically, it's taking the United States, the American flag, and it's changing it so that it looks like the American flag, but it's not. And the documentation that was in the packet kind of alludes to, you can do the flag and you can do other flags, but you can't do that flag with other logos. So you can't take the American flag and throw up the Oscoda logo on it and put it on the pole. Doesn't matter if it's different
Wait a minute,
colors.
repeat that last sentence. Repeat that last sentence again. You can't?
You can't take the Oscoda Township logo, put it on an American flag, even if you change the colors, and fly it on the pole, which is what I think what I believe that the citizen was complaining about. I'd use his name, but I don't know it.
Right, we're flying it correctly. We just, in light of what he highlighted, technically, the U.S. flag's not supposed to be used clothing, merchandise. So in respecting that, we're simply going to get a flag that supports the community, like our police, veterans, but one that does not have an American flag background in any color or form.
Oh, okay. I guess I didn't somehow see that as I was driving by. Maybe I'd have to wait for the more wind to blow the flag and I could see this better, but I wasn't catching any of that when I was driving by. So I'm gonna have to go with your impressions are.
Well, flags, if you go to flagsusa.com, they have, and you search for the thin blue line flag, you can see exactly what we have posted underneath the American flag at the Township Hall, when it's got a black and gray American flag with the bright blue thin line right through the middle of it, showing American support for the police department. And I'm okay with the support, but I see the citizens' complaint in that is an American flag. And technically, according to what the law is, it probably shouldn't have been manufactured at all. But it is. And, you know, in the interest of, you know, we don't want to violate the law here, and we don't want the citizens complaining about things. That was a compromise that I found quickly. I mean, I'd hate to take it down. I really enjoy our Oscoda Police Department. I don't get to talk to them enough, which is probably a good thing. But there it is.
Okay.
So your motion was to purchase a new flag?
Yep, it's $30 on this website. The price may vary, $5-10, depending on if we have a supplier at the township or not. We might even, you know, we could even go get a custom flag if you want and get the red line on there too, so that we can support the fire department. What does the board want to do? I would move to take down the flag that's up there and replace it with the thin blue line flag with a solid black background. That's my motion. But we can, we can do all kinds of things here. What would you like?
Well, I would agree with that if we could get one that would add the red line to support the fire department as well.
Yeah, because we have police, fire, paramedics, and veterans on there. So that's what we're looking for, is to replace some kind of memorial commemorative to all of our service members who serve as the military. You know, everybody who steps up, takes their oath, and serves us. I mean, whether it's our paramedics coming to save your life, the police, our fire, and the veterans that have served in our high veteran community.
So if you'd like to look at that, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I would just say, and I yield to your judgment to just select that flag that indicates, a memorial to all those that Josh just mentioned. I think that would be great.
All right. I think that I'm going to have to do a little digging to find one that memorializes all of them without the American flag background. I will do that and have it for the board to view in the next board packet. How about that? So I rescind my motion.
Well,
and we'll,
I personally don't think that we need to view it. I think we're good with you just picking one out as long as the flag isn't in the background.
well, I don't know how
I'm
much
good
it's
with
going to
that.
cost. That's my issue, is that I can't make a motion to approve it for cost because I don't know how much it's going to be. And it might
Right.
even be
Well,
a custom one. It might be a couple $100. I don't know.
right.
So
Well,
I
I guess
don't,
even if it's a couple $100, I would personally pay for that.
Yep.
If that's allowed. So to put something up there to support
Yes.
all of our service members.
It actually is allowed.
So
The
I would,
donation to the,
I would approve
township.
up to $250. I'm not saying go out and spend that, but if it has to be a custom, I would approve doing that and getting a flag up that supports the people that take care of us with not offending people that think we're trying to be disrespectful to the American flag. So,
amen. All right. So I will go out and find a flag. I will call you first, and then we will look at it together. And then if it's good for you, it's good for me, and we'll get it ordered.
okay, sounds great. Thank you, Jeremy.
You betcha.
All right. Then moving on to the last, and I apologize to the developer if they are hopefully still here, Skeel Avenue LOI. Mr. Bolanowski, I believe. Yeah, he's here. Oh, sorry, Ed.
That's fine.
All right, I'm very, very sorry, sir, to keep you on till 11:30 at night, so I apologize. Is there anybody else I need to unmute or just you?
I don't think Craig is here, so.
All right, okay. So with that, Todd is, again, not here to present the information. I know there was some questions that we submitted to you. You provided information to what you could, that was then shared with the board. So I guess I'll leave it up to the board in regard to additional questions that you have and go from there. Anyone? Did I mute everybody?
No.
Any questions? And I should know this, I'm sorry, I don't have the LOI right in front of me. When was the response? Was it June 5th? June 5th? That's why we added it, I know.
That is correct.
June 5th was the response. Okay.
On all the responses we've had to the Skeel property, this is probably the best one that we've had over the past year or more. I would like to make a motion to move ahead with this LOI and move along with that to bring it to get a purchase agreement and look into moving forward with this project. Get the housing we need here in Oscoda.
Bill, would you amend your motion to include the conveying of land wouldn't commence until an approved site plan is done, a timeline to compete, let's say 30% of the units presented to us?
I would amend my motion to that. We could have that included in a purchase agreement.
Either way, I just want to make sure that we
might make it a little more
protect
efficient if it's in a
Yeah.
purchase.
I would concur with putting it in the PA, the more details. If Ed thinks that would work for him.
Yeah, I think we're fine with that. Again, we responded back, there are feasibility studies and that have to be done as well, before we can get any real clear answers to number of units, what's feasible to do as a phase one, and still make a mortgage payment, and then where we go from there.
Okay, and I mentioned this before, and I don't know if you were on the call or not, but we do have, I believe there's still records in regard to all the demolition of those properties that occurred, that we could provide you access to, I guess, that might be helpful in your due diligence.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so,
I would support Bill's motion.
okay, was my next question. All right, so there's a motion by Mr. Palmer and there is support by Mr. Westerberg. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Roll call, please.
Mr. Forsterbarth,
Yes.
Ms. McGuire,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Sutton, yes, Mr. Spencer,
Yes.
Mr. Palmer,
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes, motion carried. So we will be reaching out to you for follow-up. Thank you, Ed.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Go
you.
home and go to bed.
Yeah, and again, I
Yeah.
apologize for keeping you so late. Thank you for sticking it out.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are on to the public comment section of our agenda. So at this time, you can make comment in regard to things we talked about tonight or didn't. Again, it's getting late. I mean, I'm not telling anybody they can't comment, but just keep in mind it's 11:34 at night. So again, it's now open to public comment. So if you are zoomed in via laptop and you can use the raise hand feature, please do so now. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Nope, there's one. All right, Jessica Hansen, I'm hitting ask you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep it short, I promise. I was just thinking since the last meeting about when the attorney was asked to investigate employee harassment concerns. And I think it's great that he's willing to assist with that. But in the long term, I was just thinking that whether it's this attorney, any attorney, this board, any board moving forward in the future, maybe it would be worth looking into getting a third party designated just for these types of things to keep it 100% impartial. Well, not impartial is not the word I'm looking for, but just a completely unbiased and separate group, or potentially unbiased, I should say. But I just question the level of comfort a complainant might feel when speaking with someone who's contractually obligated to protect the interests of the township. I was looking at a couple things online, and I see it's not an uncommon practice, but it could later, should resolution not be, should a resolution not be determined that's satisfactory to all participants, or an agreement not be reached, or just something that could potentially get bigger later. I'm just wondering if it puts the attorney in an awkward position then, and maybe it might be worth looking at a third-party company to help with that. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Jessica. All right, anybody else? And just so you know, it only took a bazillion meetings to realize that when somebody does the raise hand, it actually puts them to the top of the thing for me. So I could have just gone to the top each time. Just figured that out.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Every day, learning
Every
something
day,
new.
learning something new with Zoom. We need never go back to live. Kidding. Completely kidding.
I know.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Raise hand feature. All right. I'm looking to make a comment. Terry Blacken or Birkenbach. I'm sorry, I just massacred his name. Just hit ask to unmute, Terry.
Can you hear me?
Yes. State your name, please.
All right. My name's Terry Birkenbach. I spoke with the board on
I can't hear you.
I can't hear him either.
No.
Yep. Just lost him.
Huh?
I heard he'd spoken to the board and then poof.
Right. I didn't do anything.
Can you now?
Kind of, I mean, your mic shows there, but yeah, go ahead, try it again.
I called and spoke to you guys on a special meeting in regards to cornhole tournament that I did for the senior class. And you guys said that it was okay to use the property as long as I wasn't making any profit off of it. We'd like to do an event such as that this weekend. It won't be a fundraising event, but it will be community-wide cornhole. And I won't be making any profits, but I'd like to rent a porta pot and have permission to have a porta pot there Friday evening, if we could do so.
We actually discussed this during our work session as whether or not we needed to put it on the agenda. And we instructed our superintendent that he could work out an agreement with you, is my recollection, so.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I had the information I needed before Friday so that I can start advertising this and get the community out having some fun.
Okay, well, you need to reach out to Mr. Mitchell in regard to that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Did you have anything else or was that it?
That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Public comment? All right, I am gonna, I guess, gosh, can I just hit? So we do have a couple phone calls or a couple phone numbers. There's a 843-209-0722. I'll hit you. I just hit, I didn't hit you. I hit your number and it said ask to unmute. So if you have something you'd like to say, I know there's a delay sometimes. I'll wait before going on. Okay, next is 739-5533. Again, I just hit ask to unmute. So you would hit the *8, I believe. Is that correct? *8? I always forget.
*6.
*6. Okay, I was close. *6. Okay. All right. Nobody there. 739-5533 is there twice. So not sure what's up there, but 739-5729.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Hey. Well, Ms. Richards, I guess I get 8 minutes because you didn't call on me in the first part. But actually, no, I don't need 8 minutes. You know, in February when the rental bar thing went down, I called on the board to go ahead and, because I could see where things are going. We need to protect the beach formal. I'm not talking about up on the hill. That's not a park. I stay out of that. The formal beach, 1,400 feet. We all know what we're talking about. The grassy area, the beach, Oscoda Beach Park. We need to know where the board stands on that. And as supervisor, I think you can make that motion no matter how it goes. That doesn't reflect on you. But we need to know now. We've needed to know since February. And we need that formally so that it doesn't become a disposable property. That's what we need to do. We need to take charge of that situation. I know you got a lot going on. I'm glad you delayed your decision up on the hill, but I'm a capitalist. So I may hurt some feelings that live around there right now, but I am a capitalist. I believe in commerce. The town needs to grow. So at least because you had to push back, that gets to my main point. In a charter township, you should never be in a hurry to make these type of decisions. Now, these are all of our assets. Don't be in a hurry now. Please don't. Use your heads. Many of you have actually, and Dickerson has done it, have actually used the spaceport when it served them to say we need more housing. It's even in his housing study where he wants 200, whatever, 250 more. Fine. You can also flip that. If, the big if, It's 50-50 if you're going to get the spaceport. Your property values are going to rise. I understand wanting to be aggressive. I get all that. Play your cards right. Slow your roll. You have 3 board members that want you to slow down on these LOIs. LOIs should not be force-fed. Have confidence. We know we want to grow. You have 86% of this community that want growth. It's in your own survey studies of the people, a fine scientific study, an actual study. You already have that. You have wind at your back. Have confidence. We're aggressive. I'm a capitalist. I want more growth than you can ever believe. Since I graduated from high school, guess what? Everyone wants growth. Please use your head. No LOI should ever be force-fed to this board. It's disrespectful to the other board members. It's disrespectful to this community. We want growth. We want to make money. There's no doubt about that. Again, Ms. Richards, I'm calling on you as supervisor to make a motion at the next board meeting to protect the 1,400 feet Oscoda Beach Park proper and all that goes with it. The rest of it is pretty much commerce. We can talk about FERTAW another time, I'm sure. But anyway, have a good night. I know it's been a long night for you. Okay? I'm surprised my batteries held out. And I bet you I was under 4 minutes, right? Thanks.
Yes, you were. 26 seconds left.
All right.
Nailed it.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right. Sorry, my eyes are not reading the computer very well. Just see if there was anybody. Okay, I already did the fit. Oops. Yep, there it went. Sorry, forgot to turn it off. Why is it turning off? All right, I believe that was it for phone numbers. I suppose I'll get yelled at by somebody if it wasn't, but I don't see any of the phone numbers that I haven't asked. So that being said, next would be, we're done with public comment. We are on to board comment. Does any of the board have anything they would like to say before we close down?
I'll toss out a quick one. I know that Mr. Haley doesn't want to sell the beach park, and I share that sentiment. I don't think that we need to formalize anything. I don't think that anyone in their right mind would try to sell the jewel of Oscoda. So I don't think that we need to worry about that. I don't think, again, I can't speak for the rest of the board, but I'm telling you, I would not vote to sell the beach park. Done. Period. We're talking about slow rolling LOIs and all that fun stuff. And I appreciate that, everybody's a little worried about, oh, this is happening fast, but you know what? I don't think it's happening fast. We've waited 30 years. 30 years we've waited for the downtown to start getting to develop, and we're starting to get LOIs, and we have a board that wants to move forward. And, I understand that you're hesitant on moving forward, and I'm not trying to jump in with both feet either. I like Ms. Richards and Mr. Woosterbarth's idea of going to the MOU. And I think that that's a good process that we can still move forward and still look at things. I do want to look at it, but we've waited 30 years. That's long enough. And, and to previous comments at the public comment at the beginning of the meeting, everybody says, oh, we need to preserve it. We need to preserve it. Well, every single time we get any green space in this town and we talk about developing it, the first thing that happens is everybody jumps on and says, we want to preserve the green space. Well, we have an entire national forest of green space, and we're asking for a little spot downtown where we can actually start doing some development and make the town grow. Mr. Haley said that that's what the town wants and needs. So, I understand that we want to preserve things, but we've preserved them for 30 years, and it's time to start going and moving on this stuff. So let's get it done. I'm good.
Okay, anybody else board wise?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Bill.
Hey, Jamie.
Oh, thank you. The drop-off refuge program that we talked about earlier this evening, our first date is June 12th, and that'll be before our next meeting. So I just wanted to remind the public that we have available for $10. There's a flyer in here that tells you the things you can and cannot take. You just have to come on, you can stop in. You can put the $10 in the drop box if you don't feel comfortable coming into the building yet. Let me know your address and where you want that permit set to, and I can get that mailed over to you so you have it in time for that day. It will be from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. and it's located at Travis Sanitation this year. If you have any questions about it, give us a call, 739-3211, and hit the extension for the treasurer's office.
Okay, Bill, I think you were next.
Yeah, just a couple quick comments. Was mentioned that, Mr. Haley mentioned about the housing study and counting on the spaceport. Well, the housing study was done not taking into account the spaceport. It was strictly what's needed right now today. 200 to 260 units are needed here in Oscoda. And to believe me, go out and talk to Don Nolan out at Coletta, and he will tell you the same thing, that they would hire another 150 people tomorrow if they had housing for them. The other thing I wanted to mention real quickly, and I had promised a resident that I would mention this several meetings ago, but our meetings have gone so late and we've had so many issues. I absolutely forgot to mention this, so I wrote it down and put it right in front of me so I'd remember tonight. And that is that there is a national fishing tournament that's coming to Oscoda and Osable on July 22nd to the 21st. This is a national team walleye tournament championship. 250,000 in cash and prizes. These are mostly professional fishermen. It's sponsored by Pro Shops and Cabela, and it's a big deal for our area to be considered as part of this national tournament. And I believe they were here last year, and it worked out pretty well. And so they've opted to come back again this year. So this is a big deal for us, and just wanted to mention that to everybody. I think there will be need for volunteers for some of this, and just wanted to mention to everybody that this is coming in July, a big professional fishing tournament right here in Osable and Oscoda.
Where are they? I'm sorry to butt in. Where are they fishing? What they're fishing for walleye, but where?
They're fishing for walleye. Can fish anywhere. It's
oh
yeah, they have to launch. Just as a side note, Jamie McGuire and I are actually both on the committee for this. Adam Hume is instrumental into bringing it to our community. With COVID last year, the Detroit River canceled the event. It was moved to Oscoda. The DNR boat launch is where it occurs. That's where they launch from. They are all professionals. You have to be a professional. There's no other way to get in. Right now, I think there's 200 teams that are registered. They usually pre-fish the week before. And last year they committed to this year tournament, and they're actually looking already. I believe they've already booked a date for the following year. So the committee will be reaching out in regard to volunteers that are needed to help with weigh-in and so on. But it is great exposure for our community. And again, Adam is working and the group is working to get some donations, because we have to provide some host things here. So, but exciting for sure.
You have to be a pro to enter?
Yes.
Oh, they just don't want to get shown up by the Oscoda awesome fishermen. That's
yeah. But they're here pre-fishing, and they fly. They have to be back by a certain time, whatever, but they go wherever the fish are, but they pre-fish for like a week. So it's exciting for sure.
Yeah, thanks for that additional information, Ann. I appreciate that. I had promised that I would mention this several meetings ago, and our meetings go so late. I totally forgot to mention it, but hopefully we'll get it out now, and we'll try and mention it at our next meeting. Just hopefully it'll be a little earlier time than midnight. Or including here.
Yeah.
But it is a big deal for our community.
It's huge.
These guys are sponsored, and they have money to spend.
Yep. Yes, they
National
do.
coverage. National coverage.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Detroit.
Yeah. Way to
We'll
mess
take
up.
that.
Yeah,
You betcha.
Your failure is our success. For sure. All right. Thanks, Bill. Anybody else?
I think we haven't, Tim, Steve, Josh, anyone? No?
Yep, I'm good, thank you.
I would just
I
like
agree
to
with
say,
what Jeremy
great
said.
job, guys. We got through that agenda. We had a lot to do tonight. And I appreciate everybody's candor and help in getting through this and addressing these issues so we can get this stuff done for the township. So that's all I got for you guys. You rock. Thank you.
Oh,
Did you say anything, Steve? I'm sorry.
I was just say, I just concur with Jeremy's comments. It's time to
Great.
get some things moving, and I agree. The actual beach is not something that's even remotely on the table.
Okay, I guess want to comment on the two items that were removed from the agenda. We discussed it at the work session, but obviously we didn't talk about it much tonight. We had a couple appointments, zoning board of appeals and planning commission that we were going to be talking about. Actually identified in the protocol manual is a formal application process that, and again, each person that I talked to, I indicated we didn't have the application yet, but we as a board decided to honor our protocol and finish that application. So I guess want to apologize to the people that submitted their resumes. You didn't do anything wrong. You did exactly what I told you to. We're just gonna step up the application, it's an actual application, but pretty much everything that you submitted will be included in that application. So I'll be reaching back out to you. We have it's amazing that we have 4 people, very qualified people that want to be involved. So I'm very thankful for that. And hopefully we'll have the application process in place very quickly, very quickly, so we can act on this. So again, I apologize for not being able to act on it. It was nothing that any of you did incorrectly. So thank you again. And with that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
so moved.